Section 24 of Tragedy in Dedham, the Sacco and Vanzetti case, by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, More History, Written and Otherwise, Part 2. On September 1st, 1927, Alfred Foote, the Commissioner of Public Safety, wrote to District Attorney Wilbar, "As a finale to the Sacco-Vanzetti case, it appears to me that it would be well to gather and secure certain of the exhibits, particularly the firearms, bullets, cartridges, and fired shells. I trust you will agree that these important objects should be placed in our vaults for all time, where they will be safe from opportunists as well as enemies. The ample facilities of the State Police Laboratory will be utilized to obtain a photographic record in the most graphic form of each of the exhibits. The work contemplated will constitute an important addition to the record in this great case." Yet when I asked to examine these important objects 33 years later, they were nowhere to be found. I tried first at the Clerk of Court's office in Dedham. The clerk, Willis Neal, a nephew of the South Braintree Express agent, said that from time to time someone would drop in to ask about the exhibits, but that he had never been able to locate them. He admitted he had never looked very hard. Together we went down to the storage files in the basement and spent several dusty hours going through the records. Finally, he found a 1927 memorandum that the guns and bullets had been forwarded to the Lowell Committee. I asked about them at the State Police Ballistics Laboratory on Commonwealth Avenue. Lieutenant John Collins, in charge there, was interested in the case. In fact, had a private file on it that he had put together himself, but he had no idea what could have become of the exhibits. I wrote to Governor Foster Furcolo about the missing exhibits, explaining my belief that they had never been tested properly and might still have much to reveal. After several weeks, I received a reply routed from the governor's office to some subordinate of the Attorney General, who informed me that we have no record in this office of ever having had the exhibits, or as to any disposition of them after they were viewed by the Lowell Committee. On reading this, I again wrote to Governor Furcolo to say that I did not think this was good enough, and that someone in the State House should look a little harder. I received no reply. By chance, I came on the trail of the missing exhibits when I happened to be in the Boston Police Headquarters, talking to one of the men in the laboratory there. "Why," he said, "Van Amberg's son has those things. I thought everyone round knew. They were in the State Police Lab for years, and then one of the Van Ambergs, I don't know whether it was the old man or the son, took them away with him when he retired. That's where they are. Young Van Amberg has them down at Kingston." I wrote Van Amberg twice, received no reply, and finally telephoned him to ask if he had possession of the exhibits in the Sacco-Vanzetti case. "I have a lot of things around here," he said. "But do you or do you not have the pistols and the bullets that were examined by the Lowell Committee?" His voice grew frostier. "I'd have to go through everything to know that." I did not have a very good hand, but I dealt another card. "I have been told that you do have them." "I might," was all he would answer. I tried to explain why I wanted to see the bullets. The question had never been settled, I said, as to whether bullet 3 might have been substituted for the one found in Berardelli's body. The voice cut me off. "You and I seem to be working along the same lines. I'm writing a book on the evidence in the case myself. I'm not going to let you see my private material. Why should I?" The telephone clicked at the other end. Van Amberg became singularly more communicative when Bob McLean drove down to see him. He told McLean that he regarded himself merely as a custodian of the exhibits to be kept inviolate. His custodianship lasted until the following weekend, when the Sunday Globe ran McLean's front-page feature story of his discovery. The Commissioner of Public Safety, J. Henry Gogan, was one of the Globe's early Sunday readers. "He hit the roof," McLean told me afterward. "They say he was shouting in his office, 'How did they get out of here? Who let Van Amberg take them? Send 2 men down to Kingston with a warrant, and if he doesn't give them up, arrest him.' But Van Amberg turned them over without a bleat. After all, if you're getting a state pension, you can't fool around. The stuff was in a big package that looked as if it hadn't been opened in years. I saw the exhibits on their return in the State Police Ballistics Laboratory, a room with a grill in the front like a cage and a metal door that opens by an electric button. It is a macabre room, the walls hung with the confiscated evidence of old crimes. A Heinz variety of pistols, rifles, submachine guns, even a grenade thrower, dirks, switchblade knives, a Malayan kris, brass knuckles with inch-long prongs, blackjacks, homemade zip guns. Sacco's Colt, Vanzetti's revolver, and the bullets were spread out on Lieutenant Collins' desk next to a china ashtray in the shape of a revolver. The way they handled these exhibits from the beginning makes my hair stand on end, Collins said. The way I do is to impound any exhibits, then call in the defense, the prosecution, make whatever tests I have to make in front of them, and ask them if they're satisfied. I've testified now in over 60 murder trials, and nobody on either side has ever disputed my findings. But these things, he swept his hand toward the display on the desk, I don't know whether you could prove anything with them now or not. I wouldn't touch them myself. No matter what tests might show, someone would be bound to accuse me of cooking the results. There ought to be some expert from outside Massachusetts to run the results. That's the way it should be handled. He picked up one of the bullets. You think that this number 3 might have been switched from the one they cut out of Berardelli? Some of the defense lawyers claimed it was, I told him. He cupped it in his hand. The markings on the base do look somewhat different. Those scratches, it's hard even to be sure if there are 3 of them. There's so much muck on it you can't really tell. They ought to clean them, but first of all they ought to make blood tests. Have you ever thought of that? I said I had not. He explained that it might still be possible to detect residual blood with proper tests, and even to determine the blood type. 40 years were nothing. They could even blood type mummies. If bullets 1, 2, and 4 showed traces of blood when tested, while 3 showed none, it would be fairly conclusive that the mortal bullet was a substitute. If, on the other hand, all 4 showed blood, then it would be practically certain that all of them came from Berardelli's body. Of course, it's possible that there won't be any blood traces on any of the bullets, said Collins. I had thought that once the ballistics exhibits were back in the hands of the state police, I should have no difficulty in having tests run on the bullets. When I went to see Commissioner Gauguin, a gray, diminutive man, sharp-eyed as a chameleon, I soon learned otherwise. Instead of being grateful to me for recovering the material, he seemed aggrieved. "Why don't you just forget the whole thing?" he asked me querulously. "I'm not going to allow any of your tests. No, sir, I don't want any of that Sacco-Vanzetti business stirred up again." He wore a silver tie-pin engraved with the seal of Massachusetts, and in the buttonhole of his sharkskin suit I noticed the rosette of the Legion of Honor. Someone at the Globe told me he had been awarded it, ex officio, as president of l'Union Saint-Jean-Baptiste l'Amérique, the largest French-Canadian fraternal insurance association in the United States, from which he still received his salary while serving as Commissioner of Public Safety. "No tests," he announced. But a week after I had coaxed an editorial from the Herald, "Do not let sleeping bullets lie," he said I had quite misunderstood him. He would have no objection to tests made by properly qualified experts. He just did not want amateurs fooling with the exhibits. I thought my difficulties were over when I returned with the names of the honorary curator of the West Point Museum and of an internationally known hematologist. But I still could not get a straight answer from the commissioner. This time he said that before any tests could be made, he must first have permission from the Attorney General's office. Undoubtedly he thought this would not be forthcoming, but after a delay of several months I managed to turn up with it. Gauguin's eyes darted at me as if I were a fly on the wall, while he explained that he would have to consult with the members of his department. It was a consultation that took 2 more months. Then he told me that although he personally would be happy to allow such tests, his term of office was coming to a close, and he did not want to commit his successor. The governor's council, that archaic colonial survival, delayed month after month confirming the successor, and the gray little commissioner stayed on. On my last visit to him, a year after the exhibits had been recovered, he had finally evolved what no doubt seemed to him the ideal politician's formula: to say yes and to mean no. He now told me that if the American Academy of Forensic Sciences wanted to appoint a committee of experts to examine all the ballistics evidence, he would allow them to do so, but he could not allow any examination, even by experts, merely at the request of a private individual. Not until Goguen was out of office did I finally get my permission. His successor, Frank Giles, raised no objections at all. A few weeks later, Dr. William Boyd of the Boston University School of Medicine made the blood tests, although he said in advance he doubted whether after so many years and so much handling the bullets would still indicate anything. So it turned out. Dr. Boyd tested the 4 bullets taken from Berardelli's body and the 2 taken from Parmenter. The result with all 6 was negative. No longer any trace of blood on any of them. Frank Silva was dead, as was Guinea Oates. Of the other 2 mentioned in Silva's confession of the Bridgewater attempt, Doggy Bruno had long since vanished. But in 1960, I was surprised to discover that Joe Sammarco was no farther away than Everett, where he was working as a janitor. He had been paroled in 1953 after 33 years in prison. At 62, I thought, he should not have much to lose or be afraid of. If I could get him to admit that he had been one of the 4 in the Bridgewater holdup, that would corroborate Silva and go a long way to proving, finally, that Sacco and Vanzetti were innocent. I don't know about Joe, the parole officer told me in the department offices on Tremont Street, appropriately opposite Brimstone Corner. Sometimes he comes in here and acts as if I were his uncle. He'd tell me anything. Then the next time he's as cold as a brick. I'll ask him about this Bridgewater business, but I can't promise he'll give out anything. 2 months later I got a call from a Somerville lawyer, Anthony DiCecca, who said Joe might talk to me, but that he himself wanted to talk to me first. I drove over the following afternoon. The law office was on Broadway, a lower middle-class neighborhood, in a remodeled 3-story house that had been transformed by plate glass and concrete until it stood out against its drabber surroundings with the glitter of a funeral home. DiCecca, a bustling, determined man, shook my hand in his paneled office, then sat down behind a vast desk on which a pastel green telephone kept flashing a warning light. He stared at me for a moment, his eyes calculating in his grave Latin face. "Now," he said, as if he were satisfied, "I want you to understand I know nothing about the Sacco-Vanzetti case. I have no opinion, and don't want to have one. When I was watching that TV show in the spring, I began to feel myself getting an opinion, so I got up and shut it off. I understand you want to ask Joe about the Bridgewater holdup he was supposed to be in on, that they later hung on Vanzetti. I want the details of that." I gave him a summary of Silva's confession while he took notes. "Joe can either confirm this or not," I told him finally, "but it will blow a big hole in the Sacco-Vanzetti conviction if he does confirm it." He sat there, indifferent to the flashing telephone light. "If it's true, Joe could have spoken 35 years ago. It's a terrible thing if he kept quiet and let an innocent man die. Maybe he won't want to admit anything because of that, even though there's nothing anyone could do to him now. Let me have a talk with him, and then the 3 of us can get together here Sunday night. Just one thing, though," he went on as I rose to go. "There's no money going to enter into this. I need it like I need a hole in the head. If Joe has any idea that he's going to make a little on the deal, then I want nothing to do with it or with him." The following Sunday I again drove to Somerville. I kept thinking of Joe Sammarco and his 33 years in state prison, all the years back to when I was a schoolboy in corduroy knickerbockers. I felt depressed, half wishing I were not going to see him. As I walked upstairs and into DiCecca's long anteroom, I had my first glimpse of Joe. Squatting on a leather couch before a television set, he was watching the Ed Sullivan Show. He was a slight, stooped man with an elongated, almost bald head, cheeks creased against high cheekbones, and eyes that seemed incongruously blue in his wasted face. When we shook hands, I could feel his misshapen fingers. He told me DiCecca was out, but would be right back. We sat there half an hour in silence. For once I was grateful for the sight of Ed Sullivan's jacked-up shoulders and melon face. Finally we heard drum-tap footsteps on the stairs. DiCecca brushed in, apologized, and we moved to the inner office, he to his desk, I to the seat I had taken before, and Joe to sit by the window, partly in the shadows. "Now, Joe," DiCecca began quietly, "I just want you to tell us what you told me here the other night, about Bridgewater, Silva, Jimmy Mede, just as it comes to you." "Mede is a rat," Sammarco said without anger, his face set like a barrier between himself and the outside world. "Wait," DiCecca said, "we'll get to that. Now, as I read through that article of Silva's, remember, I knew nothing about the case. It seemed pretty convincing. According to that, Silva and you and Doggy Bruno and Guinea Oats drove down to Bridgewater to try to steal the LQ White payroll. You'd cased the joint 2 years before with Jimmy Mede." Sammarco shook his head, laughed silently, and then spoke again. "It's a pack of lies, every bit of it. Silva got some fellow to write that piece after he got out of jail, and he got paid plenty for it. I know, because he told me." He looked at me quizzically, as if he were wondering whether I believed him. "Not a word of truth in it, not a word." "Wait a minute," DiCecca interrupted him. "Let me just ask you these questions in order. Before you went to jail, did you know Jimmy Mede, Frank Silva, Guinea Oats, and Doggy Bruno?" "Sure I knew them. I was just a kid then, and we was all brought up in East Boston together. I knew them since I was that high. We used to hang around Nick's restaurant, just across the street from Jimmy Mede's shoeshine parlor. Frank Silva met this guy Lubin in jail or somewheres, and cooked up all this story. Why, Silva was too yellow to pull a real hold-up. He'd roll some drunk sailor down on Atlantic Avenue. He'd steal when it was safe, but nothing dangerous, not him. Bruno wasn't yellow. He was in dope, robberies, everything, and he got his own living. He never would have worked with Silva or anyone like that. And Guinea Oats, he was younger than the rest of us and never got into no kind of trouble." Again DiCecca interrupted him. "Did you ever ride in a car with Silva and Mede to plan a hold-up?" "Yes, I did. In 1917, Silva and Mede and me and a guy named Gargalino and someone else went to Braintree. We was going to get a payroll from the factory there when the paymaster come out with it." "You went down there several times to case it?" "Yes. Then, when we get to pull the job, Mede and Silva got cold feet, so we turned round and come back." "How do you know it was Braintree?" "We called it Braintree, where 2 railroad lines crossed." "Couldn't it have been Bridgewater?" "No, it was nearer than that." I could see the shrug of DiCecca's shoulders. "A matter of a few miles one way or the other. You didn't know any of those places well. It could have been Bridgewater." "I don't think so," Sammarco said reflectively. "They kept saying it was Braintree. Anyhow, nothing happened. I went into the Navy after that. I was overseas. When I come out, they said Jimmy was in jail for holding up a factory in Cambridge. After I took the rap for killing the cop, I see Jimmy in Charlestown. He tells me that story about him and Silva. All Jimmy did was take the Braintree trip we made before the war and make it sound like it was Bridgewater afterward. He asked me to string along with his story, so I was dumb enough I says at first I'd go along for a gag. All the big chief wanted was to see what he could shake out of Moore. Moore said he'd help him get a pardon and gave him some money. Moore had a lot of money. After he got out, Moore was paying him to investigate things in New York until they drove him out of there. Ferrari, the state detective, when he heard it, give it to me good. He's still alive down at the track now. Talk with him and he'll tell you about me and Jimmy Mede. When that piece of Silva's in the Outlook come out, he come and hit me in the face with it. What are you holding out on me for, he says. I never had nothing to do with it, I told him. Afterward, I wrote a letter to Commissioner of Corrections Sanford Bates and told him so. Now, said DiCecca, steering him back, were you offered any money by anyone to say you had taken part in the Bridgewater hold-up? Yes, Moore come to see me a couple times in Charlestown. He says if I'd confessed to the Bridgewater job, he'd give me $10,000, and he'd see I got a gun and a getaway car on the way to court. DiCecca's voice crackled with annoyance. Look, Joe, a story like this is too stupid for anyone to believe. A sharp lawyer like Moore offering you a gun and a getaway car? That's plain silly. No one would swallow that. Moore wasn't a fool. That's what he said, Joe persisted. I told him I wouldn't. Even if he meant it, what the hell could I have done with a bunch of guards round me with shotguns? DiCecca turned to me. It sounds crazy, all right, but Joe told me exactly the same story the other night when he was here. That's why I say you need a lie detector on this thing. All I can think, I told him, if it's really true, and it certainly sounds fantastic, is that Moore would have said anything, promised anything to get Joe to talk. Moore was a brilliant man, but he thought this whole thing was a frame-up from beginning to end, and he was willing to do or say anything to get his clients off. Then I asked Joe, did Thompson ever offer you money? Him? No, he just talked legal. I guess in the end he knew I had nothing to do with it. He never bothered me none. Jimmy brought him in with some other lawyers one day and said in front of them, Joe, I want you to give this man the real lowdown on Bridgewater. And then, kind of under his breath, he says quick, No dice niente, questa non bon paga. Don't say nothing, they won't pay. I never see Mede again in jail after that. The big chief looks tough, but he's yellow. After I got out in '53, I went to see him in his joint on Revere and told him what he was to his face. Afterward, I see Silva in a bar on Hanover Street, and he says, You should have stuck with us. You could have made 10 or 15 grand. I told him what I thought of him right to his face. He's dead now. But why, I asked him, would Mede go to the governor afterward with his story and lose his boxing license? Joe's voice was scornful. Ah, that's not why he lost it. He lost it for stealing a load of booze. He was never on the level in nothing he'd done. Vanzetti, I said, you knew him in prison. If Mede and Silva were lying, do you think he was part of the Bridgewater gang? No, said Joe emphatically. He wasn't any stick-up guy. I was in the next cell to him a while. I used to work in the number plate shop with him. People always coming to see him, old Boston ladies bringing him books and candy and things. He'd give me some. He used to read all the time. I always knew he wasn't guilty. The other prisoners, how did they feel about him? They all felt the same way, Joe said in his faded, far-off voice. Most of the guards thought he was innocent, too. The night they was executed, we made a hell of a row. It used to be the lights went dim at an execution for a couple seconds, but this time they wasn't using Edison current and nothing happened, but we all knew when it was midnight just the same. His mind groped back to that August night 33 years before, and he was silent for several seconds before he continued. I remember Vanzetti come to me once. He was crying. He says, You know I'm innocent. Tell them if you had anything to do with Bridgewater. I told him I would if I had, but I hadn't nothing to do with it. Even my sisters and my cousins come in before the execution and asked me, and I says, I wasn't there. I didn't do it. Sometimes I used to think, maybe that fellow Weeks had something to do with both the robberies. He was smart, he was. but Vanzetti never had nothing to do with them. He wasn't that kind." DiCecca swung toward me in his swivel chair as to call an end to the interview. "Joe says he's willing to take a lie detector test along with Mede to see who's telling the truth." "Or I'll take it all by myself," Joe broke in. "You'll never get the big chief to take no test like that. He might try to con some money out of you, but he'd never take the test." "That's the size of it," said DiCecca. "Whether we believe Joe or not doesn't matter until we give him a lie detector test." "I'll take it any time," Joe said. We stood up. Joe and I left DiCecca there, walking out together through the echoing anteroom and down the stairs. The pinched and hostile face I had first encountered had now become relaxed, softened, the face of a human being. "I was a dumb kid, no education," said Joe reflectively. "I took that rap for 33 years because I didn't know no better." It was the second time he had used the word rap. I stopped on the stairs where the arc lamp shone through the doorway. "You're telling me, then, that you didn't kill that policeman?" His voice was low, quite passionless. "Him or anyone else. I never did. Maybe you won't believe that neither, but I never did. It was my gun all right, but if I'd have said at the trial who pulled the trigger, I'd have got a bullet through my head. The one who done it got killed in a gunfight 4 years later. Back in '31, I come up before the parole board, and his widow come and told them he done it. But they wouldn't listen to her, just asked her why she didn't tell it before, and she says, 'I got to live too.'" I remembered that Vanzetti, in his speech to the court, had said that no human tongue could say what he and Sacco had suffered in 7 years' imprisonment. Yet if what Joe had just told me was so, he had suffered over 4 times as long, unknown, inarticulate, without friends and partisans to speak for him, without the satisfaction of a well-advertised martyrdom, and yet no tongue could truly say, not even his own, what he had suffered. Would you be willing to trust that to a lie detector too, whether or not you had killed the policeman? "Yes," he said simply. We continued to the bottom of the stairs. Then at the door he held out his maimed hand to me and smiled slightly. On January 30th, 1961, John Conrad, an expert with many years of experience in operating the polygraph lie detector, conducted an examination of Joe Sammarco to verify the truthfulness of the answers to the following questions. Question: Were you ever in a hold-up attempt in Bridgewater with Doggy Bruno, Guinea Oates, and Frank Silva? Answer: No. Question: Were you ever in a car with Bruno and Oates? Answer: No. Question: Did you ever tell Jimmy Mede at Charlestown that you had participated in the Bridgewater holdup? Answer: No. Question: Did Silva tell you that he and Mede received money from Moore to invent a story on the Bridgewater holdup? Answer: Yes. Question: Did Moore offer you $10,000 if you would confess that you had participated in the Bridgewater holdup? Answer: Yes. Question: Have you any knowledge of who did take part in the Bridgewater holdup? Answer: No. Question: Did Frank Silva later admit to you that his confession was false? Answer: Yes. As a result of this examination, Conrad certified that, in his opinion, Sammarco had told the truth. End of section 24. Section 25 of Tragedy in Dedham, the Sacco-Vanzetti case, by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, 1926, Part 1. After the flare-up in 1921, the Sacco-Vanzetti case smoldered obscurely for 5 years. Occasional sparks were thrown up, as when Ettore and Giovannitti returned to Boston in 1925 to speak for their imprisoned comrades, and Eugene Debs visited Vanzetti in Charlestown. But for the most part, the issues seemed lost in a lawyer's maze. Across the Atlantic, the case had become overlaid by other events and other conflicts. If the average demonstrator of 1921 had suddenly been asked in 1926 whether Sacco and Vanzetti were still alive, he probably would not have known. In the United States, except in restricted circles of urban liberals and radicals, the names aroused no more response. The Defense Committee continued its Boston meetings. In December 1925, it published the first number of the Official Bulletin, a 4-page booklet containing a message from Debs, a review of the ballistics evidence by Mrs. Evans, and an appeal to Governor Cox signed by George Lansbury, Ellen Wilkinson, James Maxton, and other members of the English Labour Party. Sacco, in Dedham, resumed his English lessons with Mrs. Jack. In Charlestown, Vanzetti's literary activities expanded. He contributed articles to the New Jersey anarchist journal La Donata del Refrati, wrote his short autobiography, as well as the booklet Background to the Plymouth Trial, began to translate Proudhon's The War and the Peace into English, and completed a novelette, Events and Victims, about his experiences in a factory before the United States entered the war. Both men were much heartened by Thompson's taking over as their counsel. Sacco, in spite of his class-conscious rigidity, trusted the Boston conservative lawyer as he had never trusted Moore, and wrote enthusiastically of the splendid defense that Thompson and Hill had made in their first appearance. Vanzetti was even more enthusiastic. "Permit me to express my gratitude and my appreciation to you," he wrote Thompson in February 1926. "I understand that your work in our behalf is underpaid, the most difficult test of you. The noble sentiments and impulse by which you were decided to take the side of two underdogs. This I understand. And I also hope to understand a little the brave, learned, beautiful fight that you are fighting in our behalf, paying of it in peace, rest, interest, and other universally desired things. Ha! To have known you 6 years ago! I would never have been a convict." Thompson, in turn, as the months went on, found himself drawn closer to the two men he had reluctantly elected to defend. In May 1927 he could write, "I went into this case as a Harvard man, a man of old American tradition, to help two aliens who, I thought, had been unjustly treated. I have arrived at a humbler attitude. Not since the martyrdoms of the 16th century has such steadfastness to a faith, such self-abnegation as that of these two Italians been seen on this earth." The Harvard graduate, the man of old American traditions, the established lawyer, is now quite ready to say that nowhere in his soul is there to be found the faith, the splendid gentility, which make the man Bartolomeo Vanzetti. Thompson later admitted that the case had been something of a catastrophe for his firm, that by taking it he had lost friends, clients, and a great deal of money. But it was a choice he never regretted. He told Felicani that if he had understood the situation better at the beginning, he would not have taken a fee. While the jail years for Sacco and Vanzetti passed with unrelenting sameness, Rosina moved from the Stoughton bungalow to an old farmhouse near Milford. Here Mrs. Evans and Mrs. Jack aided her, and in addition she received a small monthly allowance from the Defense Committee. Enos was now almost old enough to go to school. Dante had reached the 7th grade. Even before Rosina left Stoughton, she had living with her as a companion Susie Valdinocci, the grave, sad-faced sister of the man killed in the dynamiting of Attorney General Palmer's house. The rejection of Thompson's appeal by the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court on May 12, 1926, marked the second stage of the case. With the court's decision, affirming the convictions, came the realization that the affair was now moving toward a foreseeable climax. For the prisoners, it was as if they had been walking down a long corridor of months and years, and now, at last, at the far end, they could glimpse the door of the execution chamber. To those familiar with the formalisms of Massachusetts legal procedure, the court's negative decision was expected. According to the statutes of the Commonwealth, It was not the function of the higher court to review the facts of a case in an appeal, but merely to consider questions of law. That in Madero's first trial Judge Lummis had neglected to mention the presumption of innocence was an error sufficient to overthrow an obviously justified verdict. Judge Thayer had committed no such errors. Whatever his feelings, he had kept the written record straight, just as Thompson, at the beginning of the trial, had predicted he would. In regard to the denied motions, the Supreme Court ruled that as long as Judge Thayer had given these consideration according to the prescribed legal forms, there would be no review of his decision. These were matters for his discretion, beyond the compass of any higher court. The Supreme Court's decision was like the tolling of a bell. In the next 15 months the case would become a passionate issue, the linked Italian names a battle cry in all corners of the globe. Millions of men in dozens of countries, most of them with only a hazy and often erroneous notion of the facts, would identify themselves with the condemned Italians with such binding emotion that the fate of the two men would come to seem the very symbol of man's injustice to man. For many European radicals, the case loomed up as the most important occurrence since the Russian Revolution. Stalin, at the 1927 Party Congress, spoke of the recent Sacco-Vanzetti demonstration as evidence that we are on the threshold of new revolutionary events. The American communist Max Schottman asked rhetorically, "Since the Russian Bolshevik Revolution, where has there yet been a cause that has drawn into its wake the people, not of this or that land, but of all countries, millions from every part and corner of the world, the workers in the metropolis, the peasant on the land, the people of the half-forgotten islands of the sea, men and women and children in all walks of life?" That the renewed European agitation was conceived and directed by the Communist International is beyond dispute, a fact proclaimed with equal stridency by both Communists and their enemies. Moscow gave the signal, and the international Red Aid set the well-oiled machinery in motion. But the Communists themselves must have been startled by their own quick success. Their calculated gesture loosed an avalanche, elemental and overwhelming, that spread beyond the bounds of any political party or dogma. Men of goodwill everywhere rose up to challenge the course of Massachusetts justice. There were protests from the Vatican, from ex-premier Caillaux of France, from Paul Löbe, the president of the Reichstag, from Count Bernstorff, who had been ambassador to the United States in 1917, from John Galsworthy, Fritz Kreisler, Henri Barbusse, Romain Rolland, Thomas Mann, Albert Einstein, and scores of other international figures. Why was it that in the 15 months between the Massachusetts Supreme Court's adverse decision and the executions, the case of Sacco and Vanzetti became the most widely known and bitterly felt of its generation? They were not conscious martyrs, nor, if it be assumed that they were innocent, were they uniquely so. It was already a cruel commonplace of the country for innocent men to die ignominiously and obscurely for their beliefs, under red, black, white, or varicolored flags. In an era of bloodshed, violence, and injustice, why should the names of these two obscure Italians stand out, enduring over the years in literature, in art, in the theater, and even in that newest of media, television? Perhaps it is that when any celebrated or notorious trial becomes encrusted with doubts as to its justice, it becomes a focus for the raging social passions of the moment. Certainly, in the grim weeks before the execution of Sacco and Vanzetti, the hundreds of thousands of militants demonstrating in the world's cities found their own resentments and anger objectified in these two comrades, whom they considered victims of class justice. Frustration and the envy of Americans' callous wealth undoubtedly stirred them too, and the hope that through such potent symbols of martyrdom the hated system could be overthrown. Among many Europeans, unswayed by the more primitive emotions of hate and revenge, there was the feeling that, beyond any question of the fairness of the trial, the years under the shadow of death were themselves torture enough to demand the commuting of the death sentences. "We wish to see the lives of these men spared, whether they are innocent or guilty," said L'Étampe in Paris. The London Times felt that it was not the wrongs of the trial that had so stirred the public's imagination, but the fact that any man should be kept so long in suspense. The suspense was particularly aggravated by Massachusetts' means of execution. Far more than the traditional noose, the electric chair was a horror symbol to the European. If, regardless of the question of their guilt or innocence, Sacco and Vanzetti had been executed within a few months of their conviction, as would have happened had they been tried in most European countries, their names today would be almost unknown. To non-Americans, the pettifogging byways of American justice, the complications and contradictions and the time entailed in appealing from state to federal courts, the to them astonishing fact that even if injustice is being done by the judicial system of an individual state, so long as it is done within the limits of the Constitution, the national government can do nothing. Such things were outrageously incomprehensible, and the years of delay seemed to presume doubt. It is impossible for us on this side to feel that execution would have been so long deferred, George Bernard Shaw wrote, if the case were clear enough to justify this infliction. Anticipating the Massachusetts Supreme Court's adverse decision, the Red Aid's Central European headquarters in Berlin began, in February 1926, to flood Europe with Sacco-Vanzetti propaganda and plans for a united front of artists, writers, actors, scholars, and teachers. The anarchists had never ceased their sporadic and individualistic action, but international anarchy no longer rivaled Marxism as a world movement, as it had in Bakunin's day, and it persisted mostly in the Latin countries. The Sacco-Vanzetti case contained, among many other things, the last gesture of international anarchism. Yet the anarchists by themselves could have accomplished little. It was the executive committee of the Communist International, with its tight organization and intricate networks, that was able to stir the streets. By the autumn of 1926, the groundwork had been laid for the worldwide agitation to come. The year 1926 brought a belated stirring of interest in the case throughout the United States, partly as a reaction to the renewed agitation overseas, as reported in such mass circulation journals as the Literary Digest, partly because of the Supreme Court's decision in May, and partly from the labors of the Defense Committee. In Massachusetts, there was a quickening of emotions lying dormant since 1921. A xenophobic reaction by the community to criticism from outsiders that would rise to hysteria as world agitation rose. Robert Lincoln O'Brien, the half-Irish, half-Old Yankee editor of the Boston Herald, whose reaction to the Sacco-Vanzetti case remained essentially neutral, observed that a surprising number of groups and elements of the community came to regard leniency for Sacco and Vanzetti as an assault upon the honor of the Commonwealth. That feeling, still amorphous in the spring of 1926, hardened under the impact of hostile gestures from overseas, and was suddenly exacerbated in June when the house of Samuel Johnson in West Bridgewater was demolished by a bomb. Whoever planted the bomb apparently mistook Johnson's house for that of his brother Simon, who, with his wife, had received a reward of several $100s after their court testimony. No one was ever apprehended in this or any other bombings connected with the case, and the Defense Committee at once repudiated the act. But to the community it seemed a confirmation of its worst fears in regard to radicals. Guards were at once placed around the houses of Judge Thayer and of Chief Justice Arthur Rugg. District Attorney Wilbar announced that he would ask for the immediate imposition of the death penalty on Sacco and Vanzetti. The Commonwealth was coming to feel that reviews enough had been made. The matter had been discussed long enough. Doubts expressed from outside, either in the United States or overseas, merely sharpened the edge of Massachusetts' majority opinion. The Boston architect C. Howard Walker, on returning from Europe at the height of the agitation, declared himself enough of a Machiavellian to rejoice in the electrocutions, whether the accused are innocent or guilty. Stubbornly, the Massachusetts community, the articulate, rooted middle-class community, closed ranks. Granville Hicks, teaching at Smith College, helped organize a clemency meeting in Northampton in the spring of 1927. So strong was the feeling of the townspeople against Sacco and Vanzetti that it broke up in bedlam. It was not, Hicks had to admit, just the rich and powerful who were against the two Italians. It was also the doctors, the lawyers, the shopkeepers, the farmers, the workers. It was practically all my neighbors in Northampton, except for the other members of the college faculty. The battle was between the intellectuals and everybody else. There was, however, a thoughtful minority made uneasy by the slow steamroller of Massachusetts justice. Liberals like Edward Filene, John Moores of the brokerage house of Moores and Cabot, and Professor Felix Frankfurter joined with conservatives like Joseph Walker, a former Republican Speaker of the Massachusetts House of Representatives, and Richard Washburn Child, a former ambassador to Italy, in questioning the legal proceedings. Names old and distinguished were added to the list of protesters: the historian Samuel Eliot Morison, the philosopher William Hawking, William Allen Neilson, the president of Smith College, and the Harvard economist Frank Taussig. In June 1925, the American branch of the International Red Aid was set up in Chicago as the International Labor Defense. For the Communists, the Sacco-Vanzetti case was an issue ripe for manipulation. By exploiting it, the party hoped to confirm its pose as the champion of the oppressed, and for the first time develop into an American mass movement. After his expulsion from the party, James Cannon, the International Labor Defense's executive secretary, was to admit privately, much as Moore did, that he felt Sacco was guilty. But to the Communists, guilt or innocence was immaterial. What mattered was the inflammability of the cause. For Cannon and his lieutenant, Max Shachtman, editor of the monthly Labor Defender, the efforts of the Boston Defense Committee were naive, self-defeating, contaminated by the slow poison of middle-class treachery. Thompson, the aloof upper-class lawyer, had announced that he would not tolerate pressure from the outside, meaning, in Shachtman's view, the mass movement of labor that could surround Sacco and Vanzetti with a wall of iron against the attacks of their enemies. That the Defense Committee could replace a class fighter like Moore with a reactionary like Thompson was merely another demonstration of the liberal fallacy, belief in the law, in justice above class, in all the paraphernalia that concealed the claws of capitalist society. Abstract justice could play no role in Shachtman's pronouncement as echoed by the Daily Worker, since Sacco and Vanzetti were being legally assassinated because of their political and economic views and activities. Johnnies come lately though they might be, the Communists took the attitude that it was they who were the organizers of the protest movement. The Sacco-Vanzetti case was now theirs by right of Marxist eminent domain. And here, as abroad, they were able to bring about immediate sensational results. The International Labor Defense poured out posters and buttons and press releases, organized meetings all across the country, and collected large sums for what Cannon called the protection of Sacco and Vanzetti. Of the millions collected by the Red Aid in various parts of the world for the defense of the convicted men, less than $6,000 ever found its way to the Defense Committee. There was no accounting for the balance. Felicani, who had so scrupulously recorded each dollar he received, was outraged. In July, the Defense Committee warned in its official bulletin, "We are absolutely opposed to the collection of funds and the use of this cause to further special political or economic interests." The Daily Worker and the International Labor Defense replied by calling the Defense Committee and its counsel ineffectual liberals who relied on bourgeois legal proceedings rather than the direct action of the workers. Yet, whatever the Communists might claim, whatever self-advertising actions they might take, the shabby two-room headquarters at Hanover Street still remained the center of the Sacco-Vanzetti defense. The yeast of the Massachusetts Supreme Court decision worked as actively there as outside. Fabri was succeeded as secretary by Joseph Moro, an Italian shoe worker with a family who gave up a job at $40 a week to work full-time for the committee at $10 less. Eugene Lyons had left Boston at the end of 1922 to work for the New York branch of TASS, the Soviet news agency. Until 1926, no one took his place. As long as Moore remained in charge of the defense, Lyons continued to contribute articles and support, but Thompson's advent was too much for him. Still wearing his communist heart on his sleeve, still at the beginning of his long arc from left to right, he held to his opinion that the defense of Sacco and Vanzetti should be a class defense. Through the quiescent years, the members of the Defense Committee, working doggedly, had kept both the case and the defendants alive. As the tempo rose in 1926, so did the activity in Hanover Street. The headquarters developed into a small publishing house. Tables and typewriters and filing cabinets were wedged in by bales of pamphlets that served as seats for volunteer workers and visitors. The moody, indefatigable Mary Donovan seemed always to be at her desk. Mrs. Evans appeared regularly, bringing with her such friends as Mrs. William James, the widow of the philosopher. Professor Frankfurter often trudged up the dark stairway, accompanied by one or two of his sympathetic Harvard colleagues. In June, a young Globe reporter, Gardner Jackson, gave up his newspaper job to take over where Lyons had left off. With the publicity under his enthusiastic control, the official bulletin, only one issue of which had appeared before this, now came out monthly. Except for their energetic youth and their devotion to the same cause, the wealthy liberal Pat Jackson and the East Side Marxist Morris Gebelow, who wrote under the name of Eugene Lyons, had little in common. Jackson's mother was the third wife of William Jackson, a Colorado banker and railroad owner, whose second wife had been Helen Hunt Jackson, the author of Ramona. Starting at Amherst College, Pat joined the Army in 1917. After the war, he studied at Columbia, took a turn at selling bonds, then worked in a Denver enterprise of his father's before becoming cub reporter on the Globe, the paper that was reputed to print the name of every inhabitant of Greater Boston, and, if possible, his picture, at least twice a year. Jackson had been gathering such neighborhood news for the Globe during the Sacco-Vanzetti trial. At the end of many an afternoon, he would see Frank Sibley stalking into the city room on his return from Dedham. Sibley's indignation expanded by the day, the more so since he was confined to factual reporting and unable to write his personal reaction to the Dedham goings-on. Sometimes he would stop by the tall, shock-haired young reporter to let off steam. It was through Sibley that Jackson met Felicani. Never before had the tweedy, rather elegant young man met anyone like this philosophical anarchist. Evening after evening now found Jackson working in the upstairs room on Hanover Street. Then, in the summer of 1926, Felicani persuaded him to give his full time to directing the Sacco-Vanzetti publicity. As it would for many others in the year to come, the cause brought Jackson's being into focus. Independent financially, vaguely liberal, he had never really known what he wanted to do until he found his goal in the struggle for the two Italians' lives. Though later he would become a minor New Deal administrator and a friend of Franklin Roosevelt's, this was to be the high spot of his life. Journalistic talent, energy, honesty, and dedication, these he brought to the cause with the fervency of a convert. By August 1926, it was clear to James Cannon that the Defense Committee could be neither dislodged nor superseded, and that the only other possibility was infiltration. To mark this change in tack, the International Labor Defense sent $2,000 to the Hanover Street headquarters, while the Labor Defender announced in conciliatory tones that it was no longer making a general appeal for funds. All future donations for the defense of Sacco and Vanzetti should be sent direct to the Boston Committee. In addition, Cannon sent Charles Klein to Boston to try to arrange an amalgamation of the committee with the International Labor Defense. Klein, one of the party's so-called Texas martyrs, had just been released from prison after serving 13 years of a life sentence for murder. In 1911, he had been the sole American among a band of Mexicans who had organized an expedition in Texas to join the Mexican revolutionaries in their fight against the government of Porfirio Diaz. When Texas Rangers found a dead Mexican spy tied to a tree, they pursued and captured Klein and a dozen of the expedition. Klein maintained that he was innocent of the spy's death, and the American Federation of Labor had frequently demanded his liberation. He was finally freed by Governor Miriam (Ma) Ferguson. Klein's long imprisonment for a revolutionary cause was expected to make him attractive to Sacco and Vanzetti. The real object of his visit was to persuade them to let the International Labor Defense take charge of their fight. Klein explained persuasively that the Boston Defense Committee was run by amateurs who were unable to grasp the class significance of the case. Even so, Cannon would be willing to form a united front organization with certain members of the Defense Committee, on condition that the headquarters was moved to Chicago. There, the Communist International would be able to bring an overwhelming force into operation that would compel the Massachusetts reactionaries to stay their hand. As a final glittering attraction, Klein promised Sacco and Vanzetti that Clarence Darrow would take over from Thompson as their chief counsel. Running through the letters of Sacco and Vanzetti, unaltered in the alterations of their moods, is their sense of outraged bewilderment at their predicament. What had brought them behind bars? What had taken Sacco from his neat Stoughton bungalow, his red-haired wife, the light long summer evenings in his vegetable garden? What had taken Vanzetti from the Plymouth streets overlooking the harbor? What had ended the brightness of their years of freedom? To each man, the insistent answer was that they had been radicals, that however small they may have seemed to the men of state, the latter had nevertheless banded together to crush them. The owners of the cordage works, of the Lawrence mills, those who lived in the big houses on the hill, who controlled the government and the police, who lived at the expense of the workers, this gross capitalistic world, this dying order would kill to preserve its insecure position. District Attorney Katzmann's taunting phrases, the dry words that rustled from Judge Thayer's set lips, these were the voices of executioners. After the Supreme Court's rejection of Thompson's appeal on May 12th, Vanzetti wrote to Alice Stone Blackwell, "Yesterday we got the last struck. It end all. We are doomed beyond any kind of doubts. I am sorry for myself. It is cruel to be insulted, humiliated, wronged, imprisoned, doomed, under infamous charges, for crimes of which I am utterly innocent in the whole sense of the word. But more for myself, I am sorry for my father, my sisters, and my brothers, and for poor Rosie and her 2 children." Both prisoners had been heartened by the renewed demonstrations in Europe and felt uncritically grateful to the International Labor Defense for its belligerent propaganda. Both felt at times that, as the Communists had said all along, only direct revolutionary action by the masses could save them. Both were divided between the class struggle interpretation of their dilemma and their attachment to bourgeois partisans like Mrs. Evans. Both were inconsistent in their attitudes, as who might well not be after 7 years in the shadow of the electric chair. Sacco, in particular, with his more dogmatic mentality and limited outlook, tended to distort the possibilities of justice that could transcend class. "Let us tell you sincerely, dear comrade," he wrote a member of the International Labor Defense, "that for hereafter I will never fall into another new delusion again, if I don't see first the day of my freedom. Even when Mrs. Elizabeth G. Evans, that through all these struggle years she has been kind to me, as kind as good mother can be, come to tell me, "Nick, you again." No, no, 6 long torment years gives me enough experience, because it is a great masterpiece for me and to anybody else not to be disappointed any more. Poor mother! She is so sincere and faithful to the law of the man that she has forgot very early that the history of all the government, it were always and every time the martyrdom of the proletariat. But, however, we will stick like a good communard soldier to the end of the battle, and looking into the eyes of our enemy, face to face, to tell them, our last breath, which I had always faith, that you, the comrades and all the workers of the world solidarity, would free Sacco and Vanzetti tomorrow. Yet, in spite of such sentiments, he would continue to prefer the conservative Thompson to the radicals. Vanzetti, in his enthusiasm for the éclat of the international labor defense activities, could write to Cannon in an almost similar tone. "The echo of your campaign in our behalf has reached my heart. I repeat, I will repeat to the last, only the people, our comrades, our friends, the world revolutionary proletariat, can save us from the powers of the capitalist reactionary hyenas, or vindicate our names and our blood before history." Nevertheless, Vanzetti was as harsh in his judgments of the new Russia as he was of the old America. To his mind, all governments were oppressive, whether they ruled in the name of proletariat, king, or constitution. He frequently expressed disbelief in the progress of the Russian Revolution, his contrary belief that the Bolsheviki leader's dictatorship is an increased perfectioned exploitation of the proletariat, constantly embarrassed the editors of the Daily Worker and the Labor Defender. The anti-revolutionary, anti-Marxist, individualistic anarchist, Proudhon, remained his ideal, and the Frenchman's ringing words, liberty of conscience, freedom of the press, freedom of labor, of commerce, and of teaching, the free disposal of the products of labor and industry, liberty, infinite, absolute, everywhere and forever, are often echoed in Vanzetti's letters. The first reaction of Sacco and Vanzetti to Klein's proposal was to accept it and let the international labor defense see what it could do. However they might differ theoretically from the communists, such potent help was not to be spurned. And for all the Defense Committee's efforts, they were still in jail after 6 years. Clarence Darrow, the untidy colossus who had slipped the noose from so many necks, appeared as a sudden new hope, a more certain guide than Thompson out of their legal labyrinth. Even though their trust and confidence in the Boston lawyer remained intact, they felt that they had nothing to lose by the change and much to gain. Felicani, with whom they talked it over, felt otherwise. His distrust of the communists was innate, and he, as the organizer of the Defense Committee, had a much clearer view of the party's reasons for taking up the case than did his two comrades. Darrow himself, in Felicani's opinion, could do no more than Thompson had done and would do. Sacco and Vanzetti finally agreed to reject Cannon's offer. When Klein reported this to Chicago, the labor defender struck back at the Defense Committee savagely, accusing it of trying to represent the martyrdom of Sacco and Vanzetti as an unfortunate error which can be rectified by the right people proceeding in the right way. When Schachtman claimed that it was the Communists' campaign for international solidarity that has so far saved Sacco and Vanzetti from the death chair, Jackson's bulletin announced angrily that the Sacco-Vanzetti Defense Committee has no official relationship with the International Labor Defense, the Communist Party, or the Sacco-Vanzetti conferences, which we understand were organized through the ILD. End of section 25. Section 26 of Tragedy in Dedham, the Sacco and Vanzetti Case by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1926, Part 2. During the summer and autumn of 1926, a whole new aspect of the case was opened up by the defense's belated discovery that Pinkerton Detective Agency reports had been filed on both the South Braintree and the Bridgewater holdups. The existence of these primal documents became known largely through the efforts of Tom O'Connor, a State House News Service reporter who had first become interested in the case in 1920 after reading about it in The New Republic. O'Connor kept in touch with developments after the trial, dropping in from time to time at Moore's office and at the Hanover Street headquarters. Making his own investigations in Providence and elsewhere, he finally became so engrossed in the case that he gave up his State House job to work for Thompson without pay. O'Connor was aware, it was common newspaper knowledge, that the Travelers' Insurance Company had insured the South Braintree payroll. Searching the back numbers of Protection, the Travelers' publication, he found what he had assumed, an account of the South Braintree crime and a statement that the company had hired the Pinkerton Agency to investigate it. O'Connor realized that the agents must have made day-to-day reports of what they had found, but what interested him even more was the obvious fact that these reports, which would have been submitted long before Sacco and Vanzetti were arrested, would be uncolored by preconceptions. If they could be located, O'Connor was certain they would prove to be the raw material of the case. A week after the May Supreme Court decision, O'Connor went to Thompson, then preoccupied with the Medeiros confession. Just what had occurred, he asked, well aware that Thompson did not have the answer, between the evening the Buick was stolen in Dedham and the evening, almost 6 months later, when Sacco and Vanzetti were picked up on the streetcar. How did it happen that they were arrested? All Thompson could do was to gesture helplessly and answer that he did not know. O'Connor then told him about the South Braintree Pinkerton report. Thompson, who had not heard of it before, banged his desk in his excitement. Some days later, following Thompson's request, a copy of the report arrived at the Travelers' Boston office. Thompson was then away, but O'Connor managed to borrow the report and copy it. As he had hoped, it gave a picture of the case as it appeared before and just after Sacco and Vanzetti were picked up. O'Connor was particularly struck by Henry Hellier's notes on the fair, brown-haired man Jenny Novelli had seen in the murder car, who, by the time Hellier testified at Dedham, had become black-haired with a dark complexion. After this report came to light, O'Connor, while going through the files of the Bridgewater Independent, discovered references to a Pinkerton report on the Bridgewater holdup. But this second report, with its even more glaring discrepancies between the immediate impressions of the witnesses and the evidence subsequently offered at the Plymouth trial, was not to come to light until 1927. It had been common knowledge at the Dedham trial that the United States Department of Justice and District Attorney Katzmann's office had cooperated in getting evidence for the prosecution. What was still not known was the degree of cooperation, for when Thompson raised the issue, the Bureau of Investigation followed its customary policy of refusing to open its files. Thompson increasingly came to feel that there might be evidence in the files indicating that Sacco and Vanzetti were innocent, and in any case, he was outraged when he learned that the Bureau had placed spies in the Dedham jail and on the defense committee, and had even planned to introduce one into Rosina Sacco's house. He wrote to United States Attorney General John Sargent, requesting that William West of the Boston office show him whatever documents and correspondence he had covering the investigations made before, during, and after the trial. In indirect answer to this, Thompson received a call from the Boston Bureau asking what information he was after. When he said that he wanted to go through whatever files the department had on Sacco and Vanzetti, West informed him that this would not be allowed. If one can judge by a memorandum now in the National Archives, and prepared by the Department of Justice at the request of the State Department on October 17, 1921, Sacco and Vanzetti, before their trial, were known merely as subscribers to Galiani's Cronaca Sovversiva and a New Jersey anarchist paper, La Jacquerie. In the files Thompson particularly wanted to see, there were, of course, the reports of the agents attending the trial, as well as the reports of Harold Zorian, who had infiltrated the committee, and Anthony Carbone, who had been planted in the Dedham jail. Although he was unable to see the files, Thompson discovered that two former Bureau agents, Lawrence Leatherman and Fred Wayand, were willing to sign affidavits as to what had taken place in the Boston office in regard to Sacco and Vanzetti during 1920 and 1921. Wayand explained quite frankly that the purpose of the Boston agents in going to the trial was to obtain enough evidence there to deport the accused as anarchists in case they were not convicted of murder. Leatherman, in his affidavit, corroborated Wayand. The Department of Justice in Boston was anxious to get sufficient evidence against Sacco and Vanzetti to deport them, but never succeeded in getting the kind and amount of evidence required for that purpose. It was the opinion of department agents here that a conviction of Sacco and Vanzetti for murder would be one way of disposing of these two men. It was also the opinion of such of the agents in Boston as had any actual knowledge of the Sacco-Vanzetti case that Sacco and Vanzetti, although anarchists and agitators, were not highway robbers, and had nothing to do with the South Braintree crime. My opinion, and the opinion of most of the older men in the government service, has always been that the South Braintree crime was the work of professionals. The words are ambiguous. Thompson took them to mean that the Department of Justice, if it could not get Sacco and Vanzetti deported as radicals, would cooperate in getting them executed for a crime they had not committed. As a matter of fact, Sacco and Vanzetti, if they had been acquitted at Dedham, would through their own courtroom testimony have then been subject to deportation as anarchists. West's attitude in cooperating with Katzmann may have been a callous one, but it seems clear that there was nothing in the Bureau of Investigation files tending to prove either the guilt or the innocence of the two Italians. On September 13th, Thompson again appeared before Judge Thayer in the Dedham courthouse to argue that the verdict against Sacco and Vanzetti should be set aside because of the Madero's confession and the Wayand and Leatherman affidavits. Thayer denied Thompson's request to have Maderos examined and cross-examined in open court, but aside from this, the judge's manner was courteous, if impassive. From time to time, he would even unbend enough to come out with a small witticism. For 5 days, affidavits were read, and Thompson argued for, while Assistant District Attorney Ranney argued against, the motion. Sacco and Vanzetti were not in the courtroom. Rosina was there with Mrs. Evans as well as Mrs. Rantoul, Jerry McInerney, and Professor Frankfurter. Thompson maintained that if Sacco and Vanzetti had never come into the case, the evidence he had assembled in Providence would have been sufficient to indict the Morellis. Under these circumstances, he felt that Judge Thayer should order a new trial. Thompson's attack on the Department of Justice and his interpretation of its role caused much more of a sensation in Boston than did the twice-told tale of the Madero's confession. One of his incidental revelations was that a bureau agent named Shaughnessy, who had investigated Sacco and Vanzetti, had subsequently been sent to prison for highway robbery. Assistant District Attorney Ranney admitted that if Maderos had participated in the South Braintree holdup, Sacco and Vanzetti were innocent, but he considered Madero's confession worthless. The district attorney's office would answer but not investigate, because we know or believe that the truth has been found. As for Leatherman and Wayand, Ranney took the position that the two ex-agents were traitors. In all police departments, in all detective departments, he told the court, secrecy is a watchword, a byword. Do not betray the secrets of your departments. And if the secrets were broadcast, what would be the result? There would be no crime detected and punished. And yet Leatherman and Wayand gave their affidavits to these defendants and betray the secrecy of their department. We say, on the face of it, that there is a breach of loyalty, and we wonder if we cannot conscientiously and logically find that these men, not now in the department, did not leave there with honor but dishonor. Thompson flared up at Ranny's mention of secrets. "I will say to your honor that a government which has come to value its own secrets more than it does the lives of its citizens has become a tyranny, whether you call it a republic, a monarchy, or anything else. Secrets, secrets. And he says you should abstain from touching this verdict of your jury because it is so sacred. Would they not have liked to know something about secrets? The case is admitted by that inadvertent concession. There are, then, secrets to be admitted." After studying the documents and affidavits for 5 weeks, Judge Thayer, on October 23rd, rejected the motion. He could have done so without giving his reasons, but apparently feeling the need for self-justification, he issued a 25,000-word opinion. "Being controlled only by judgment, reason, and conscience," he wrote, "and after giving as favorable consideration to these defendants as may be consistent with a due regard for the rights of the public and sound principles of law, I am forced to the conclusion that the affidavit of Medeiros is unreliable, untrustworthy, and untrue. To set aside a verdict of a jury affirmed by the Supreme Judicial Court of this Commonwealth on such an affidavit would be a mockery upon truth and justice. Therefore, exercising every right vested in this court in the granting of motions for new trials by the law of the Commonwealth, this motion for a new trial is hereby denied." In his years on the bench, Thayer must have told hundreds of juries that it was for them to determine the facts. Yet here, where his function was merely to determine whether the Medeiros evidence was weighty enough to warrant presentation to a jury, he had taken over the jury's function of determining its truth. But beneath his formalism on the bench and his outward courtesy to Thompson, Judge Thayer was nettled. Why any respectable lawyer should attempt to stretch the law for 2 properly convicted anarchists was beyond him. He concluded, "Since the trial before the jury of these cases, a new type of disease would seem to have developed. It might be called leucopsychic neurosis, or hysteria, which means a belief in the existence of something which, in fact and truth, has no such existence. This disease would seem to have reached a very dangerous condition, from the argument of the counsel, upon the present motion, when he charges Mr. Sergeant, Attorney General of the United States, and his subordinates, and subordinates of former Attorney General of the United States, Mr. Palmer, and Mr. Katzman and the District Attorney of Norfolk County, with being in a conspiracy to send these 2 defendants to the electric chair, not because they are murderers, but because they are radicals. In these cases, from all the developed symptoms, the court is rather of the opinion that the disease is absolutely without cure." Until Thayer's decision was published, the only Massachusetts newspaper to take the side of Sacco and Vanzetti was the Springfield Republican, a paper that, though conservative in outlook, never altered its outraged opinion that a dog ought not to be shot on the weight of the evidence brought out in the Dedham trial. As the waning months of 1926 whetted the issue, the Boston newspapers, at first, reacted predictably. The Independent Globe kept to its traditional wary policy of not taking sides on divisive issues. Frank Sibley, in spite of his standing, was taken off the case, and on the day of the executions found himself covering a flower show. Federalist pre-immigrant Boston spoke with 2 voices, the McKinley-minded Herald, the breakfast voice of State Street, and the genealogical Transcript, the teacup voice of Beacon Hill. The Transcript held, and would continue to hold, that Sacco and Vanzetti had been given a fair trial, that the verdict was just, the defendants had been given every opportunity of appeal, and any further delay was an unworthy concession to foreign radicals, long-haired men, and short-haired women. But doubts had begun to creep into the editorial rooms of the Herald. They crystallized in the editorial, "We Submit," that appeared 3 days after Judge Thayer denied the Medeiros motion. It was written by the chief editorial writer, F. Lauriston Bullard, with editor-publisher O'Brien neither suggesting nor objecting, and it is indicative of the national interest the case was now arousing that it was awarded a Pulitzer Prize. The paragraphs that appeared on October 26 must have goggled eyes at many a Back Bay breakfast table. In our opinion, Niccolo Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti ought not to be executed on the warrant of the verdict returned by a jury on July 14, 1921. We do not know whether these men are guilty or not. We have no sympathy with the half-baked views which they profess. But as months have merged into years, and the great debate over this case has continued, our doubts have solidified slowly into convictions, and reluctantly we have found ourselves compelled to reverse our original judgment. We hope the Supreme Judicial Court will grant a new trial on the basis of new evidence not yet examined in open court. We hope the governor will grant another reprieve to Celestino Maderos so that his confession may be canvassed in open court. We hope, in case our Supreme Bench finds itself unable legally to authorize a new trial, that our governor will call to his aid a commission of disinterested men of the highest intelligence and character to make an independent investigation in his behalf, and that the governor himself, at first hand, will participate in that examination, if, as a last resort, it shall be undertaken. We have read the full decision in which Judge Webster Thayer, who presided at the original trial, renders his decision against the application for a new trial, and we submit that it carries the tone of the advocate rather than the arbitrator. At the outset he refers to the verdict of a jury approved by the Supreme Court of this Commonwealth, and later he repeats that sentence. We respectfully submit that the Supreme Court never approved that verdict. What the court did is stated in its own words thus: "We have examined carefully all the exceptions insofar as argued, and finding no error, the verdicts are to stand." The court certified that whether the verdict was right or wrong, the trial judge performed his duty under the law in a legal manner. The Supreme Court overruled a bill of exceptions, but expressed no judgment whatever as to the validity of the verdict or the guilt of the defendants. Judge Thayer knows this. Bullard went on to object to Thayer's innuendos, to say that the files of the Department of Justice should be opened, and to charge that Captain Proctor's affidavit stood as a condemnation of the Dedham verdict. He concluded, "If on a new trial the defendants shall again be found guilty, we shall be infinitely better off than if we proceed to execution on the basis of the trial already held. The shadow of doubt, which abides in the minds of large numbers of patient investigators of this whole case, will have been removed. And if, on second trial, Sacco and Vanzetti should be declared guiltless, everybody should rejoice that no monstrous injustice shall have been done. We submit these views with no reference whatever to the personality of the defendants, and without allusion now to that atmosphere of radicalism of which we heard so much in 1921. Here was the first breach in the Commonwealth's fortifications. The defenders of Sacco and Vanzetti now pressed forward in the paper war that thundered through the correspondence columns of the Herald and the Transcript. Bullard's attack received formidable support. Dr. Morton Prince, the internationally famous Harvard professor of psychiatry, wrote to the Herald that, after reading the evidence, he had come to the conclusion that the trial was a miscarriage of justice, that the government had not proved its case, and probably Sacco and Vanzetti had not committed the murder charged. Dr. Prince particularly questioned a verdict to which Mary Splain's evidence had substantially contributed. I do not hesitate to say that the star witness for the government testified, honestly enough, no doubt, to what was psychologically impossible. Miss Splain testified, though she had only seen Sacco at the time of the shooting from a distance of about 60 feet for from 1½ to 3 seconds in a motor car going at an increasing rate of speed at about 15 to 18 miles an hour, that she saw, and at the end of a year she remembered and described, 16 different details of his person, even to the size of his hand, the length of his hair as being between 2 and 2.5 inches long, and the shade of his eyebrows. Such perception and memory under such conditions can easily be proved to be psychologically impossible. Every psychologist knows that, so does Houdini. And what shall we think of the animus and honesty of the state that introduces such testimony to convict, knowing that the jury is too ignorant to disbelieve? How came Miss Blaine to become acquainted with these personal characteristics of Sacco? The answer is simple. Sacco had been shown to her on several occasions. She had had an opportunity to study him carefully. More than this, he sat before her in court. At the preliminary hearing in the police court, she was not asked to pick Sacco from among a group of other men. Sacco was shown to her alone. Everyone knows that under such circumstances, the image of a person later develops, or may develop, in an observer's mind, and becomes a false memory. Such a memory is produced by suggestion. Every lawyer knows the unconscious falsification of memory due to later acquired knowledge, though ignorant of the psychology of the phenomenon. And yet Miss Blaine's testimony was offered by the state to the jury. Why was not Miss Blaine asked to pick out Sacco from among a group of men? If this had been done, this unconscious falsification of memory would have been avoided. In Morton Prince, the genealogy of the Back Bay combined with the intellectualism of Cambridge across the river, and while the Herald editorial might jar Boston, his letter would cause the greater explosion. Even if the Supreme Judicial Court should rule against Thompson's appeal from Thayer's last decision, it was now clear to the more knowing Bostonians that the matter would not rest there. Many felt that Governor Fuller would commute the death sentence to life imprisonment. When Judge Thayer brushed aside the Medeiros evidence, Sacco felt that nothing could now save him from his fate, neither lawyers nor appeals, nor, hardest of all to face, the embattled proletariat. "I don't care how it all ends, if it only ends," he told one of his visitors. At Christmas, Mrs. Jack's daughter, Elizabeth, brought Sacco apples and candy and, what moved him much, a present for his dear darling Enos. He wrote to Mrs. Jack in an afterglow of optimism that he hoped from the bottom of his heart that the new year would bring us a freedom and in the embrace of mine and in the grand human family. But it was something he had given up believing, and he had already requested Thompson to take no more legal steps on his behalf. The two prisoners' joint Christmas message to their supporters sounded much more like Sacco than Vanzetti. "We are convinced that our murderers are determined to burn us within this 1927, and that it is most probable that they will succeed. And our heart's move is that the new year may give us liberty or death, but meanwhile we are ready to bear our cross to the last." Vanzetti's moods alternated. There was a black period in the autumn when he considered going on a hunger strike. Close to his cell, he could hear workmen constructing a new prison electric plant, following the Boston Edison Company's refusal to provide the Commonwealth with current for executions. But even in his darkest moods, when he thought of himself as a vanquished man, the shadow would, in a few days, be overcome by his basic optimism, just as he could forget the jangle of the electric plant construction when he learned that Mrs. Corll, the wife of the Plymouth boat builder, had kept a vigil lamp lighted before the statue of the Virgin for the last 6 years for the grace of his liberation. Something in her naive faith gave strength to his disbelieving heart. At times he would attend the prison's Christian Science services, not out of any belief, but merely to be able to sit in the spacious, almost empty chapel and glimpse the sky again through the barred windows and the sunshine reflecting on the gilt dome of the State House. To the chaplains he remained generally hostile. Unlike Sacco, he could still be hopeful of the higher court and of Governor Fuller as an independent-minded man. Even so, he refused to apply for a pardon. "Why should I," he said, "when I am innocent?" Nevertheless, he was still willing to cooperate with his lawyers in the defense committee. He began to translate Thomson's brief into Italian for distribution in Europe. In one and the same letter, Vanzetti could announce that he was doomed, and then turn with lyric nostalgia to his father's garden at Villafoletto. It takes a poet of first magnitude to worthily speak of it, so beautiful, unspeakably beautiful it is. The singing birds there, black merles of the golden bick, and evermore golden troth, the golden orioles, the goldfinches, the green finches, the chaff finches, the neck crooking, the green fix, the unmatchable nightingales, the nightingales over all. Yet I think that the wonder of my garden's wonders is the banks of its path. Hundreds of grass, leaves of wildflowers, witness there the almighty genius of the universal architecture, reflecting the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars, all of its lights and colors. The forget-me-not are nations there, and nation are the wild daisies. Christmas, his seventh behind bars, brought a cold snap, etching the jail windows with frost. Among Vanzetti's letters and Christmas cards were a number of books, The Life of Debs, Jack London's Essays on Revolt, and, accompanied by a necktie from Mrs. Evans, Emerson's Essays. Emerson he found so exquisitely anarchist, delighting at the lecture of politics, nature, and New England reformers. Just after Christmas he wrote to Alice Stone Blackwell, "I know perfectly well that within 4 months the Massachusetts will be ready to burn me. So every hope to get reparation and freedom having been killed in me by each and all the words and deeds of Massachusetts' black-gowned, puritanic, cold-blooded murderers, on the first day of the 1927, I formulated the wish, the wove, that I am get out within this year, no matter if alive or death. And I hope with all my force that this will come true. By it I do not mean suicide." As the short and frigid days moved toward the final year, the clamor from overseas echoed more loudly within the United States. The obscure foreigners who had stood up in court that sultry summer evening of 1921 to hear the foreman, Ripley, pronounce the verdict against them, could at least console themselves that their names had been blazoned round the world. They who had traveled on the swaying Brockton trolley talking of a Sunday meeting of a few dozen immigrants now could conjure up hundreds of meetings in dozens of countries. Proudly they accepted the fact that they had become symbols. End of section 26. Section 27 of Tragedy in Dedham, the story of the Sacco-Vanzetti case by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. 1927. Part 1. The state prison's new electric plant went into use 5 days after New Year's, when 3 young men known as the Car Barn Bandits were executed. Following executions, the warden customarily served a buffet supper to the witnesses and the press. So, when on January 4th Vanzetti noticed 3 hams being cooked in the kitchen for the warden's house, he knew it was the bandits' turn. The 3, Edward Heinlein, John Devereux, and John McLaughlin, had held up the night cashier at the Waltham Car Barn on October 4th, 1925. While escaping, Devereux had shot and killed an elderly night watchman who tried to stop them. They were caught the same night, and by the next day the press had already labeled them the Car Barn Bandits. At their trial, Devereux admitted that he had fired the fatal shot, but said he had meant to fire at the ground. He told the court that he did not see why his 2 friends should suffer for what he had done. Nevertheless, all 3 were found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. As faithful, if erring, Catholics, they walked to the chair accompanied by a priest, and their last look was at a crucifix held before their eyes. In the 6 months between their conviction and their execution, their fate caused more of a stir locally than did the postponed fate of Sacco and Vanzetti. All three had served in the army during the war, and Devereux had been wounded. They were Irish by descent, and whatever their faults, they had remained true to their church. The mothers of the three organized a Massachusetts clemency committee and presented the governor, Alvan Fuller, a petition of 120,000 names that included those of 3 ex-governors. Protest meetings were held all summer and autumn. In a desperate last appeal, the mothers visited Fuller in his office and got down on their knees in front of him to pray for their sons' lives. But the governor was adamant. As he had often publicly stated, he believed in the death penalty as a deterrent, in less sentimentality about murders, in modernization of the law, and more religion in life. If Fuller had been a politician rather than a businessman, he would not have hesitated about commuting the sentences, for no Massachusetts politician in his senses would have let 3 Irish Catholic ex-servicemen go to the chair. To the astute it had long been clear that the descendants of the famine immigrants, who had taken over Boston in 1902 with the election of Mayor John F. "Honey" Fitzgerald, would before long take over the Commonwealth. That Fuller's belief in the salutary effects of capital punishment could overrule his concern for this powerful voting bloc would make it that much more difficult for him later to consider clemency for 2 anarchist, atheist, alien slackers. The execution of the Car Barn bandits filled the Boston Irish with resentments that were transferred with accrued bitterness to Sacco and Vanzetti. Fuller prided himself on not being a politician. His favorite maxim was Calvin Coolidge's "more business in government, less government in business," and he had $40 million to prove his point. Never had he bothered to conceal his contempt for the Republican bosses of Massachusetts, with their well-established escalator system of advancement that he was rich enough to disregard. In fact, his contempt for them and his successful defiance of their candidates had made him seem, outside the Commonwealth, something of a LaGuardia-type liberal. In 1912 he had broken with the Republican State Committee to support Theodore Roosevelt's Bull Moose Party. In 1916, again in disregard of the State Committee, he had run for Congress as an independent, defeating the regular Republican candidate. During 2 terms in Congress, he distinguished himself chiefly by attacking abuses of the franking privilege and the mileage allowance. However, he did not hesitate to defy Massachusetts senior senator Henry Cabot Lodge by supporting the League of Nations. In 1920, he again frustrated the state Republican bosses by taking the nomination for lieutenant governor away from their designated candidate. He served the conventional 2 terms as lieutenant governor before defeating James Michael Curley for the governorship in 1924. In 1926, he was easily reelected. As he approached his 50th birthday, he could take satisfaction in being both the leader of his state and the richest man in Massachusetts. His granite-faced neo-Renaissance mansion on the waterside of Beacon Street occupied the site of 2 brownstone townhouses that had belonged to Mrs. Jack Gardner. Old ladies might shrug their shoulders and whisper behind his back at the Longwood Cricket Club, but no one could deny him entry anywhere. The lean bicycle mechanic had become portly in middle age, his confident, asymmetrical face plumping over his stiff collar. His lobeless ears clung close to his head, his thinning hair clung to his scalp, and he had curiously amber-tinted eyes that many found disconcerting. His mouth looked like a dollar sign set sideways. On the stubby little finger of his left hand, with its moonless nail, he wore a gold signet ring with the resurrected Fuller crest. When in an affable mood, he used to say he would like to run a newspaper and teach Sunday school. The unspoken image that fluttered in his mind during his final term as governor was the Republican National Convention of 1928, with its shimmering prospect of the vice presidential nomination. It was not an impossible thought, after all, for mousy Calvin Coolidge had managed it 8 years before from the same governor's chair on the strength of one of his copybook maxims pronounced during the Boston police strike. There is no right to strike against the public safety by anybody, anywhere, anytime. On January 27th and 28th, 1927, in Boston's Pemberton Square Courthouse, Thompson, assisted by airmen, appeared before the Massachusetts Supreme Court to argue against Judge Thayer's denial of the Medeiros motion. It was the coldest weather in 2 years, with a high wind curling up State Street and the fringes of the harbor beginning to freeze. The courtroom was almost empty as Thomas developed his thesis. Not until he mentioned Judge Thayer could one sense the restrained passion behind the quiet voice. I must refer to a thing that I am almost ashamed to mention. The judge, having spent a page and a half of his decision in vituperation of myself, suggested that my belief in the innocence of these defendants was due to a mental disease. He also suggested that there had been fraud and deceit in the methods used in procuring this evidence. Thompson then pointed out various misstatements in Thayer's decision, such as that the Supreme Court had approved the jury's verdict when it had done nothing of the kind, and accused him of being so overwrought by the case that he was not capable of reasoning with a calm mind free from impartiality. Beyond all the renewed arguments about Medeiros, the Department of Justice, and other points, Thompson's chief contention was that the defendants were entitled to a new trial because there had been an abuse of judicial discretion. In the thin winter light of the musty, echoing courtroom, the stiff faces of the 5 justices looked like Copley portraits of a century and a half earlier. Chief Justice Arthur Prentice Rugg presided, flanked by Henry King Braley, William Cushing Waite, John Crawford Crosby, and Edward Peter Pierce. New England names, bloodless New England features. To Thompson they seemed as chill as the city streets outside. Vanzetti was pessimistic about the appeal. We know that in a case of such nature as ours, legality alone is insufficient. Mr. Thompson has known to place the case in such perfect manner before the Supreme Court that if the justices wish, they can give us justice now. Therefore, if they are going to a refusal, it would unmistakably prove that they have prostituted their consciences, their intellect, and will to a categoric order of an invisible and transcendental master or class. The appearance of Felix Frankfurter's article, The Case of Sacco and Vanzetti, in the March issue of the Atlantic Monthly, initiated the final world-shaking stage of the case. The Atlantic still remained the voice of conservative, intellectual America. For 70 years its staid ochre cover with the oval intaglio cut of Poseidon and his seahorse had borne the names of Lowell, Longfellow, Whittier, Emerson, Hales, Home, James, and Howells. That it should now feature an article by a Harvard Law School professor attacking the trial, the jury, the witnesses, the verdict, and the Massachusetts judiciary gave the affair at once a national significance. The stirrings in Europe, the mutterings in New England, had now become articulate. Frankfurter's article was like a lighted fuse leading to a powder magazine. Sacco and Vanzetti became familiar names in all the 48 states, not just among the urban left liberals, but in the suburbs and the small towns and the women's clubs and the little brick Carnegie libraries. For most of those who read it, Frankfurter's attack was their factual introduction to the background of a case they had heard about only vaguely. Deftly and concisely, the law school professor explained how the 2 men had come to be arrested, described the method of selecting the jury, Katzmann's harrying cross-examination of Sacco, Judge Thayer's patriotic rhetoric, and the later discrediting of various witnesses. Accepting the hypothesis that the Morelli gang committed the South Braintree murders, he asserted with deep regret that Thayer's ruling on the Medeiros motion was a farrago of misquotations, misrepresentations, suppressions, and mutilations. The weakness in Frankfurter's article was that, basically, the prosecution had a more formidable case against the two men than readers of The Atlantic would have gathered. Of the expanded book version that appeared the same month, Judge Oliver Wendell Holmes wrote to Harold Laski, "My prejudices were all with Felix's book, but after all, it's simply showing, if it was right, that the case was tried in a hostile atmosphere. I doubt if anyone would say there was no evidence warranting a conviction." With the appearance of the Atlantic article, Frankfurter became the moving spirit of the Sacco-Vanzetti defense. Even Thompson turned to him. His were the final decisions as to tactics and action. Lithe, dark, youthful in manner, but obviously the professor, the 45-year-old Frankfurter was as intense as he was opinionated, the picture of academic intellectualism without its self-deprecatory pose. Whenever he appeared at the Hanover Street headquarters, he always managed to look as brisk as if he had just walked over from Cambridge, as he sometimes had. He and Governor Fuller shared a common start from nothing, and were both driven by the same fierce will to succeed. But the governor saw success as the power of money, while the professor saw it as the power of the mind. Felix Frankfurter had been sure of himself from the day he arrived in New York from Vienna as a 12-year-old immigrant, bookish and eager, speaking no English, yet shortly afterward leading his classes in the Lower East Side's Public School 25. At the Harvard Law School, which he entered more or less by chance in 1903, he stood for 3 years first in his class, receiving the highest honor of becoming an editor of the Law Review. After graduation, he served as assistant to Secretary of War Henry Stimson in the Taft administration, continuing briefly into Wilson's first term. Just 10 years after the unknown Frankfurter had entered the Harvard Law School, Professor Edward Warren enticed him back with an invitation to join the faculty. Frankfurter had not concerned himself with the Sacco-Vanzetti case during the trial or immediately following it. Only when he saw the headlines in the autumn of 1923 that Thompson had accused the prosecution of a frame-up in regard to Captain Proctor's testimony did he begin to take an interest. After he read that Proctor had sworn that when he said "consistent with," he did not really think the bullet had gone through the gun, his neutrality evaporated. And when Katzman, in reply to Proctor, said he had not repeatedly asked the question, that settled it. Frankfurter wrote his Atlantic article with, as he himself boasted, the intention of jolting minds. On April 5th, in the Pemberton Square Courthouse, the Supreme Court handed down its decision. Guards took their places all through the cavernous building. Deputy sheriffs and court officers patrolled the corridors. Guards were also placed in front of the railings of Governor Fuller's Beacon Street mansion and sent to Judge Thayer's home in Worcester. The decision upheld Judge Thayer at every point. Through the late afternoon, the news, first chalked up on the bulletin boards of Newspaper Row on Washington Street, spread through the business district like wildfire. Everyone wanted to know just one thing. What could the two Italians do now? According to Massachusetts law, the court was limited to determining whether the trial judge had committed any errors of law or abuses of discretion. These were the limitations rigidly held to by Judge Waite in his opinion. Could Thayer conscientiously, intelligently, and honestly have reached the result he has reached? The court asked itself collectively, and answered through Justice Waite that he could have. The granting or the denial of a motion for a new trial of an indictment for murder rests in the judicial discretion of the trial judge, and his decision will not be disturbed unless it is vitiated by errors of law or abuse of discretion. The question of the guilt or innocence of the defendants was not a matter for consideration. Citing a civil case, Davis v. Boston Elevated Railway, as precedent, the court ruled, "It is not imperative that a motion for a new trial of an indictment for murder based on newly discovered evidence be granted. even though the evidence is newly discovered and, if presented to a jury, would justify a different verdict. The Massachusetts tradition, sternly enforced by Chief Justice Rugg, was that the Supreme Judicial Court decisions were unanimous, but that behind the ruling of April 5th, there may have been some suppressed stirrings of doubt was indicated by an incident related by Herbert Ehrman. In 1938, as he was addressing a Boston Bar Association memorial meeting in honor of Thompson, he noticed Justice Pierce in the audience. Pierce had been a member of the Massachusetts Supreme Court during the entire period of the Sacco-Vanzetti case, and Ehrman felt uneasy over the critical remarks he was about to make. When, however, the meeting was over, the justice came forward with tears pouring down his cheeks, grasped Ehrman's hand, and said in a broken voice, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Following the Supreme Court's decision, District Attorney Wilbar asked for imposition of sentence, and a special session was called at the Dedham Courthouse for Saturday, April 9th. In Charlestown, meanwhile, Warden Hendry transferred Vanzetti to the state prison's grim and ancient Cherry Hill section to protect him from the unwelcome attention of curious visitors. Outside Massachusetts, the protests were immediate. The Committee for the Defense of Victims of Fascism and the White Terror sent a wire from France to President Coolidge, signed by Henri Barbusse, Romain Rolland, and Albert Einstein, requesting the liberation of Sacco and Vanzetti. From Berlin, the International Red Aid cabled Governor Fuller demanding pardon and release in the name of 500,000 members. The Regional Federation of Labor in Buenos Aires called a 48-hour strike to protest the court's decision. Letters, telegrams, and cables poured in on Governor Fuller, at whose ornate wrought-iron gate the problem had now been left. Privately, Fuller considered that the court's word should be the last word, but publicly he announced that the evidence in the case had never been presented to him, and that consequently he had not formed any opinion. On April 7th, as if to emphasize his detachment, he bought another Gainsborough portrait, Master Heathcote, from Sir Joseph Duveen. The day of the sentencing broke cold and damp and gray. At Charlestown, Vanzetti was waked at 5 o'clock. He ate his breakfast of frankfurts, baked potatoes, bread, and coffee, then, since he would not be returning immediately to the state prison, wrapped his belongings in brown paper. After he had finished, he went to the rotunda, where he sat calmly smoking his pipe until the car came to take him to Dedham. As he left, he waved a friendly goodbye to Warden Hendry. He rejoined Sacco in the library of the Dedham jail. Again they embraced gravely. Shortly before 10, a bus took them to court. They left surrounded by a dozen deputies and 3 policemen with shotguns. The courthouse was again surrounded by police with rifles. Admission was by ticket, obtainable only by those connected with the defense or the prosecution, plus the curious-minded with political pull. Felicani, Mary Donovan, and Mrs. Evans' secretary, Anna Bloom, arrived at the courthouse a little after 9, only to find the iron gates locked. A janitor refused to let them in until ordered to by a state trooper. Mrs. Evans, who had broken her ankle recently, limped up the steps in the company of Sarah Ehrman and Mrs. Gertrude Winslow, the secretary of the community church. Rosina Sacco did not appear. The prosecution was represented by Albert Briard and state detectives Fleming and Ferrari. When Sacco and Vanzetti stepped from the bus, they were handcuffed together, and Vanzetti was handcuffed to Deputy Sheriff Caldwell. Both prisoners wore shabby overcoats with velvet collars. Sacco had on a dark suit, a dark necktie, and a felt hat. Vanzetti was wearing a bow tie and a full light brown cap that seemed to exaggerate the droop of his mustache. They stood for a few minutes by the granite steps, smiling and self-possessed in spite of the guards. At the request of the photographers and newsreel men, they took off their hats and faced in various directions. The 2 men had aged much in 6 years. After several minutes they were marched through the iron gate and upstairs. At the door to the courtroom the jail chaplain, William Beale, chatted with them briefly. Just as their handcuffs were being removed before they entered the cage, Mrs. Evans caught their eye and tried to get to her feet. A deputy ordered her to sit down. The quiet in the waiting courtroom was broken only by the ticking of the marble-faced clock. One of the reporters had the feeling that everyone present was holding his breath. Judge Thayer got out of his car just as the clock of the First Church across Court Street was striking 10. He was wearing a derby, as was the ham-faced state detective who accompanied him, and though he skipped up the steps briskly enough, he looked frail. The years, culminating in this moment, had brought about a curious transposition that was sensed by everybody in the waiting room. For it was as if somehow the defendants had become the prosecutors and the judge the defendant. Thayer himself seemed to sense it as he strode into the courtroom, preceded by a deputy and Clerk Worthington's warning cry. He sat down, smoothed his gown, but did not look at the men in the cage 30 feet in front of him. The preliminaries were so brief that they were over before they could make an impression. District Attorney Wilbar, in an almost inaudible voice, asked that sentence now be imposed on the 2 defendants convicted of murder in the first degree, the sentence to be executed during the week of July 10. Clerk Worthington then asked, "Nicola Sacco, have you anything to say why sentence of death should not be passed on you?" Sacco stood up, stared at Judge Thayer, then began slowly to speak. "Yes, sir. I am not an orator. It is not very familiar with me, the English language, and as I know, as my friend has told me, my comrade Vanzetti will speak more long, so I thought to give him the chance." After the halting beginning, his words began to flow more freely, as he felt himself stirred by the impassioned moment. He held a small piece of paper in one hand, and every now and then he slapped the railing of the cage with the other. "I never know, never heard, even read in history, anything so cruel as this court. After 7 years prosecuting, they still consider us guilty, and these gentle people are arrayed with us in this court today. I know the sentence will be between 2 classes, the oppressed class and the rich class, and there will always be collision between one and the other. We fraternize the people with the books, with the literature. You persecute the people, tyrannize over them and kill them. We try the education of people always. You try to put a path between us and some other nationality that hates each other. That is why I am here today on this bench, for having been the oppressed class. Well, you are the oppressor. You know it, Judge Thayer. You know all my life. You know why I have been here, and after 7 years that you have been persecuting me and my poor wife, you still today sentence us to death. I would like to tell all my life, but what is the use? You know all about what I say before, and my friend, that is my comrade, will be talking, because he is more familiar with the language, and I will give him a chance. My comrade, the mankind, the kind man to all children, you sentence him 2 times, in the Bridgewater case and in the Dedham case, connected with me, and you know he is innocent. You forget all the population that has been with us for 7 years, to sympathize and give us all their energy and all their kindness. You do not care for them. Among that people's and the comrades and the working class, there is a big legion of intellectual people which have been with us for 7 years, but do not commit the iniquitous sentence. But still the court goes ahead. And I thank you all, you peoples, my comrades, who have been with me for 7 years, with the Sacco-Vanzetti case, and I will give my friend a chance. I forgot one thing which my comrade remember me. As I said before, Judge Thayer know all my life, and he know I am never been guilty, never, not yesterday, nor today, nor forever." In 5 minutes it was over, and for an instant the atmosphere of the courtroom loosened with a rustling and shuffle of feet and a few coughs, then tightened as Clerk Worthington called on Vanzetti. As he stood up, Vanzetti appeared calm, almost cheerful, and his voice at the beginning was deceptively gentle. He held a few penciled notes. Yes. What I say is that I am innocent, not only of the Braintree crime, but also of the Bridgewater crime. That I am not only innocent of these two crimes, but in all my life I have never stole, and I have never killed, and I have never spilled blood. That is what I want to say. And it is not all. Not only am I innocent of these two crimes, not only in all my life I have never stole, never killed, never spilled blood, but I have struggled all my life, since I began to reason, to eliminate crime from the earth. Everybody that knows these two arms knows very well that I did not need to go in between the street and kill a man to take money. I can live with my two arms, and live well. Now, I should say that I am not only innocent of all these things, not only have I never committed a real crime in all my life, though some sins, but not crimes. Not only have I struggled all my life to eliminate crimes, the crimes that the official law and the official moral condemns, but also the crime that the official moral and the official law sanctions and sanctifies, the exploitation and the oppression of the man by the man. And if there is a reason why I am here as a guilty man, if there is a reason why you in a few minutes can doom me, it is this reason, and none else. Judge Thayer stared at his bench as if he were unaware of the man addressing him. The judge's impassivity nettled Vanzetti, and as he continued, his voice showed it. His eyes seemed to flash at the bent figure whom he had once called a black-gowned cobra. Is it possible that only a few on the jury, only 2 or 3 men, who would condemn their mother for worldly honor and for earthly fortune, is it possible that they are right against what the world, the whole world, has say it is wrong, and that I know that it is wrong? If there is one that I should know it, if it is right or if it is wrong, it is I and this man. You see, it is 7 years that we are in jail. What we have suffered during these 7 years no human tongue can say, and yet you see me before you, not trembling. You see me looking you in your eyes straight, not blushing, not changing color, not ashamed or in fear. Eugene Debs say that not even a dog, something like that, not even a dog that killed chickens would have been found guilty by American jury with the evidence that the Commonwealth have produced against us. I say that not even a leprous dog would have his appeal refused 2 times by the Supreme Court of Massachusetts. Not even a leprous dog. We know that you have spoke yourself and have spoke your hostility against us, and your despisement against us with friends of yours on the train, at the University Club of Boston, on the Golf Club of Worcester, Massachusetts. I am sure that if the people who know all what you say against us would have the civil courage to take the stand, maybe your honor, I am sorry to say this because you are an old man and I have an old father, but maybe you would be beside us in good justice at this time. The record of Vanzetti's first trial is incomplete, and though the phrase does not appear in the transcript or in the newspaper accounts, Thayer was said by members of the defense committee who were in the courtroom to have instructed the jury that the defendant's beliefs were cognate with the crime. Vanzetti now threw that in Thayer's face, as well as the fact that his sentence for attempted robbery was double that of other prisoners in Charlestown convicted of actual robbery. At the recollection, he struck angrily against the rail of the cage with his notes. You know, if we would have had Mr. Thompson, or even the brother McAnerney in the first trial in Plymouth, you know that no jury would have found me guilty. My first lawyer has been a partner of Mr. Katzman, as he is still now. My first lawyer of the defense, Mr. Vahey, has not defended me, has sold me for 30 golden money like Judas sold Jesus Christ. If that man has not told to you or to Mr. Katzman that he know I was guilty, it is because he know that I was not guilty. That man has done everything indirectly to hurt us. He has made long speech with the jury about things that do matter nothing, and on the point of essence to the trial he has passed over with few words or with complete silence. This was a premeditation, in order to give the jury the impression that my own defender has nothing good to say, has nothing good to urge in defense of myself, and therefore go around the bush on little things that amount to nothing, and let pass the essential points either in silence or with a very weakly resistance. We were tried during a time that has now passed into history. I mean by that a time when there was a hysteria of resentment and hate against the people of our principles, against the foreigner, against slackers, and it seems to me, rather I am positive of it, that both you and Mr. Katzman has done all what were in your power in order to work out, in order to agitate still more the passion of the juror, the prejudice of the juror against us. But the jury were hating us because we were against the war, and the jury don't know that it makes any difference between a man that is against the war because he believes that the war is unjust, because he hates no country, because he is a cosmopolitan, and a man that is against the war because he is in favor of the other country that fights against the country in which he is, and therefore a spy, and he commits any crime in the country in which he is in behalf of the other country in order to serve the other country. We are not men of that kind. Katzman know very well that. Katzman know that we were against the war because we did not believe in the purpose for which they say that the war was done. We believe it that the war is wrong, and we believe it more now, after 10 years that we understood it day by day, the consequences and the result of the after-war. We believe now more than ever that the war was wrong, and we are against war more now than ever. And I am glad to be on the doomed scaffold if I can say to mankind, look out, you are in a catacomb of the flower of mankind. For what? All that they say to you, all that they have promised to you, it was a lie, it was an illusion, it was a cheat, it was a fraud, it was a crime. They promised you liberty. Where is liberty? They promised you prosperity. Where is prosperity? They have promised you elevation. Where is elevation? He accused Katzman of breaking the agreement not to mention the Plymouth trial. He accused the Commonwealth of being more responsible than the defense for the delays. He accused Thayer of deliberately handing down his Plymouth decision on Christmas Eve to poison the heart of our family and of our beloved. For even though they did not believe in the fable of the evening of Christmas, nevertheless we are human, and Christmas is sweet to the heart of every man. The marble-faced clock had ticked off 40 minutes. Vanzetti disregarded his notes now. In his long deliberated conclusion he had no need of them. His deep-set eyes took on the searing quality that Chief Stewart had remarked on 7 years before. Well, I have already said that I not only am not guilty of these 2 crimes, but I never commit a crime in my life. I have never steal, and I have never kill, and I have never spilt blood, and I have fought against the crime, and I have fought and I have sacrificed myself even to eliminate the crimes that the law and the church legitimate and sanctify. This is what I say. I would not wish to a dog or to a snake, to the most low and misfortunate creature of the earth, I would not wish to any of them what I have had to suffer for things that I am not guilty of. But my conviction is that I have suffered for things I am guilty of. I am suffering because I am a radical, and indeed I am a radical. I have suffered because I was an Italian, and indeed I am an Italian. I have suffered more for my family and for my beloved than for myself. But I am so convinced to be right that if you could execute me 2 times, and if I could be reborn again 2 other times, I would live again to do what I have done already. I have finished. Thank you. He stood there, a spare, slightly stooped figure, his face pale behind the screen of the swooping mustache, his eyes still glittering with suppressed emotion. Judge Thayer's precise, arctic voice broke the silence, moving on in a few phrases to the sentencing. There was a hushed tenseness as everyone leaned forward to catch the ritual words. First, the court pronounces the sentence of Nicola Sacco. It is considered and ordered by the court that you, Nicola Sacco, suffer the punishment of death by the passage of a current of electricity through your body within the week beginning on Sunday, the 10th day of July, in the year of our Lord, 1927. Except for Thayer's voice, there was only the muffled sound of a few women sobbing. It is considered and ordered by the court that you, Bartolomeo Vanzetti. Vanzetti's interrupting voice was like a stone shattering thin ice. "Wait a minute, please, Your Honor," he called out. "May I speak with my lawyer, Mr. Thompson?" Thompson, within the bar enclosure, was so taken aback that all he could do was mutter to the court, "I do not know what he wants to say." Judge Thayer brushed aside the interruption. "I think I should pronounce the sentence. Bartolomeo Vanzetti, suffer the punishment of death." Sacco broke in, shrill and furious, and as he stood he stretched his arm and pointed at Judge Thayer. "You know I am innocent," he shouted, his facial muscles bunched in fury. "That is the same words I pronounced 7 years ago. You condemn 2 innocent men." For a moment it seemed as if the long-sustained decorum of the neoclassic room was dissolving, but Thayer's impervious voice continued with the regularity of the ticking clock. "By the passage of a current of electricity through your body within the week beginning on Sunday, the 10th day of July, in the year of our Lord, 1927. This is the sentence of the law." He paused, gathering his gown about him in a preliminary gesture before he announced, "We will now take a recess." Without a glance at the men he had sentenced, he stood up and walked slowly down from the bench and out into the corridor that led to his chambers. As Sacco and Vanzetti were again being handcuffed, their friends, Italian and American, crowded round them trying to touch them, to clasp their hands. Mrs. Evans hobbled up close enough to call out cheerfully, "There's lots to hope for yet." There were tears in Vanzetti's eyes. Mary Donovan pushed forward, her cheeks wet. "Do not cry, Mary," he told her. "Keep a brave front." Then the guards and deputies intervened. End of section 27. Section 28 of Tragedy in Dedham, the Sacco and Vanzetti case by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1927, Part 2. Vanzetti, brooding in his cell, thought less of the sentence than of the words he had not been allowed to speak. Next day, with the eloquence of death on him, he wrote out his eulogy of Sacco, telling Thompson that it was the most important thing he had to say, and that "I would have given half my blood to be allowed to speak again. I have talked a great deal of myself, but I even forgot to name Sacco. Sacco, too, is a worker from his boyhood, a skilled worker, lover of work, with a good job and pay, a bank account, a good and lovely wife, 2 beautiful children, and a neat little home at the verge of a wood near a brook. Sacco is a heart, a faith, a character, a man lover of nature and of mankind, a man who gave all, who sacrificed all to the cause of liberty and to his love for mankind, money, rest, mundane ambitions, his own wife, his children, himself and his own life. Sacco has never dreamt to steal, never to assassinate. He and I have never brought a morsel of bread to our mouths, from our childhood to today, which has not been gained by the sweat of our brows. Never. His people also are in good position and of good reputation. Oh yes, I may be more witful, as some have put it. I am a better babbler than he is, but many, many times in hearing his heartful voice ringing a faith sublime, in considering his supreme sacrifice, remembering his heroism, I felt small at the presence of his greatness, and found myself compelled to fight back from my eyes the tears, and quench my heart troubling to my throat to not weep before him, this man called thief and assassin and doomed. But Sacco's name will live in the hearts of the people and in their gratitude, when Katzmann's and yours bones will be dispersed by time, when your name, his name, your laws, institution, and your false God are but a dim remembering of a cursed past in which man was wolf to the man. Over the weekend, Thompson told reporters that he felt Sacco and Vanzetti could derive no benefit from further proceedings in the Massachusetts courts, and that he was not prepared to take steps designed merely to delay their execution. Moore would have acted very differently, would in fact have taken any steps, scrupulous or otherwise, and two at a time, that he thought might prolong the men's lives. But to Moore, justice was a class shell game that he was ready to operate as trickily as his opponents. "At least I have kept them alive," he was able to say as he left Boston. Thompson still kept his faith in the traditional impartiality of the law. He would not play tricks with it. Anticipating the adverse decision of April 5th, Thompson, a few days earlier, accompanied by John Moores, Dr. Morton Prince, and Professor Frank Taussig, had called on the Episcopal Bishop of Massachusetts, William Lawrence, to ask his help in persuading Governor Fuller to appoint a commission to review the whole proceedings. It struck none of these Boston-bred men as strange to turn to a bishop in a matter of law. On the contrary, it seemed to them the most obvious step to take, for during a third of a century the voice of Bishop Lawrence had become the ethical voice of Massachusetts. Bishop Lawrence combined uniquely, in his person, the dominant strands of the community. Descended from the founders of the Bay Colony, he could walk through Boston along streets named for his ancestors. As successor to Phillips Brooks, who had preached before Queen Victoria, he concluded the reconciliation of upper-class Boston to Episcopalianism after the disestablishment of the Revolution. His income came from the textile industry that his relatives, the Lawrences, the Lowells, and the Abbotts, had established. Though he was a second-generation Episcopalian, the blood of ancestral Calvinism still coursed in his veins. By and large, he observed to his acquaintances, it had been his experience that the more godly members of the community were the more financially successful. As a young curate in industrial Lawrence, he would cheerfully give up an afternoon to visit a crippled spinner of his congregation, yet not think it strange that the man was earning 80 cents a day. As a bishop and member of the corporation of Harvard University, he would undertake to raise $5 million for the new Harvard Business School, and also not think it strange. A stocky man with a glowing face, Bishop Lawrence looked a cherubic Puritan. He eschewed rings, mitre, and crozier, pectoral crosses, black suits, and clerical collars, preferring English tweeds and gray felt hats. He received Thompson's delegation, representative of the law, medicine, State Street, and the Academy, as a matter of course. He knew at once what his duty was. "Sent to Governor," he noted in his diary, a letter saying that in Sacco-Vanzetti's sentence thousands of citizens felt that they had not had a fair trial, and asking the governor to call leading and trusted men to his advice. As both the sender and the recipient were aware, the letter, dated April 11th, was more nearly a command. "Your Excellency, 2 men, having been tried by the courts of Massachusetts for murder, have now been sentenced to death. Upon you falls the heavy and responsible duty of carrying out the sentence unless you are moved to take other action. Confidence in the courts of Massachusetts, which has justified itself for generations, leads its citizens to assume the sentence given is just and should be carried out. There are, however, we believe, thousands of citizens of the Commonwealth who, having read or studied such parts of the proceedings in the Superior Court as have appeared in the public press, have serious doubts as to whether these 2 men have had a fair trial. They were, as the law requires, tried by a judge and jury and found guilty. Motions for a new trial on grounds of newly discovered evidence were heard by the same judge and denied. Exceptions on points of law were taken to the Supreme Court and unanimously overruled, but the Supreme Court could not, under our law, reconsider and revise the findings of fact of the trial court or the exercise of the trial judge's discretion. Hence have arisen the doubts of the citizens for whom we venture to speak. Knowing well your sense of justice, your integrity of purpose, and your courage when assured of the rightness of your position, we ask with great earnestness that you call to your aid several citizens of well-known character, experience, ability, and sense of justice, to make a study of the trial and advise you. We believe that it is due to the exceptional conditions of the case, to yourself, and to the state, that these doubts be allayed, and that it could be made evident to all citizens that the Commonwealth has done full justice to herself as well as to these men, and also that you may have strong and intelligent support in whatever decision you may make. Right Reverend William A. Lawrence. Additional signatures were superfluous. Nevertheless, as if to underline his position, the bishop took care to have his letter signed by 3 most proper Bostonians: fellow Harvard Corporation member Charles Curtis, Jr., Hernan Burr, as well known in the city as a lawyer and financier as he was unknown elsewhere, and Roland Boyden of Ropes, Gray, Boyden and Perkins, a law firm whose name was said to have such magic force that it was seldom mentioned. One only thought of it. The letter was not immediately made public. Meanwhile, on April 12th, Representative Roland Sawyer, a Congregational minister, who for 14 years had represented Ware and several other small western Massachusetts towns in the state legislature, drew up a resolution which he presented in the House of Representatives to provide for a special commission to examine and review the proceedings of the Commonwealth against Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti. Sawyer realized that the measure had no chance of passing, but he felt that a public hearing on it would be the informal equivalent of a trial, and that additional evidence there presented would undermine the prosecution's case to such an extent that it would make the carrying out of the death sentences impossible. Thompson favored Sawyer's plan, but Frankfurter, after meeting with the defense committee in a downtown law office, decided against it. He told Sawyer that he had confidence in Fuller. Sawyer's resolution was rejected in the legislature by a rising vote of 146 to 6. The next move was Governor Fuller's. He who a few weeks before had announced that he had not formed an opinion had now become the court of last appeal. In a few more weeks a stroke of his pen would have to decide whether it would be freedom for the 2 men, commutation of their sentences to life imprisonment, or death. To Thompson, who visited him privately, he announced that he could make no investigation unless he was requested to do so by Sacco and Vanzetti. Thompson promised to see that such a request was made. The written and telegraphed appeals, requests, and suggestions, now reaching the governor by the hundreds, were signed with such nationally known names as Rabbi Stephen Wise, novelist Gertrude Atherton, President Emeritus David Starr Jordan of Stanford University, and biographer Ida Tarbell. A Massachusetts communication was signed by author and Dr. Richard Cabot, John Hayes Hammond, the North Street millionaire industrialist, Harvard philosopher William Ernest Hawking, Harvard teacher and essayist Bliss Perry, and historians Samuel Eliot Morrison and Arthur Schlesinger. The name of Dean Pound of the Harvard Law School headed a petition signed by Francis Sayer, the son-in-law of Woodrow Wilson. The tone of most of these appeals was conciliatory, not to say flattering. That most tirelessly, some thought tiresomely, liberal of clergymen, John Haynes Holmes of New York's Community Church, expressed his strong faith in Governor Fuller's fairness. Fiorello LaGuardia, who had served with Fuller in Congress, wrote optimistically to the New York World that the governor was free from bigotry and prejudice and will investigate fairly and fully. The Nation believed, in an open letter, that the governor would fearlessly face the great issue that had aroused not only masses of Americans, but millions all over the world. Only the communists, seeing no advantage from their point of view in conciliating anybody, kept up a counterpoint of invective, the Daily Worker denouncing Fuller as that toothless troglodyte and flunky of the mill owners. Cardinal O'Connell, as urbane and adept a weigher of words as could be found in the Commonwealth, suggested an investigating commission indirectly when he urged that the governor reach his decision by making use of every human aid that he can possibly gather. Fuller himself, in an unexpected interview with Joseph Lilly of the Brooklyn Eagle, said that he did not know whether to appoint a commission or go over the case himself. There were rumors that Charles Evans Hughes would soon head a Sacco-Vanzetti commission, then contrary rumors that there would be no commission after all. The transcript continued to denounce the substitution of public opinion in the place of judicial conclusions. 9 out of 10 of the city's lawyers were agreed that when the courts had spoken, contrary voices should become mute. Robert Goodwin and Joseph Proctor, Jr., of the august firm of Goodwin, Proctor, Field, and Hoare, felt it their civic duty to try to offset the unaccountable aberration of Ropes, Gray, Boyden, and Perkins, by declaring that for Fuller to appoint a fact-finding commission would be an abdication of the powers of his office. Although the Massachusetts Supreme Court could not reply directly to its critics, it managed to find a semi-official defense in the pamphlet Sacco and Vanzetti in the Scales of Justice, written and published by its reporter of decisions, Ethelbert Vincent Grabel. For the reporter, the Massachusetts legal structure was a Parthenon inherited from the Puritans, and he claimed that he had been moved by the spirit of his ancestors to attempt to bring a wandering citizenry back to confidence in our courts, in their proceedings, and in our governor, and fortify and strengthen those who have not wandered. Grabel was untroubled by the proceedings at Dedham. For him, it was doubtful if Judge Thayer's charge was ever equaled for clearness, completeness, and fairness. He considered it presumptuous for anyone to ask the governor to appoint a review commission, and complained that having persons passing around petitions on the subject tends to stir up opposition to our Constitution and laws. Not until 2 weeks after the sentencing did Fuller finally ask District Attorney Ranney for the Sacco-Vanzetti records. On May 4th, Thompson brought the governor a formal petition in which Vanzetti asked to be set free from his sentence. Carefully, Vanzetti avoided the word pardon with its connotation of admitted guilt. He emphasized that he was asking for justice, not mercy. He pointed out to the governor that it would be unlikely for robbers to linger near the scene of a crime in order to address public meetings in behalf of persecuted radicals. Beyond this, the lengthy presentation was mostly a recapitulation of points that had been made in the various motions. Proctor's equivocations, the dubious character of the chief witnesses, Judge Thayer's prejudice, and the issue of radicalism. The petition came from Vanzetti alone. True to his resolve to take no further part in the defense, Sacco refused to sign it. As a result, he was again examined to determine whether he should be considered mentally responsible. Dr. Abraham Meyerson, who conducted the examination, reported that there is no question that the 7 years of his incarceration, mainly without employment and entirely preoccupied by his situation, have helped bring about an abnormal state in which his fanaticism has been intensified to an obsession. Though he is not insane, his inaccessibility to all reasoning and his emotional reactions are pathological. His mind has lost the flexibility which enables a man to adjust normally to situations. Governor Fuller received the petition without comment. On May 8th he tripped going upstairs and tore a tendon in his left leg. While he was confined to his Beacon Street house, reporters noted that among his visitors were the McInerney brothers and ex-district attorney Katzman. The first real inkling of what was going on behind the wrought iron gates of 150 Beacon Street was provided on May 12th, when Will Rogers, the gum-chewing, lariat-swinging comedian-philosopher, appeared in Boston for a one-night benefit at the Opera House. Before the performance he had visited Governor Fuller. "I don't know anything about this murder case that is interesting you in Massachusetts," Rogers told his Opera House audience, "but I want to tell you that your governor is working on it. I stopped in on my way here to sit with him for a few moments, and I found him in his room with crutches by his side. He had 3 or 4 pistols, and he had a big pile of books, the record of the case, and he is working away at it. I don't know what he is going to decide, of course, But I do know that he isn't going to be scared into deciding it, and I do know that when he makes his decision, it's going to be a decision he believes right down through him. He's terribly anxious about it, but he is going to get all the facts." It was clear at last that Governor Fuller was going to do his own investigating. Day after day now, the newspapers recorded the appearance of witnesses old and new, first at 150 Beacon Street, and then at the executive chambers in the State House. Through the late spring weeks, the governor interviewed the 11 surviving Dedham jurors and the 12 from Plymouth, Judge Thayer, and as many of the original witnesses as could be located, as well as the suppressed witness, Roy Gould. One day it was observed that he took Beltrando Brini to lunch. Another day he spent several hours with Lola Andrews' son, now Corporal Hassam of the U.S. Marine Corps. Assisting him were his sharp, bald, thin-lipped private counsel, Joseph Wiggin, his confidential secretary, Herman MacDonald, and Lieutenant Governor Frank Allen. Reporters could get no information from the gruff MacDonald, whose function was to act as buffer between the governor and the external world. This function he exercised with a gusto that earned him the nickname of Hard-Boiled Herman and the dislike of newspaper men and State House employees generally. When the Defense Committee protested against the secrecy of the governor's hearings, Fuller began consulting with Thompson and Ehrman. He refused, however, to allow representatives of the defense to confront witnesses in his presence. Vanzetti was convinced that the governor must have had him and Sacco in mind when he wrote the article, "Why I Believe in Capital Punishment," for the December 1926 issue of Success magazine. He wrote Mrs. Evans not to expect that Fuller will stand against the judiciary, the middle class, the big money, in behalf of 2 damned Dagos and anarchists. Nevertheless, as the weeks wore away with their succession of witnesses, Fuller appeared uneasy and uncertain. Robert Lincoln O'Brien, sitting next to him at a Boston University commencement dinner, hesitantly brought up the subject of Sacco and Vanzetti. Far from objecting, Fuller seemed eager to talk about it. He said he felt it was abhorrent that one man should have the decision in a capital case, that O'Brien would be surprised at the way much of the trial testimony had collapsed. According to O'Brien's later account, Fuller then told him he was going to settle the case in such a way that he could live with his conscience. As in Elizabethan tragic drama, there now occurred a clown's interlude, furnished by Edward Holton James, the bearded, pipe-smoking son of William and Henry James's black sheep alcoholic brother, Robertson. James was a dilettante with a townhouse on Mount Vernon Street and a country estate in Concord that had 2 houses, one for his wife and one for himself, where he built and repaired musical instruments. He described himself variously as a musician and as a lawyer, though whether he practiced either law or the violin was questionable. The millionaire pacifist, as the newspapers tagged him, had written a shrill pamphlet on the Sacco-Vanzetti case, a counterblast to Grabel's effort, in which he announced, "You had a crazy judge and jury in Plymouth. You had the same crazy judge with another crazy jury in Dedham. You had a crazy Supreme Court of Massachusetts, sitting in the courthouse in Boston, saying it was all right. The whole lot of them ought to be sitting in the insane asylum." On April 15th, James drove to South Braintree to reenact the crime and demonstrate the innocence of Sacco and Vanzetti. He had planned to recruit his cast from members of the Harvard Liberal Club, but at the last minute found himself speeding through the Blue Hills with only a solitary lawyer friend, Abraham Weirin, to play a bandit's part. At South Braintree, their efforts to pick up local volunteer actors drew a blank, and Thomas Freher, the Slater and Morrill superintendent, refused to let them into the factory. They glimpsed a moment of martyrdom when the chairman of the Board of Selectmen, Edward Avery, tried to stop their 2-man show, but the new police chief, John Haney, waved Avery back and told them to go ahead. A few days later, James returned alone to make some pencil sketches, and this time, while heads gawked from all the factory windows, Avery gave him 15 minutes to leave town. After telling Avery to go to hell, James at last had the satisfaction of being arrested and charged with disturbing the peace. He left $20 as bail money, which he later forfeited, and returned triumphantly to Boston in time for lunch. The pygmy sparrings of Grabel and James were succeeded by a battle of giants when on April 25th, Dean John Wigmore of the Northwestern University Law School commandeered the front page of the Transcript to answer Frankfurter's Atlantic article. Wigmore was one of the great scholars of his day, and his monumental treatise, The Law of Evidence, remains one of the classics of Anglo-American law. A Harvard graduate of the class of 1883, he was furious that Frankfurter should have so influenced intellectual and university opinion. He did not once mention Frankfurter by name, but referred to him with surly pedantry as the plausible pundit. To vindicate Massachusetts justice, I crave the opportunity of your pages to address the lawyers of the Commonwealth, he wrote the Transcript, and that paper obliged by giving his article the largest headline since those announcing the 1918 armistice. Calling the Frankfurter article neither fair nor accurate nor complete, Wigmore protested that the insinuation of a picked jury was baseless and worthy only of unscrupulous yellow journalism. He drummed on the fact that it was the defendants who had first brought up the subject of radicalism at the trial, asked why Frankfurter had not mentioned Sacco's cap, accused him of saying nothing about the passport found on Sacco's person the night of his arrest, proof in itself that the latter did not need to lie from fear of deportation. He asserted that if the Supreme Court had had any doubts of the defendant's guilt, it would have been astute enough to lay hold of some point of pure law as a ground for ordering a new trial, and pointed out that the defense at the time had taken no exception to Judge Thayer's charge. Finally, he set off a series of rhetorical questions that streaked like red rockets across the Transcript's stained pages. Is Massachusetts subject to dictates of international terrorists? Where has the like ever been known in modern history? The thugs of India, the Camorra of Naples, the Black Hand of Sicily, the anarchists of Tsardom, when did their attempts to impose their will by violence ever equal in range of operations and vicious directness the organized efficiency of this cabal to which Sacco and Vanzetti belong? Frankfurter received a copy of the Transcript in the early afternoon, and sat down at once to write his answer. Frank Buxton, the Herald's editor, held up the presses so that his reply could appear in the next morning's edition. In spite of the speed at which he had to write, Frankfurter had the advantages of a controlled temper and a deeper knowledge of the case. With mock mildness, he began by suggesting that Wigmore could not have read the record or the opinions of Judge Thayer with care. He pointed out that the prosecution knew all about Sacco's radicalism before the trial began, that the prosecution's excuse for the cross-examination did not hold. In his Atlantic article, he had challenged Judge Thayer's statement that the Supreme Court had approved the verdict. Wigmore having denied that Thayer had used the word, Frankfurter now pointed to the passage where it occurred in the decision on the Medeiros motion. He also showed that Wigmore had accepted as genuine an erroneous passage about Sacco's passport. He admitted not having mentioned Sacco's cap in his article, adding that he had dealt with it in his book. 2 weeks later, Wigmore came charging back with another piece for the Transcript, in which he accused his opponent, this time referred to as the contra-canonical critic, of violating Canon 20 of the American Bar Association's Code of Professional Ethics, which condemns newspaper publication by a lawyer as to pending or anticipated legislation, and of being behind-the-scenes counsel for Sacco and Vanzetti. He also determined that while Judge Thayer had used the word approved once, he had on 8 other occasions used affirmed or some similar neutral word. Insisting that the real issue was whether the trial had been unfair, a riot of political passion through the misconduct of the district attorney and the judge, Wigmore held that it had not been. If the bar of Massachusetts should take this body blow lying down, he concluded, they would deserve to suffer their profession polluted and their bench Bolshevized by agitators financed and led as this case has been. In writing to William Howard Taft some months after the executions, President Lowell of Harvard commented that Wigmore's ridiculous article looked as if there was nothing serious to be said on the side of the courts. Frankfurter was not to be drawn out by Wigmore's name-calling. His second reply in the Herald was as detached and temperate as before. He observed that Wigmore had answered nothing at all about Judge Thayer's mistaken interpolation about Sacco's passport, and it was still a fact, however Wigmore might feel about it, that Thayer had used the word approved. Frankfurter denied that the Massachusetts Supreme Court had the power the Northwestern dean attributed to it, and he concluded with the statement that in no sense in which lawyers responsibly use the term have I ever been of counsel for Sacco and Vanzetti. Through May, Governor Fuller continued his investigation to the exclusion of all other state business, sometimes spending 12 to 14 hours a day interviewing witnesses and reading documents. Since the imposition of the death sentences, he had received over 17,000 protesting letters and telegrams. Whatever he decided, he knew there would be an uproar. It was too much for one man. On June 1st, when rumor had all but settled the matter the other way, Secretary MacDonald announced that the governor had named a 3-man advisory committee to go over all the aspects of the Sacco-Vanzetti case. The 3 were President Lowell, Robert Grant, a retired probate judge, and President Samuel Stratton of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Several weeks before this appointment, Lowell, possibly at the suggestion of his cousin, Bishop Lawrence, had written Fuller to the effect that men with no sympathy for anarchists were troubled by the charges that the Sacco-Vanzetti trial had been unfair and the verdict unwarranted by the evidence. But even if the president of Harvard had not so written, he would have seemed to the governor the logical first choice for any such committee. Lowell incarnated to Fuller what he most admired: status, family, academic learning, inherited assurance, the things his Packard money could not buy. Abbott Lawrence Lowell, the Massachusetts spindle cities of Lowell and Lawrence were named for his forebears, was the 10th generation descendant of the Bristol merchant trader Percival Lowell, who in 1639, at the age of 67, had protested against the ship money tax by sailing for America with his family of 15. Second of the 2 armigerous families in early New England, the Lowells became one of the few truly dynastic families in America. Abbott Lawrence was a worthy, if not extraordinarily distinguished, member of his clan. Although in his early middle years he had written the solid, pedestrian The Government of England, and had been appointed professor of the science of government at Harvard, without the prestige of his family name he would never have succeeded Charles W. Eliot in 1907 to the presidency of America's oldest university. He was born in 1856, but his mind was a throwback to a decade earlier than that, before the Irish invasion, when Boston was still a mellow, self-contained brick town to which he and his sisters and his cousins and his aunts belonged, and which in turn belonged to them. To Lowell, the mass newcomers, the famine Irish and the later Italians and Jews, were an intrusion to the Athens of America that Boston might have been. Dismayed at the appearance among his undergraduates of increasing numbers of Polish-born Jewish day students, he at one time planned to limit their admission to Harvard to a small fixed quota. Yet Lowell, whatever the limitations of his outlook and sympathies, inherited a rectitude impervious to external pressures. When, during the Boston police strike of 1919, Harold Laski, then a temporary lecturer in political science at Harvard, spoke out in favor of the strikers, many local Harvard graduates denounced him as a traitor and a Bolshevik and demanded his dismissal. Lowell himself had opposed the policemen and even helped furnish strikebreakers from the undergraduates. But at the hint that the governing boards were considering getting rid of Lasky, he announced that if they exercised this undoubted legal right, his own resignation would immediately and irrevocably follow. In that same year, he took the side of the United States' entry into the League of Nations in a debate at Boston's Symphony Hall with the irreconcilable Henry Cabot Lodge. When Lowell agreed to serve on Fuller's committee, he did so reluctantly. From what he had read of the case in Frankfurter's Atlantic article, he told Judge Grant he rather expected to find that injustice had been done. Whatever the criticisms that dogged Lowell afterward, he would always feel that he had done his duty. No man would ever be able to accuse him of temporizing with what he thought was right. The only question centered in that qualifying word, thought. Ferris Grenslet, the well-disposed chronicler of the Lowell generations, remarked that although President Lowell had shown all his life an open mind, it was perhaps closed at one point only, against any action or consideration tending to show a flaw in the administration of justice in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. John Moores, Lowell's Harvard classmate, was blunter. He told Frankfurter that Lowell was incapable of seeing that 2 wops could be right and the Yankee judiciary wrong. At the time Lowell acceded to the governor's request, he was in his 72nd year, still briskly vigorous in walk and manner, although his Lowell features had begun to droop. It has been said that people, as they grow older, tend to resemble their dogs. Lowell, with his paunched and brooding face, seemed more and more to take on the look of the sad-eyed cocker spaniel that was the companion of his walks. At the outset of the committee deliberations, he assumed, as did everyone else except Judge Grant, that his was to be the controlling voice, and indeed the officially designated Governor's Advisory Committee became known almost at once as the Lowell Committee. Each day when the 3 men returned together to the State House after lunch, Grant and Stratton would head for the basement elevator, while Lowell would spring up the 41 granite steps leading to the porticoed entrance to the executive chambers. By the time the other 2 arrived, they would find him already seated at the head of the table preparing the agenda. Grant and Lowell had played together as children on Beacon Hill, and Grant, for all his self-effacing manner, resented the automatic assumption of authority by his younger playmate. Alphabetically, his name had come first on the governor's list, and he had, he felt, more right than Abbot Lawrence to head the committee, even if the latter had suggested his name to the governor. For 30 years, Grant had been judge of the Suffolk Court of Probate and Insolvency. From the cut of his mustache to the cut of his voice, he was a wispy man, with shoe-button eyes and an English accent once removed, part of the genteel, desiccated Boston that after its brief literary flowering had been withering away for 2 generations under the cloud of immigrants. A light versifier and wit, in hours filched from his not too arduous judicial duties, he had written unreadable novels about Boston that were at one time much read in the city. In 1908, while he was traveling in Italy, some of his luggage was stolen, whereupon he sent outraged appeals not only to the American ambassador but to the State Department in Washington. Several years later, in his autobiographical The Convictions of a Grandfather, he was still spluttering about Italian thievery. Before accepting his place on the committee, he did have the common sense to ask Fuller what he would do if he got a divided report. The governor replied that he would then consider that there was ground for doubt. Stratton, chosen by Fuller at Lowell's suggestion so that the committee would not seem too much of a Back Bay family affair, was an Illinois farm boy who had made himself into a mathematician, physicist, and engineer. As president of one of the country's great scientific schools, he inhabited a Cambridge divorced from the old literary associations. It was predicted that he would be of great help in evaluating the ballistics evidence and other technical points. So far as can be determined, he never opened his mouth during the 16 days that the committee met. When it came to the ballistics evidence, the Lowell Committee was undoubtedly greatly influenced by the findings of Major Calvin Goddard, a New York expert who came to Boston at the end of May on his own initiative, bringing with him a comparison microscope, and offering to make what he maintained would be conclusive tests on the shells and bullets offered in evidence at Dedham. He was accompanied by William Crawford, a reporter from the New York World, who called on Thompson to ask if he would cooperate in the holding of the tests. Resentful of Crawford's contemptuous remarks about Dr. Hamilton, Thompson declined, but said he would put no obstacles in Goddard's way. Ranney, for the district attorney's office, had no objections. When, in preparation, Goddard demonstrated his double-image microscope to Hamilton's supporting expert, Professor Gill, the latter was so taken with the simplicity and accuracy of its findings that he not only recommended its use to the governor, but announced that he himself would abide by the results. With Gill, Ranney, and Ehrman present, as well as a stenographer and Frank Buxton and Thomas Cairns of the Herald, Goddard examined the evidence of the clerk of court's office at Dedham on the afternoon of June 3rd. Comparing bullet 3 with a test bullet fired from Sacco's pistol, he suggested that Gill make the same comparison. "Well, what do you know about that?" Gill muttered to himself as he looked into the microscope. Goddard's conclusion was that the mortal bullet taken from Berardelli's body had been fired through Sacco's pistol, and could have been fired through no other. Gill, too, now became convinced of this, despite his earlier findings to the contrary. Ehrman, examining the identifying scratches on the base of bullet 3, remarked that they were irregular and almost indecipherable compared with the scratches on bullets 1, 2, and 4. Looking at the shells through his microscope, Goddard concluded that shell W had been fired in Sacco's pistol, and could have been fired in no other. Ehrman, Buxton, and Cairns did not find the comparison of the shells conclusive. Soon after these tests, Gill told Thompson that he now doubted his original findings, and wished to sever all connection with the case. His disavowal was followed by one from James Burns, another of the defense experts, who had recently become convinced, after studying certain microphotographs made earlier for Captain Van Amberg, that the Freyer shell had been fired in Sacco's gun. Goddard's report was forwarded without comment to Governor Fuller and to the Lowell Committee. Goddard claimed afterward that his tests would have been even more satisfactory if a sticky substance coating the bullets could have been removed. Ranney had been willing to have the bullets cleaned, but Thompson refused to approve of this under any circumstances, adding that he believed there had been trickery, and that the prosecution had made a substitution of bullets and shells among the exhibits. Goddard, in turn, said he had no opinion as to the genuineness of the exhibits, although he agreed that the scratches on bullet 3 were less clear than on the others. Before leaving Boston, in a deflating interview with Thompson, Goddard admitted that he had come to town with an adverse opinion about Sacco already formed, the result of studying Van Amberg's microphotographs. When he went on to express doubts about Hamilton, Thompson produced a letter that the aspiring Goddard had written the druggist expert in 1924, asking his advice about starting a career in ballistics identification. Goddard's reply was that he knew more about Hamilton now than he had known in 1924, and the interview ended with Thompson angrily defending Hamilton as a man of honor. The uncertainty that eventually clouded the reputations of all the ballistics experts in the case enveloped Goddard 3 months after he left Boston. In Cleveland, several weeks after a bootlegger, Ernest Yorkel, was shot to death, the police arrested a Frank Milazzo with a revolver in his possession similar to the murder weapon. 2 bullets from Yorkel's body and several test bullets from Milazzo's gun were submitted to Major Goddard in New York. When Goddard reported that one of the murder bullets and one of the test bullets had been fired from the same gun, Milazzo was charged with the murder. Unfortunately for Major Goddard, though not for his comparison microscope, Milazzo was able to prove that he had bought the revolver new a month after the shooting. Goddard attributed his mistake to a bullet mix-up by the Cleveland police. Although it was never determined whether the fault was his, he had apparently compared the 2 murder bullets. In the unconfessed course of events, Medeiros, following his second trial, would have been electrocuted during the week of September 5, 1926. but the motion and appeal based on his confession brought him a series of reprieves. Not until late in Governor Fuller's Sacco-Vanzetti investigation did he see Medeiros personally, and then only for 15 minutes. In his testimony to me, the governor reported, he could not recall the details or describe the neighborhood. He furthermore stated that the government had double-crossed him, and he proposed to double-cross the government. He feels that the district attorney's office has treated him unfairly, because his two confederates who were associated with him in the commission of the murder for which he was convicted were given life sentences, whereas he was sentenced to death. He confessed the crime for which he was convicted. I am not impressed with his knowledge of the South Braintree murders. Medeiros gave a different interpretation of the interview to Thompson when the lawyer next visited him. Over a year later, in connection with another case, Thompson related, on the witness stand, what Medeiros had told him. Medeiros said that Governor Fuller began the interview by saying that he understood that Medeiros said that he thought he had been given, I think the expression was, a raw deal, or something indicating double dealing or improper dealing by the government, and that Medeiros said that Officer Ferrari of the state police had given him a promise of second-degree murder if he confessed the murder. The governor said if he was satisfied that any such promise had been made, he would do something for Medeiros. The governor then said, before waiting for any reply from Medeiros, according to Medeiros' statement to me, "You do not know anything about the Sacco-Vanzetti case, do you?" And Medeiros said he did, and the governor asked him if he was in the car with the other men who committed the murder in South Braintree, the South Braintree murder, and Medeiros said that he was, and the governor then said, "So you are a double murderer. I will do nothing for you." Fuller unquestionably said something of the kind to Medeiros, although the meaning remains double-edged. Defenders of Sacco and Vanzetti have interpreted it as an offer to trade Medeiros a commutation for a recantation of his South Braintree confession. Others have maintained that the governor would not have been foolish enough to risk his reputation by making any such offer to an admitted liar like Medeiros. But there is still another possible explanation. From the governor's attitude to the later witnesses appearing at his investigation, it seems fairly certain that, at this stage, he had come to believe Sacco and Vanzetti were guilty. And if he felt they were guilty, Medeiros' confession could only have seemed a fraud. When Fuller talked with Medeiros, and the latter still stuck to his story, the governor might well have snapped back that he would do nothing for him. If so, it was a remark spoken in anger rather than a premeditated offer. End of section 28. Section 29 of Tragedy in Dedham, the Sacco and Vanzetti Case by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. The Public and the Lowell Committee, Part 1. Not only in Europe, but around the world, in Shanghai, Tokyo, Melbourne, Calcutta, Buenos Aires, the names Sacco and Vanzetti were by now familiar syllables, and the image had become fixed of two dissenters from the American way of life being done to death for their dissent. Where scores and then hundreds had demonstrated in isolated groups, now in the approaching climax thousands thronged to vast and passionate assemblies that somehow, the participants felt, by their very vastness and passion might force the Massachusetts executioners to stay their hands. There was a fierce joy, too, in such protests, a tensing of muscles, a sense of unity, and a feeling among the urban masses that in their increasingly turbulent protests against the fate of Sacco and Vanzetti, they were protesting against their own isolation and their own fate. To continental intellectuals disillusioned by the collapse of Wilsonian idealism, the Sacco-Vanzetti case was one more devastating example from post-war America, to be set aside Prohibition, Chicago gangsters, the white-sheeted Ku Klux Klan, and the Tennessee monkey trial. The fate of the two men was what one might expect from the heartless materialism of the transatlantic republic that had won a war with its money and the blood of others, and now wanted the money back. In July, Mussolini wrote to the American ambassador in Rome, not as the head of the Italian government, but as a man who is sincerely your friend, asking for a commutation of sentence as an act of humanity so much more noble as it is less delayed. Shrewdly, the Duce pointed out that the agitation of the elements of the left throughout the world is increasing in intensity in these last days, as is shown by the bombs thrown in Buenos Aires against the Ford establishment and the statue of Washington. Now, if the act of clemency is held back still longer, it may give the impression that the American authority may have yielded to the pressure of this worldwide subversive activity, and this impression can injure the prestige of the United States. I hope that His Excellency Governor Fuller may give an example of humanity. The example will brilliantly demonstrate the difference between the methods of Bolshevism and those of the great American Republic, as well as strike from the hands of the subversive elements an instrument of agitation. In the last pitched months, conservatives determined to show that they, no less than the radicals, were concerned with human rights as exemplified by the fate of the two Italians. The royalist Action Française now protested the course of Massachusetts justice in as shrill a tone as the communist L'Humanité. The conservative Frankfurter Zeitung spoke out with the vehemence of the liberal Berliner Tageblatt. Even the shadowy Alfred Dreyfus emerged from his seclusion to announce that he was willing to go to America to plead for Sacco and Vanzetti. Communist propaganda continued, bizarre and embracing. The day after Judge Thayer pronounced sentence, Pravda, remembering Edgar Allan Poe but apparently confusing Charlestown with Charleston, reported that Sacco and Vanzetti had been held for several years in a torture prison in South Carolina, where they had been confined in a specially constructed padded room having a mirrored ceiling on which appeared, at intervals, a spot which gradually took the form of a terrifying, open-jawed creature. Meanwhile, a human voice shouted, "Tell the names of your accomplices." H.G. Wells, after reading Frankfurter's Atlantic article, became so indignant that he proposed the word Thayerism to describe the self-righteous unrighteousness of established people. Millions read his angry statement in the London Sunday Express for June 5, 1927. I do not see how any clear-headed man, after reading the professor's summary, can have any other conviction than that Sacco and Vanzetti are as innocent of the Braintree murder, for which they are now awaiting death, as Julius Caesar, or, a better name in this connection, Karl Marx. Within the United States, Italians generally were behind the two prisoners because they were paesani. Their anarchism did not matter. The same North Enders who first came to support the Defense Committee would, a few years later, support Mussolini's African campaign and fill the windows of Hanover Street shops with photographs of Ethiopian atrocities. Other foreign groups, like the Jewish enclaves in New York and Boston, would find themselves drawn sympathetically to the defense of Sacco and Vanzetti out of their socialist tradition and their own bitter experiences of race hate. American Union members never came to identify themselves with the cause of Sacco and Vanzetti as did their counterparts in Europe. Moore had had enough contacts to engineer resolutions asking for a new trial through the American Federation of Labor Conventions of 1922 and 1924, but such resolutions would not be presented again until the winter of 1926-1927. In the last months of the case, President William Greene of the American Federation of Labor added his protest against the impending executions, but in the Indian summer of the Coolidge prosperity, the rank-and-file Union members were, at best, lethargically sympathetic. When, the week before the execution of Sacco and Vanzetti, the Defense Committee sent out an appeal for 100,000 trade union members to come to Boston in protest, less than 200 showed up. Elsewhere than in the big cities with their heavy foreign populations, the American worker was not class-conscious enough to see Sacco and Vanzetti as his representatives. He found the erotic enticements of the New York trial of Ruth Snyder, a suburban housewife, and her corset salesman lover, Henry Judd Gray, for the murder of Ruth's husband, more enticing than the brief final scene in the Dedham courtroom. He took Lindbergh's solo flight across the Atlantic on May 20th, 1927, much more to heart than the erosive progress of Sacco and Vanzetti toward the electric chair. He was more concerned with the second Dempsey-Tunney fight, scheduled for September, than with the Massachusetts execution, scheduled for July. In the 6 years since John Codman, Mrs. Evans, Mrs. Jack, and other members of the New England Civil Liberties Committee had appealed for defense funds, the New England Committee and the parent American Civil Liberties Union in New York had remained steadfast in their support. Frankfurter's article was, in a sense, a culmination of their efforts. They had, by their prolonged and reiterative publicity, made the cause of Sacco and Vanzetti intellectually fashionable. Those whose names rang the changes in the last months of the case now made their rather flamboyant appearance. Officially, the civil liberties groups kept their distance. When Moore was in charge of the defense, publicity was oriented toward the radicals, but with the coming of Thompson and Gardner-Jackson, the appeal was directed much more to what the class-conscious Lyons would have considered hand-wringing liberals. Thompson disapproved of pamphlet wars, of the case being tried in the streets. Both he and Frankfurter wanted to avoid further antagonizing the Massachusetts community. Sometime in July 1927, when the Defense Committee had arranged to hold a protest meeting at Faneuil Hall, Frankfurter discreetly vetoed the idea. Those who, in that jagged term that had emerged from the Russian Revolution, considered themselves the intelligentsia, accepted the innocence of Sacco and Vanzetti and the guilt of Massachusetts as a matter of faith. It became a shibboleth of the liberal academic mind, just as within Boston their guilt had become a conservative shibboleth, in both cases a hotly held non-rational belief. Academic conformity, which, though usually opposed to, is even more rigid than middle-class conformity, belatedly took up the Sacco-Vanzetti case, in part with sincere deliberateness, but more often as a fervent avant-garde gesture. The 381 protesting petitioners from Mount Holyoke, the 326 from Bryn Mawr, the 203 from Wellesley, the faculty and 650 students from the University of California, the 36 Amherst faculty members, the hundreds of block names from so many other American colleges and universities, knowing only a smattering of the case, were making a reflex response to an appeal to themselves as an elite. In May, 61, members of assorted law faculties that included Yale, Columbia, Cornell, and the universities of Kansas, Indiana, Ohio, Illinois, Minnesota, Missouri, Alabama, and Texas, petitioned Governor Fuller for a commutation on grounds of reasonable doubt. Dean Robert Hutchins of the Yale Law School, one of the minority who had read the record, wrote an open appeal in which he castigated Katzmann's cross-examination of Sacco. 3/4 of the graduating class of the Harvard Law School, in defiant contrast to the State Street alumni majority just across the river, signed a request for a new trial. Professor Glenn Frank of Wisconsin, Dr. Alexander Mickeljohn, former president of Amherst, Mount Holyoke's professor of English, Jeanette Marks, and President Ellen Fitz Pendleton of Wellesley added their academic pleas. As the New England spring slipped into summer, the roster of those opposing the impending execution and demanding a new trial added names as diverse as Norman Thomas, Jane Addams, Alfred Landon, Senator Robert La Follette, the Right Reverend Chauncey Brewster of Washington Cathedral, Sherwood Eddy, John Dewey, the Reverend Harry Emerson Fosdick, Dean Christian Gauss of Princeton, H. L. Mencken, and Dean Edward Devine of the American Catholic University. Congressman Emanuel Seller of Brooklyn announced that he would introduce a measure in the next session of Congress to compel the Attorney General to open the Department of Justice files concerned with Sacco and Vanzetti. On June 22nd, Joseph Morrow, Gardner Jackson, and Mary Donovan appeared at the State House on behalf of the Defense Committee with a giant rolled petition for a public investigation containing 474,842 names from all countries. 2 weeks later, the committee forwarded 153,000 additional names collected by the Swiss Union of Workers. Within Massachusetts, the reaction of the general public to such high-placed outside criticism was one of embittered, unreasoning hostility. A former district attorney said that it would be better even for 2 innocent men to be electrocuted than for public confidence in the established order of judicial procedure to be broken down. John C. Hull, the Speaker of the Massachusetts House of Representatives, received prolonged applause when he announced at a banquet that the Commonwealth's demand of outsiders was this: "We would respectfully ask you to mind your own business." Such was the reaction of the well-born and the well-to-do. The reaction of what William Butler Yeats called the little streets was even more savage. In the massed streets of South Boston and Charlestown and Brighton and Ashmont, there was a virulent hatred of Sacco and Vanzetti, coupled with a social jealousy of the better-known colleges and universities, a smoldering distrust of the professorial stance, a suspicion of academic attainments as being tainted with subversion. If the wiser-than-thou professors from Harvard and Yale were now taking it on themselves to proclaim that Sacco and Vanzetti should be freed, then so much the worse for Sacco and Vanzetti. Sans-culotte anti-intellectualism echoed in a speech of Registrar of Motor Vehicles Frank Goodwin to the Lawrence Kiwanis Club. It is an impressive fact that the nearer we get to the scene of this murder, the more convinced are the people that these men are guilty. The citizens of Norfolk County know these men are guilty. On the other hand, in those domains where foreign and un-American principles are in vogue, such as Russia, Harvard, Argentine, Wellesley, China, and Smith, they are sure these men are innocent. The leader of the movement to set these 2 murderers free is Felix Frankfurter. Professor Hawking might announce with urbane indignation from the platform of Boston's Community Church that he believed Sacco and Vanzetti as innocent of that murder as you or I. Bishop Lawrence and the Dean of Washington Cathedral might entertain refined Episcopal doubts. But for the Reverend Billy Sunday, the preacher of the little streets, hoarsely saving the city from the fate of Sodom at Tremont Temple, no doubts existed. "Give 'em the juice," he rapped out from the pulpit. "Burn 'em if they're guilty. That's the way to handle it. I'm tired of hearing these foreigners, these radicals, coming over here and telling us what we should do." For 5 weeks after their sentencing, Sacco and Vanzetti occupied adjoining cells in the Dedham jail. It was the first time since their arrest that they had been together for any length of time. Those shadowed weeks turned out to be the most serene of their imprisonment. Everyone who met Vanzetti remarked on his composure. Sacco, having decided not to struggle further against the fate he considered inevitable, attained a tranquillity that gave the surface appearance of cheerfulness. "As you know," he wrote with wry, unaccustomed humor to Mrs. Henderson, "I am still living at the same hotel, the same room, and also at the same old number 14. But on the 1st of July, probably, they will bring us to the death house, and from there to the eternity." A friend had brought Sacco a bocce set, and the 2 prisoners were allowed to bowl in the yard each afternoon for an hour and a half. Vanzetti began to take morning exercises, and wrote Mrs. Winslow that he felt a new man. His cell was always filled with flowers from Mrs. Evans and other friends. As he described it, "My window here is peopled of recipients. It is a riot of blissing colors and beauty's forms. A geranium plant's a tulipan plant from Mrs. Evans. white flowers, pink carnations, roseate peaches, buds, and flowers, bush yellow flowers from Mrs. Jack, and a bouquet of Mayflowers from Mrs. Winslow. Flowers he asked for instead of sweets, though as for tobacco, as he himself admitted, he smoked like a Turk. Being under sentence of death, and so exempt from prison work, he now had much more time to read and write. For Mrs. Jack he translated the last stanza of Gorey's revolutionary hymn, May 1st. Give flowers to the rebels failed, with glances revealed to the aurora, to the Gayard that struggles and works, to the vagrant poet that dies. Even the free jail days were too short for him. After 9, when the lights went out, he would prop himself up with a pillow against the wall, a blanket over his shoulders, using the corridor light coming through the bars to read some books that Mrs. Evans had just given him. During the visiting hours, Rosa came daily with the children for the allowed half-hour, and Sacco noticed lovingly how big Ines was growing, and that Dante's face was burned from the spring sun. Mrs. Evans came almost as regularly to see Vanzetti. On June 11th, Vanzetti's 39th birthday, the two were visited by Georg Branting, a well-known lawyer and son of a former Swedish prime minister who had crossed the Atlantic to make his own investigation. The defense committee had planned a parade to welcome Branting, and even though the police refused permission, some 1,500 sympathizers met him at the South Station and escorted him to Boston Common. After 10 days of on-the-scene studying, Branting announced that he was persuaded the two men were innocent, and sent a telegram to Sweden informing the press that, according to my best judgment, no conviction would have been pronounced if case tried under normal judicial conditions. Phil Stong, a young reporter from North American Newspaper Alliance, was another outsider who came to Boston to develop his opinion of the case. One afternoon he visited the prisoners in the jail library, later writing, "Both men expect to die. They say so, and the conviction is written in grave, serene characters on Vanzetti's face. A ferocious mustache covers an expressive, smiling mouth. The stamp of thought is in every feature, the marks of the man whom strong intelligence has made an anchorite." It was at the conclusion of this visit that Vanzetti casually made his utterance that has so often been quoted in anthologies. They sat there with Vanzetti doing most of the talking, Sacco breaking in only occasionally. Yet as these Italians talked in their imperfect English, even joked at times, the effect of their personalities gave Stong an overwhelming conviction of their innocence. He had brought a newspaper with him, containing an account of some college students' suicides, a sensational topic of the last few days. "I think Dr. Froude wrong," Vanzetti remarked on glancing at it, "when he says student kill himself to make someone sorry. It is when he cannot make someone sorry. He kills himself in anger at world which pays him not attention, in despair." Sacco disagreed, maintaining that if he himself were dead it would be the best way to free his wife and children. Vanzetti observed that only sick mind kill himself. Then he spoke of a Charlestown inmate who had murdered his wife when he caught her with another man. "You know what he says to me once? 'Vanzetti, you know what I think of all night? My wife, my home. Every night, all time. Now all gone.'" A bell rang. A grey line of prisoners began to file past on the way from the workshops to the cells, blank-faced men, their arms folded. Seeing them, Sacco grew bitter about his own enforced idleness. "We're capitalists," Vanzetti jollied him. "We have home, we eat, don't do no work. We're non-producers, live off other men's work. When libertarians make speech, they calling Nick and me names." Sacco's mood changed, and he seemed amused. Then a deputy approached as a sign that Stong's time was up. He had managed so far to cover his feelings by a forced cheerfulness, but as he rose to go, Vanzetti spotted the lurking dismay in the other's feature. He then began to speak very quietly and simply, as if to comfort the young man, and as he spoke, Stom jotted down the words in shorthand on the margin of a newspaper. "If it had not been for this thing, I might have lived out my life talking at street corners to scorning men. I might have died, unmarked, unknown, a failure. Now we are not a failure. This is our career and our triumph. Never in our full life can we hope to do such work for tolerance, for justice, for man's understanding of man, as we do now by an accident. Our words, our lives, our pains, nothing. The taking of our lives, lives of a good shoemaker and a poor fish peddler, all. That last moment belonged to us. That agony is our triumph." Neither Sacco nor Vanzetti had expected Fuller to appoint his review commission. That would impose freedom, Vanzetti told Mrs. Winslow, and the men of the judiciary and of the executive want to save America by dooming us. As for Governor Fuller's own private investigation, Vanzetti's conclusion was, "He may give us justice. I expect nothing." At times, when he was temporarily overcome by a mood of obsessive frustration, Vanzetti would crudely appropriate the symbolism of the passion to express his dilemma. In such a mood he first learned of Fuller's appointment of the Lowell Committee. "Is this double investigation," he wrote Mrs. Evans, "going to be another mockery? Spitting on our face? Sponge of vinegar and bitterness on the top of a lance? The last stubbing between our ribbles?" As the sun moved higher in the sky, as the elms again arched their spring greenery over the High Street, the two Italians behind the jail walls sensed their lost freedom in all its urgency. "Oh, that sea, that sky," Vanzetti wrote, "those freed and full of life winds of Cape Cod. Maybe I will never see, never breathe, never be at one with them again." On June 29th, Governor Fuller gave Sacco, Vanzetti, and Medeiros a stay until August 10th to allow his advisory committee time to review the evidence and examine Medeiros' confession. The Dedham interlude ended abruptly and finally at midnight on July 1st, when the prisoners were waked, manacled to deputies, packed in a car followed by a second car with armed guards, and driven along the empty Dedham streets and across the drab brick outskirts of Boston to Cherry Hill. In this midnight scurrying, Vanzetti lost some of his books and papers. Both men saw the hurried transfer as another example of the deliberate spitefulness on the part of the authorities. Actually, it was a strict following of the rule that a condemned man must be sent to Cherry Hill 10 days before the date set for his execution. Sheriff Capon, anxious to get rid of his notorious prisoners, interpreted the rule to the letter. Even though the executions had been deferred, their official date, as set by the court, was still July 10th. Sacco accepted the transfer with shoulder-shrugging indifference, as no more than he had expected. Vanzetti could not get over his depression at the ominous change from the casual Dedham jail, with some air, light, a slice of land and of air to contemplate, and a daily blast of an hour of sunshine and free air in the yard, to the windowless, airless, lightless Malabolgic of the state prison. The defense committee took a more optimistic view of the Lowell committee than did Sacco and Vanzetti. They were content with Lowell, neutral about Stratton, and objected only to Grant. Not only were the petulant paragraphs of the convictions of a grandfather exhumed, but Grant was accused of having told John Moores and Samuel Eliot Morrison that he disapproved of anyone's taking issue with the trial, the verdict, and the subsequent decisions. When Fuller questioned him about this, Grant explained with characteristic prissiness that he had not read the evidence in the case and knew nothing of the merits of the subsequent proceedings, but thought it indecorous and contrary to the bonus mores for a professor at the Harvard Law School to rush into print while the case was sub judice. The Herald, and that section of State Street less intransigent than the Transcript, were pleased by the appointment of Fuller's committee. Privately, the more sedate Boston legal circles had always been dubious about Webster Thayer, and with the recent disbarment of the district attorneys of Suffolk and Middlesex counties, Democratic Joseph Pelletier and Republican Nathan Tufts, who could say what might not have been going on in neighboring Norfolk? Bishop Lawrence was another who had long been troubled by the thought, but now he too was satisfied. With Cousin Abbott in the State House, all would be well with the world. Although the advisory committee appointment had been announced at the beginning of June, President Lowell was too occupied with his Harvard commencement activities to take any action until the end of the month. Finally, on the 30th, the three members met briefly in the governor's council chamber to discuss procedure and to receive typewritten transcripts of the trial record. 2 days later, they drove to South Braintree to inspect the murder scene. On July 8th, they opened their hearings by examining 7 of the Dedham jurors. The next day, they spent 2 hours talking with Sacco and Vanzetti. Of that meeting, Vanzetti wrote Mrs. Henderson, "From the commission interview of us, I got the impression that President Lowell and President Stratton are honestly intentioned and not hostile to us by predetermination. Yet it seemed to me that in spite of their great scholarship, they had not understood certain most vicious actions of the prosecution and the iniquity of Thayer's conduct. As for Judge Grant, he is but another Thayer." Meanwhile, Governor Fuller was continuing his own daily sessions in his high-ceilinged office with the portraits of Sam Adams and John Hancock staring down from the walls. Secretary MacDonald kept his watchdog position at the governor's right, while the bald, quizzical Wiggin sat at his left. In spite of repeated objections by the defense, Fuller insisted on complete secrecy for whatever the witnesses might wish to tell him. Otherwise, he explained, his office would be turned into a bear den. Day by day, the reporters noted the parade of faces up the State House steps. The ballistics experts, including the disillusioned Professor Gill, the star witnesses from both trials. There was no way that either the governor or the Lowell Committee could compel anyone to testify. Pelser, Lola Andrews, and Goodrich did not appear, either because they refused to or because they had disappeared. Philip Cox, the brother of Alfred Cox, the Bridgewater paymaster, wrote to Fuller that his brother alone had an opportunity to see the man who held him up, and he declined to identify his assailant as Vanzetti. This, it seemed to Philip Cox, should have afforded good reason for hesitating to accept the verdict of guilty. But what the Bridgewater paymaster had come to think in 1927, and what he said in the private interview he had with the governor, remained a tight secret. Yet, in spite of the imposed secrecy, signs here and there made it apparent that Fuller's mind was hardening against the two Italians. When John Richards, who as a marshal had arrested the Morellis for their freight yard thefts, talked with the governor, he was amazed to hear him say he discounted Madero's confession. "I am convinced it was a fair trial," he told Richards finally. When Robert Benchley came from New York to tell of his conversation with Loring Coase, in which Coase, according to Benchley, had repeated Thayer's clubhouse remark that he would get those bastards good and proper, Fuller asked Benchley to point out a single place in the record that indicated the trial was not fair. Why didn't Vanzetti take the stand at Plymouth? It was a question that the governor threw at defense witnesses with increasing frequency. Why didn't Sacco testify at Plymouth for his friend Vanzetti? Fuller demanded of Tom O'Connor, who was trying to explain how the case originated in Chief Stewart's mind. Each point that O'Connor made, whether it concerned Proctor's ambiguous testimony or the Department of Justice files, Fuller and his counsel Wiggin brushed aside. O'Connor, in a flash-tempered parry, accused the governor of prejudging the investigation, and the two men shouted at each other until their voices reached the newspaper men in the corridor. Fuller, red-faced and furious, stood up to indicate the interview was over. Stalking from the room, he snapped at O'Connor, "Why did Botta skip?" Later, O'Connor told a friend, "His hand is on the switch." A new volunteer defense lawyer now arrived from Pittsburgh. young Michael Angelo Musmano, bringing a petition in behalf of the two men from the 500,000 members of the Sons of Italy. Dramatic, impulsive, abounding in cheerful energy, with a bronze ex-serviceman's pin in his buttonhole, and wearing a poet's brown tie, Musmano had quit the promising beginnings of his law practice to offer all his talents to the Defense Committee. Sometimes his zeal would trip him, as when he drove down to the New Haven slum where Berardelli's widow was living. She would not talk about the events at South Braintree and refused to sign an appeal. The most Musmano could bring her to say was that she did not want to see innocent men punished. That was enough, however, for the poetic-minded Musmano, who dashed to the telegraph office and sent a telegram to Fuller that echoed across Europe as far as Moscow. I am one of the two who suffered most from the Braintree murders. I lost my husband and the father of my 2 children, but I would be sorry to have 2 innocent men put to death. I have always doubted that Sacco and Vanzetti were guilty, and I hope that you will free them and let them go home to their families. Several days later, Sarah Berardelli denied that she had ever written or sent such a telegram. Musmano had hoped that an appeal by Berardelli's widow would help counteract the recent news that Parmenter's 14-year-old son had been caught in Southeaston, breaking and entering the railroad station. The newspapers had blamed the poverty and lack of direction of young Parmenter's fatherless household. End of section 29. Section 30 of Tragedy in Dedham, the story of the Sacco-Vanzetti case by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. The Public and the Lowell Commission, Part 2. Thompson forwarded to the governor a 33-page analysis of the discrepancies between the newly discovered Bridgewater-Pinkerton report and the Plymouth trial record. When this was not acknowledged, John Moores finally went to ask Fuller about it. Apparently nothing concerned with either the South Braintree or the Bridgewater-Pinkerton reports had ever reached the governor's desk, for he at once turned blankly to MacDonald. The secretary shrugged off Thompson's analysis as just a lot of stuff about a cropped mustache. Hard-boiled Herman's job was to cull the governor's Sacco-Vanzetti mail, most of which he threw away. In 1926, the Defense Committee had forwarded a protest signed by a group of English MPs. When no reply came back, Gardner Jackson stormed up to the State House. His complaint got no further than the anteroom obstacle of the secretary's broad-topped desk. "Oh, those goddamn crooks," MacDonald told him. "Do you think we pay any attention to this stuff? It comes in here by the barrelful, and we shoot it right into the fire." Rosina, when she appeared at Fuller's office on July 11th, quickly sensed the hostility behind his superficial politeness. He told her that Vanzetti had been asked by his lawyers to take the stand at the Plymouth trial, but had refused. Young Brini, as the chief defense witness, had, he felt, merely learned an alibi by heart. After Rosina left the governor, she spent some time with the Lowell Committee in the council chamber next door, then went on to Charlestown, where, much troubled, she repeated Fuller's remarks. Only she and Thompson were allowed to see the prisoners now, since according to regulations, condemned men in Cherry Hill could have visits only from close relations and counsel. Sacco brooded over what Rosina told him. On July 17th, after deliberating for several days, he began a hunger strike in protest against what the Defense Committee called the veil of secrecy that encourages the bias, economic, racial, political, and religious, which has been shown all through this case. Vanzetti joined with him to protest the whispers of nameless informers, explaining to Mrs. Evans, "But my hungry strike is progressing because I knew that both the governor and the commission have ill-treated our witnesses, wrongly, and that they believe nothing of what our witnesses say. They believe, and treat well, those handful of criminals, harlots, and degenerated who perjured against us." His stomach, he complained after a few days, affected his mind and heart. He found difficulty even in writing letters. As he saw his end drawing closer, he felt a longing for his own blood, for that far-off family in Villa Falletto he had not seen in almost 20 years. The day after he began his strike, he asked Felicani to send a telegram to his sister Luigia. Even though it might be too late now, he wanted above all to see her again before he died. Sacco could at least see his wife, who came daily with Ines and Dante, now grown taller than his mother. The children were not allowed to see their father, but waited in the warden's office. 7-year-old Ines wrote her first large scrawled letter to her father, and he was so moved that even in the lassitude of his hunger strike he sat down at once to reply. I will bring with me your little and so dearest letter, and carry it right under my heart to the last day of my life. When I die, it will be buried with your father who loves you so much, as I do also your brother Dante and holy dear mother. It is the most golden present that you could have given to me, or that I could have wished for in these sad days. As he wrote, he found himself caught up in an imagined idyll. It was the greatest treasure and sweetness in my struggling life that I could have lived with you and your brother Dante and your mother in a neat little farm, and learn all your sincere words and tender affection. Then in the summer-time to be sitting with you in the home nest under the oak tree shade, beginning to teach you of life and how to read and write, to see you running, laughing, crying and singing through the verdant fields, picking the wild flowers here and there from one tree to another, and from the clear, vivid stream to your mother's embrace. The same I have wished to see for other poor girls and their brothers, happy with their mother and father as I dreamed for us. But it was not so, and the nightmare of the lower classes saddened very badly your father's soul. When Fuller came for the first time to Charlestown to interview the 3 condemned men, he talked only briefly with the sullen Maderos, and not at all with Sacco, who shook hands but told him courteously that they had nothing to say to each other. With Vanzetti, Fuller spent over an hour and a half, breaking off only to dash back to a State House reception for Lindbergh, who had arrived in Boston that afternoon on his triumphal tour of the country. Vanzetti and Fuller were open with each other. Fuller pointed out what he considered the most damaging facts against Vanzetti: his failure to take the stand at Plymouth, the revolver found on him, his quick conviction by 2 juries. Vanzetti gave his interpretations of these things, and then, quite typically, began to talk of other matters unrelated to himself. As they sat together in the warden's office, the 2 men found each other curiously sympathetic. When Fuller broke off the interview, he promised to return later. "What an attractive man," he observed to Warden Hendry as he hurried away. Reporters noticed that the governor appeared nervous as he headed down the walk to his waiting Packard. His nervousness was probably not so much because of the interrupted interview as at the thought of keeping America's hero waiting. Getting into the car, he knocked his hat off. Thompson wanted Vanzetti to break his fast so that he would be better able to talk with Fuller on his next visit. Vanzetti finally agreed to drink a cup of tea, and later took some coffee and milk. Fuller spent most of July 26th in South Braintree inspecting the scene of the shootings and driving over the escape route with Chief Stewart. In the evening he again interviewed Vanzetti, arriving at Charlestown just after 9 and staying 2 hours. It was not time enough for Vanzetti. He asked if he might write Fuller at length, and Fuller, with salesman's affability, agreed. In this second interview Vanzetti felt a growing confidence in the governor that he showed in his letter next day to Alice Stone Blackwell. "He make me the impression of being just as you say of him, an honest man as he understand it, and sincere, courageous, stubborn man, but well-intentioned at bottom, and in a way clever. And I like to tell you that he gave me a good, heartful, sake hand as I left. I may be wrong, but I don't believe a man like that is going to burn us on a case like ours." A heat wave seared the city. Through 2 weeks, the Lowell Committee interviewed its witnesses. Thompson again and in vain asked for public hearings. The committee agreed, however, that with the exception of Judge Thayer, Chief Justice Hall, the district attorney, and the jurors, all of whom would be examined privately, counsel for both sides might suggest witnesses and be present to question them. Most of the witnesses the committee examined had already been interviewed by the governor. Sometimes, as Rosina had, they merely stepped from the governor's office to the council chamber. Day after day, the 3 old men in coats and stiff collars sat at their wedge-shaped mahogany desks, while the witnesses filed damply by, and Thompson and District Attorney Ranney struck sparks from each other. Lowell dominated the sessions, with Stratton silent and Grant fretting at his subordination. In the city, 4 people died of the heat. The grass on the common, where the derelicts sprawled in alcoholic stupor, impervious to prohibition, had turned to cocoa matting. Through the open windows of the council chamber came the summer hum of the city, broken faintly by the yelps of urchins in the frog pond. Within that Federalist room, dominated by the spaniel-featured autocrat, it was hard to realize that the matter of debate was 2 men's lives. Katzman, after testifying privately, voluntarily submitted to being cross-examined by Thompson. Thompson accused the district attorney of having arranged the Plymouth trial first so that Vanzetti would appear in Dedham as a convicted felon. Katzman said it was merely the chance that there happened to be a June term in Plymouth and none in Dedham. In the matter of Captain Proctor, he would not positively deny that the captain thought Sacco and Vanzetti were innocent, but doubted he ever said so. Katzman was followed, at Lowell's request, by Professor Guadagni and Bosco, the editor of La Notizia. Lowell particularly wanted to ask them about their Dedham testimony that they, along with Dentamore, had met Sacco in Giordani's café on the day of the crime, and had remembered the date afterward because a banquet had been given at the Franciscan Priory for the editor of the transcript that same day. In reading over the trial record, Lowell had noticed that, although Dentamore had said he had just come from the banquet, Guadagni said it was to be held in the evening. Struck by the discrepancy, Lowell had gone through the files of the transcript and discovered that a group of Italians had given a dinner for editor Williams at Frascati's on May 13th, 8 days after Sacco and Vanzetti were arrested. Thinking that there might possibly have been 2 banquets, Lowell telegraphed Williams, who happened to be in Washington. Williams replied that there had been only 1. With this information concealed like a time bomb, Lowell faced Guadagni while Bosco waited outside. Guadagni now appeared uncertain whether the banquet had been held before or after the talk in Giordani's café. When Lowell showed him the account of the banquet in the transcript, he concluded that it must have taken place the night before, and added ruefully, "I was so sure of that day." Then Lowell set off his bomb, pointing out that the paper was dated May 14th. The banquet had taken place May 13th. How, then, could Guadagni have discussed it a month before? Lowell felt he had the proof in his hand that the story was a fraud, concocted by Guadagni, Bosco, and Dentamore to create an alibi for a fellow anarchist. Thompson was shattered in his dismay. Guadagni's lie seemed too flagrant, too utterly exposed. "If it was deliberate, I do not think you would see me around here very much longer," he told Lowell. "If I did not think these men were innocent, I should not be fooling away my time, and I would not resort to any means to justify an end just because I was convinced these men were innocent, any more than if I thought they were guilty." "Of course not, Mr. Thompson," the other assured him urbanely. Guadagni stood there, beaten down, admitting now that the banquet had had nothing to do with his meeting Sacco, that he had accepted the idea from Dentamore, that it was a mistake. Bosco was of sterner fiber. When he appeared, not only did he insist to the aroused and hostile committee that there had been a banquet for Commandante Williams on April 15th, but that he had printed an account of it on the 16th in La Notizia. Lowell stared at him with contempt. "It is perfectly obvious that it is not so," he remarked coldly. Thomson could scarcely control himself as he turned on the still defiant Italian. "You can trust Mr. Lowell for that. He has investigated it. He knows there was no banquet on the 15th. When Bosco remained adamant, Lowell ordered him to bring in the files of La Notizia for April and May 1920. Next morning Bosco and a revived Guadagni appeared with the paper of April 16, 1920. There, on the front page, was the vindicating notice. Yesterday, the Franciscan Fathers of North Bennett Street gave a luncheon in honor of the new Commandante Williams, editor of the Boston Evening Transcript. Lowell sent the Italians out of the room and put a telephone call through to Williams. This time the transcript editor recalled the earlier luncheon. Lowell turned to the stenographer, who had begun to record the conversation, and told him not to take down colloquies. He summoned Bosco and Guadagni back, shook hands with them, told them he believed them to be honest, and that he regretted his mistake. Thomson tried to impress on the committee that since the alibi had been re-established, it must again be taken seriously. Lowell did not reply. Grant remarked that "you are just back where you were before." Lottie Tatillo, though presented to the committee a few days later as a new witness, could scarcely be considered new by either side. Both prosecution and defense had been aware of her and her story since the summer of 1920, when she made a statement to Briard and Stewart that on the morning of April 15th she had seen Sacco and Vanzetti in South Braintree. Everyone in South Braintree knew Lottie by her maiden name of Packard. In 1901, when she was 14, she had gone to work in the stitching room of Rice and Hutchins. Pretty and wayward, full of wild stories, she would take the path down behind the mill pond evenings with any good-looking young fellow from the factory. 12 ounces to the pound, Frank Jackson, the Rice and Hutchins foreman, described her. A nut. "She is crazy, and has been for years," was Police Chief Gallivan's opinion. After Sacco and Vanzetti were arrested, Lottie told Jackson that she had seen Sacco in South Braintree the day of the murders, and remembered he used to work in Rice and Hutchins. Later she elaborated on this story to John Shea, the local policeman, who passed her on to Stewart and Briard. She claimed she had recognized Sacco's picture in the paper after his arrest because she had known him in 1915, when he was working in the finishing room of Rice and Hutchins. On the morning of April 15th, on her way to lunch, she had passed him on Pearl Street, standing near a shiny Buick touring car. She noticed him bite his lip, and then all of a sudden it came back to her that he was the fellow named Sacco who used to work in the factory as a laster. She would never forget him, because once in a temper he had thrown a last across the room at a boy, and it had struck her in the foot. If Lottie's story was true, she would stand out as the most important witness of the murder day, the only one who had known Sacco previously and had then seen him at the scene of the crime. And if she had told her story to Jackson or Shea the day after the holdup, when no one in South Braintree had even suspected Sacco, that would indeed have made an almost watertight case for the prosecution. But Lottie had said nothing to Carlos Goodridge or anyone else, until after Sacco and Vanzetti had been arrested and their pictures had appeared in the paper. Stewart could find no record of Sacco's ever having worked at Rice and Hutchins. It is, of course, possible that Lottie had seen Sacco during the week or so he worked in the factory under the name of Mosmacatelli in October 1917, and if before the arrest she had identified the man she had seen in the stitching room then with the man she claimed she saw standing by the Buick on April 15, 1920, this would have come close to being conclusive. But even after the arrests, such an identification from a more stable person might have carried weight. But, as Lebrec, the Quincy reporter, later explained to the committee, Lottie would tell one story one night and another the next, and make so many irresponsible statements there was no use believing her. Stewart and Briard had long ago made the same discovery. Whenever they tried to check up on her account, she would take each question as an insult, denouncing both them and Sacco and Vanzetti incoherently. Finally, Stewart gave up. A blister, he decided, as he struck her off his list of witnesses. In the autumn of 1920, Moore had got wind of Lottie's potentially dangerous testimony and sent out a Joseph Mira from East Boston to see what he could find out about her. Mira, under the name of Joseph Myers, got himself a job as a vamper in the finishing room of Rice and Hutchins, and found it easy enough to strike up an acquaintance with the accommodating Lottie. He made several dates with her, taking her to the pictures at Gordon's Olympia in Boston and to the amusement park at Revere Beach. Each time he took her out, he tried to pump her about Sacco and Vanzetti. One night, when he took her to his house in East Boston for supper, and felt he had broken the ice sufficiently, he asked her if she would tell what she knew to a lawyer friend of his. She agreed, and the two of them went to Moore's Tremont Row office. Moore and several others were waiting with a stenographer when Lottie and Mira arrived. Lottie was voluble. She again said that she had known Sacco in 1915. The morning of the murders, when she passed him on Pearl Street, he was standing near the Buick wearing a derby and looking as if he were in a hurry. Vanzetti, whom she had never seen before, was standing on the other side of the street, and called across to Sacco as she passed, "I wish you would hurry up and get this over. I have an appointment at 3:30 this afternoon in Providence to dig clams." After Sacco was arrested, she said she had seen his picture and asked the other girls in the factory, "What has Sacco done?" They told her he was being held for murder. Lottie told Moore she had informed Shea, the day after the crime, that one of the men by the car was the one who had thrown the last at her. But, she told Moore, she did not want to testify in court. She had not come to ask him for money, but she saw no way of avoiding going on the stand except to leave the state for a while. She continued, according to the stenographic record, "I am pretty sure that Mr. Sacco was the man who done the murder. It is his wife that holds me back. I think she needs him. I'll tell you the truth. I am not a girl crazy for money or anything like that." "How much are you willing to suggest that you want?" Moore asked her finally. "I don't know," she told him calculatingly. "I just came to help you on the defense case." Lottie's story, as she presented it to the Lowell committee, had altered singularly since that November evening, 7 years earlier, at Tremont Row. Whenever Thompson challenged her, she stormed at him until her voice rang down the corridors. "I don't remember," she replied at one point to a question of Lowell's. "My head is too full of music and things like that to remember." She now insisted that Sacco had worked for Rice and Hutchins in 1908 at the time of a strike. It was then and only then she had known him. That was the time when he had struck her with the last, and she had thought to herself, "That man will do something before he dies." She denied ever having told Moore she had known Sacco in 1915, or that when she saw him on the street in 1920 he was wearing a derby. He was, she told Lowell, bareheaded. When Lowell first asked her whether she had seen Sacco on April 15th, she replied, "I don't say I saw him. I will never say I saw him, and I don't think it was him now." A few minutes later, however, she revived her story of seeing him by the car with Vanzetti across the street talking about clams, this time with Parmenter, the paymaster, standing in the background. After she came back from lunch, she had told Frank Jackson she had seen Sacco. She did not tell Shea about this until after the men's arrest. When Thompson produced her 1920 statement that she had told Shea about Sacco the day after the crime, she raged, "No, I did not tell it to John Shea. How many times do you want me to answer that question? I will tell the truth at the divine bar of justice, and that has got more power than you have got. You have got a witness here that you cannot make waver." Judge Grant, trying to calm her, brought her a glass of water, and accidentally spilled some down her back. Still trying to be helpful, he suggested she might have lunch now. "I don't want any lunch," she snapped, glaring at Thompson. I have got enough lunch listening to this man here. He's good enough lunch for anybody." When Thompson remarked that she had gone to Moore voluntarily, her voice rose to a shriek. "Who came to Moore voluntarily? You lie. I did not. I was brought to Moore for Sacco and Vanzetti to do a dirty, rotten, nasty thing. I will make you prove your statement." She now insisted that Moore had offered her $500 to leave the state, an offer she had indignantly refused. Thompson sent her into another tantrum when he suggested she was trying to get money from Moore. When Lowell finally dismissed her, she left the room still spluttering. A few days later, Jackson, the Rice and Hutchins foreman, made his appearance in the council chamber. He admitted that Lottie had told him of seeing Sacco, but only after Sacco was in jail. Before his arrest, she had never mentioned Sacco to anyone. Only afterward had she come out with her story of talking with him on the street the morning of April 15th. Jackson had no memory of Sacco's working in the factory, and there was no record of his having worked there. Lottie, following her turbulent session with Thompson, swung round again a few hours later and told a sympathetic Post reporter that she was now convinced that the man she had seen was not Sacco, and that she believed Sacco and Vanzetti were innocent. One of the new discoveries claimed by the defense concerned the cap found by Berardelli's body, the cap that the prosecution had tried to prove belonged to Sacco. Williams had pointed out the tear in the lining, implying that Sacco had made it by hanging his cap on a nail at the factory. It was a corroborative point mentioned several times during the trial, and later by Judge Thayer in his ruling on the Medeiros motion. Not until shortly before the Lowell Committee began its meetings was the point again raised. Then Tom O'Connor, combing South Braintree for new evidence, had the thought that he might pick up something from the now retired Chief Galeazzi. He found him weeding in his garden and quite willing to talk. The first thing they talked about was the cap Loring had picked up. Galeazzi said that the Saturday after the murder, Freiherr called him from Rice and Hutchins to say he had a cap found on the street after the murders. That evening Galeazzi went to pick it up. The autumn before, he had been able to identify the remains of a man who had hanged himself in the Braintree woods by the name inked into the lining of the man's cap. With that identification in mind, he ripped a hole in the lining of the cap Freiherr gave him. Finding neither name nor marks, he tossed the cap under the seat of the car. There it stayed for a week or two, until John Scott of the state police asked him for it. For O'Connor, the tear in the cap seemed a tear in the very fabric of the prosecution's case. He gave his information to Thompson, and Galeazzi was summoned before the Lowell Committee. The ex-chief readily admitted that there was no hole in the cap's lining before he got his hands on it, and he said he told Scott he himself had made the tear. Tampering with evidence was a concept alien to his naive mind. He still could see nothing wrong in what he had done. Katzman, when the tear in the cap was brought to his attention, insisted that this was the first time he had ever heard of it, that if he had known about it during the trial, he would have explained it to the jury. Although Thompson argued that an important piece of evidence relied on by the prosecution had now turned out to be false, and that this alone should be sufficient grounds for a new trial or for clemency, the committee members did not appear impressed. The confidentially verbose Dr. Hamilton again came from Auburn to defend his ballistics theses before the committee, and to repeat his conversation with the conscience-stricken Proctor. Whether or not the committee had read the Dedham file on Hamilton, Ranney obviously had, for he ticked off the ex-druggist's extraordinary expertise and ended with a reference to the Stylo case that made Hamilton jump. Major Goddard's apparently definitive report had been read, and the committee was also much more aware than the jury had been that the 6 obsolete Winchester bullets found on Sacco were similar to bullet 3. Thompson now produced Wilbur Turner, a self-designated criminologist, who had just examined the 4 Berardelli bullets at Dedham and had found a tremendous difference between the markings on the base of bullet 3 and the others, as though they were made with a different tool or scratched with a different instrument. And Thompson spelled out for the record his bitter conviction that Captain Proctor had substituted a fake bullet, test-fired from Sacco's gun, for the genuine bullet taken by Dr. McGrath from Bernardelli's body. The hot days slipped by. The old autocrat met his two colleagues with austere condescension each morning, and the parade of witnesses continued. Lowell felt, he would feel this way for the rest of his life, that he was performing a disagreeable civic duty, because such was the obligation of a Lowell. In essence, the committee bearing his name was conducting a second trial, but it had, without his conscious awareness, become a trial in which the Commonwealth was the defendant. What the Lowell Committee was taking on itself to decide was not whether Sacco and Vanzetti had had a fair trial and were guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but whether the presumably innocent Commonwealth had, beyond a reasonable doubt, erred. In the beginning, Thompson and Ehrman, as Harvard graduates, had pinned their hopes on Lowell. But after the Guadagni Bosco episode, Lowell began to seem more the challenger than the judge. The two lawyers had the uneasy feeling that evidence and argument were becoming useless, and even considered whether or not they should boycott the hearings. The doom of our clients seemed as inevitable as that of Socrates, Ehrman wrote afterward, and we were unwilling to continue in the farce of fair treatment. We were diverted from this course, however, by two outstanding jurists, Dean Pound and Professor Frankfurter, who inspired us with some semblance of hope. Theirs was perhaps the greater wisdom, since, had we withdrawn, it would have been said that we had lost faith in the cause of our clients. By Saturday, July 23rd, the committee members had run through their witnesses, from Cox, the paymaster, to Rosen, the peddler, Gould, the Hayes and Kennedy girls, everyone they thought might add anything new to the case. Lincoln Wadsworth, still working for Ivor Johnson, and afraid that his Dedham testimony had been misinterpreted, told the committee that although the revolver found on Vanzetti might have been Bernardelli's, there are thousands of times more chances that it was not than that it was. Lowell spent the weekend writing a report of the proceedings, which, in token deference to his colleagues, he referred to as an abstract. Monday, the committee spent listening to the closing arguments of Thompson and Ehrman, followed by Ranney for the Commonwealth. Then, when the humid council chamber was at last empty, Lowell handed typewritten copies of his abstract to his colleagues, saying offhandedly that it was just a suggestion, of course, but would they look it over? The next day, the three met privately in the faculty room of Harvard's University Hall. The autocrat of the faculty table, having made up his mind in writing, all he wanted from the silent physicist and the garrulous poetaster was confirmation. They spent that day and the next discussing minor details of the abstract. So fully did we find ourselves in agreement, Grant admitted later, that though many alterations were made in it, they were chiefly of phraseology and shades of expression, rather than the substantive point of view. On the afternoon of July 27th, at 5:10, Lowell, Stratton, and Grant, sphinx-faced, entered the executive offices of the State House, each carrying a brown manila folder with a signed copy of the revised abstract report. End of section 30. Section 31 of Tragedy in Dedham, the Sacco-Vanzetti case by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, August 1927, Part 1. Governor Fuller continued hearing witnesses until the end of July. Obviously, he was not going to draw his own conclusions, or even appear to have drawn them, before taking his cue from the Lowell Committee. In an interview with Jackson and Felicani, he asked them flatly how he could be expected to believe Vanzetti's alibi that he was selling eels on December 24th. "I am a businessman," he told them. "I am used to proof before I decide anything. There isn't a single document in the case proving that Vanzetti sold eels. There's only the word of his Italian friends. Spurred by the governor's disbelief and furnished with a sketch map by Vanzetti, Felicani and Ehrman made the rounds of the waterfront wholesale fish dealers. Finally, at 112 Atlantic Avenue, they found that one of the partners of Corso and Gambino remembered shipping fish to Vanzetti in 1919. The firm had then been Corso and Canizzo. Ehrman and Felicani dug away for hours among Corso's dusty account books, until at last they uncovered what they had almost given up hope of finding: an American Express Company receipt showing that on Saturday, December 20th, 1919, a 40-pound barrel of eels had been shipped with COD charges of $27.79 to B. Vanzetti, Plymouth. The eels must have been delivered either on Monday or Tuesday. Mary Fortini, Vanzetti's landlady, had testified that they arrived either the 22nd or the 23rd. I do not remember exactly. She said the expressman had brought the barrel at about 9:30 in the morning, when Vanzetti was out, and as she had no money to pay him, he had taken it away and come back later. After one Monday, Vanzetti and the express came back, was the awkward way the interpreter translated her explanation. Ehrman took after one Monday to mean the following day. Vanzetti would have received his eels on Tuesday, spent Tuesday night cleaning them, and on Wednesday, the morning of the Bridgewater hold-up attempt, he would have been busy making his deliveries. Ehrman thought at last he had found the key to unlock the doors of the state prison. He and Felicani took the yellowed express receipt to Thompson, who, in Fuller's absence, handed it over to the governor's secretary, and that was the last they heard of it. Sunday, the last day of July, the heat wave broke in drizzling rain. A crowd of 3,000, divided between sympathizers and the usual Sunday afternoon floaters, attended a Sacco-Vanzetti protest meeting on the Charles Street Mall of Boston Common. Alfred Baker Lewis, the wealthy pince-nesed perennial socialist candidate for governor, introduced the speakers: Gardner Jackson, Harry Cantor, Mary Donovan, and Professor Guadagni. Cantor called for a general strike, and Mary Donovan shouted in a trembling voice that if they executed those two innocent men, they could execute her too. The fiery words spluttered out damply in the rain. The crowd remained inert. Fuller spent the weekend at his summer estate at Little Boar's Head, Rye Beach, New Hampshire. 2 days before, his son, Alvin Jr., had to be operated on suddenly for appendicitis, and for a day or so the governor thought he might have to delay his decision. However, just before leaving the city, he promised reporters that he would make it known Wednesday evening. The feeling in the corridors of the State House, in State Street, on Newspaper Row, among those in the know, was that the governor would end up by granting a new trial. Louis Stark's dispatch to the New York Times concluded, "Niccolo Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti will not die in the chair on the date set. Neither will they be pardoned. Further reprieve pending steps by the Massachusetts legislature looking to a new trial was indicated as the solution which Governor Fuller will place before the Executive Council when it meets tomorrow night." Whatever the rumors of a reprieve, there was no sign of it as August began. Imperturbably, the clockwork mechanism of the law advanced another notch, as, on the night of August 2nd, Sacco, Vanzetti, and Medeiros were moved to the isolation of the death house. The day before that move, Vanzetti had tried to persuade Sacco to give up his hunger strike, but the other refused, saying there was no use in making himself fat to be killed. The transfer was made secretly, the guards waiting until 10 minutes after lights out before coming to the cells to take the condemned men away. Down the short flight of iron stairs, guards and prisoners clattered to the darkness of the outer yard, and then diagonally across the inlaid brick to the narrow passage between the north wing extension and the license plate shop. In coming, I got a glance to the nighty, starry sky, Vanzetti wrote. It was so long I did seen it before, and thought it was my last glance to the stars. There were only 3 cells in the blank-walled death house. The white-tiled floors had a black line painted 6 feet in front of each cell, beyond which no visitor might step. Sacco and Vanzetti, locked up there, could not see each other, but they could talk back and forth. Each cell was lit by a lamp outside the bars, and contained a cot, a chair, a table, and a toilet. The perspective of the antiseptic room concluded in a small gray door leading to the execution chamber. Sacco's reaction to the death house was to pace up and down, his energy undiminished even though he had not eaten for over 2 weeks. Vanzetti, who again refused food, tried to immerse himself in the rise of American civilization. Only Medeiros seemed unaffected by the change. Torpid, outwardly indifferent, he ate enormously but gave scarcely any other sign of life. When Warden Hendry offered to pay his mother's way to Boston, he said he did not want to see her. Sunday's rain continued into Monday, leaving the city and the State House streaked with fog. Fuller returned from New Hampshire early in the morning and again told the waiting reporters his decision would be ready on Wednesday. During the morning he talked with Jackson, Moro, and other members of the Defense Committee. In the afternoon he spent several hours with the Brockton policemen, Connolly and Vaughan, and after they left he conferred with John McInerney. During the day he sent for Judge Thayer, who was spending his vacation at Ogunquit, Maine. Thayer arrived at the State House a little after 6. The reporters noted that the governor's mood seemed genial. They thought it was a good omen for the prisoners. Tuesday morning the governor was closeted with Assistant District Attorney Ranney. At lunchtime he informed reporters that he had seen 102 witnesses, besides those from the Plymouth trial. That day, however, the fate of Sacco and Vanzetti was overshadowed by the noontime news from the summer White House in the Black Hills of South Dakota, where Calvin Coolidge had just announced, "I do not choose to run for president in 1928. Boston political gossips at once recalled how the vacillating governor had made himself nationally known as Law and Order Coolidge, by what seemed, at least outside Massachusetts, to have been his firmness in handling the 1919 police strike. Perhaps there would be a Law and Order Fuller now, another president from the Bay State. The week between the submission of the Lowell Committee's report and the governor's decision was one of vexing suspense that added to the growth of Sacco-Vanzetti militancy all over the world. Even the apolitical, sports-minded newspaper readers in America, who had remained so far indifferent, could no longer restrain their curiosity as to the outcome of this mortal contest. Life and death, the 7-year issue with all its implications, now lay in the stubby hands of the ex-bicycle mechanic. Correspondents from the various newspaper services had come to Boston and set up their headquarters in the State House Press Gallery, next to the balcony entrance of the House of Representatives. For the first time in Massachusetts history, permission was given to run in telegraph wires from outside. The news for the first 3 days, however, was scant. The names of a few last witnesses, the rare glimpse of the governor, a brush-off remark from hard-boiled Herman. Time seemed out of focus. The newsmen waited in the corridor outside the executive chambers, wandered through the Hall of Flags, made notes in the house balcony under the suspended sacred cod totem. Wednesday, August 3rd, broke fair in Boston, with the fog bank receding along the line of harbor islands. Fuller put in a brief appearance at the State House, told the reporters he would give them the news at 8:30 that night, then announced he was leaving town to put the last touches on his decision. Actually, he went no farther than a suite at the Ritz-Carlton at the other end of the public gardens, where he shut himself up with a Boston newspaper man, Edward Whiting, who did the actual writing, since the self-made governor was not capable of such sustained literary effort. Just after dusk, a crowd of several hundred gathered across the street from the State House, looking up at the 5 lighted windows in the left wing of the otherwise darkened building until dispersed by the police. At the Hanover Street Defense Headquarters, the two littered rooms were filled with tense, silent figures. Mary Donovan sat by the telephone to answer calls in English. Moro took over when the caller was Italian. Frankfurter, in his shirt sleeves, squatted on a bale of papers. Gardner Jackson kept dashing to and from the State House. Most of the others were Italians from the North End. The thin light from an unshaded fixture drew out the lettering on the wall posters in bas relief. Justice is dead, in German. Calvary of Sacco and Vanzetti, in Italian. A Mexican poster demanding liberty and justice. At the State House, a score of reporters were waiting at the double-doored entrance to the executive chambers when Fuller finally reappeared at 8:26, his plump face set and unsmiling above his starched collar. He brushed past, impervious to questions. At 8:50 he reappeared, and read out a statement he had scribbled on the back of an envelope. "I am very sorry not to oblige you with an interview. I can truthfully say that I am very tired, and I trust the report will speak for itself. I would prefer not to indulge in any supplementary statement at this time." He promised that copies of the decision would be distributed at 9:30. 9:30 passed into 10, with still no sign from behind the closed doors. There was the same impersonal sense of tension as when a jury is out, the same unreality of the immediate moment. The reporters walked up and down the darkened, echoing corridors, talking and smoking. Most of the crowd driven away from the State House had drifted downtown to Newspaper Row. Hundreds gathered in front of the Globe and Post buildings to watch the blackboard bulletins. It was a strangely quiet crowd. A Globe reporter, looking down from the second floor at the upturned heads, wondered how anyone could tell what they were thinking. The director of station WEEI had held an announcer ready all evening to go on the air with a special bulletin. Now that the closing hour of 11 was approaching, he debated whether he should shut down. Mary Donovan and Moro at Defense Headquarters kept repeating over the telephone, "No news, nothing yet." Louis Stark, pacing the State House corridor, began to doubt whether he would be able to meet the Times 11:30 deadline. Finally, at 11:25, the double doors opened and Hard-Boiled Herman appeared with several clerks, who carried copies of the decision in sealed envelopes, each addressed with the name of a newspaper. Stark sprinted for the marble stairs, ripping open his envelope and flipping through the pages. "I believe Sacco and Vanzetti had a fair trial." The telegraph operator was still holding the wire open to the Times city room. "Bulletin!" Stark shouted as he reached the door of the press gallery. "They die!" The words flashed across the world from the 10 telegraph wires. Within minutes they were chalked up on the Globe bulletin board, broadcast to New England by the waiting WEEI announcer, headlined on the morning editions that would shortly whip off the presses. The morning papers carried the full text of the decision. Fuller announced that he had set himself 3 tasks: to see whether the jury trial was fair, whether the accused were entitled to a new trial, and whether they were guilty or not guilty. Of Thayer he wrote, "I see no evidence of prejudice in his conduct of the trial. That he had an opinion as to the guilt or innocence of the accused after hearing the evidence is natural and inevitable." The governor did not consider that any of the supplementary motions presented valid reasons for granting a new trial. He gave no weight to Madero's confession, nor was he impressed with the latter's knowledge of the South Braintree crime. His conclusion, and, he added, the unanimous conclusion of his advisory committee, was that Sacco and Vanzetti were guilty. Warden Hendry kept the news from the prisoners until the next morning, when Thompson arrived with Rosina and Felicani. While the other two stood behind him with bent heads, Thompson quietly told the prisoners that they must die. Sacco appeared unruffled. "I told you so," he called to Vanzetti in the next cell. Vanzetti seemed stunned. "I just can't believe it," was all he said. Madero said nothing at all. After Rosina had left, Sacco sat down and wrote an open letter to his friends and comrades. Over the years his neat script had become increasingly stylized, and in this moment the copperplate regularity of his lines could have served for a formal invitation. From the death cell we are just informed from the Defense Committee that the Governor Fuller he has decided to kill us, August the 10th. We are not surprised for this news, because we know the capitalist class hard without any mercy the good soldiers of the revolutions. We are proud for death, and fall as all the good anarchist can fall. It is up to you now, O brothers, comrades, as I have tell you yesterday, that you're only that can save us, because we have never had faith at the governor, for we have always know that the Governor Fuller, Thayer and Katzman are the murders. Vanzetti's blasting reaction found its outlet in a scarcely legible scrawl, the direct opposite of Sacco's passive acceptance. Governor Alvin T. Fuller is a murderer, as Thayer, Katzman, the state perjurers, and all the other. He shake hand with me like a brother, make me believe he was honestly intentioned, and that he had not sent the 3 Carbarn boy to have no excuse to save us. Now, ignoring and denying all the proofs of our innocence and insult us and murder us, we are innocent. This is the way of plutocracy against liberty, against the people. Revenge our blood. We die for anarchy. Long live anarchy. Yet by afternoon Vanzetti had so recovered himself that he was able to give Mrs. Evans a remarkably detached view of Fuller. We are his opposite, all at all and all in all, while our enemies are affines to him in almost everything. Consciously, subconsciously, and unconsciously, he cannot escape to be tremendously influenced and predisposed against us. But he gave me the impression he is sincere, had made great efforts to learn the truth, and was not settled, at least deliberately, against us before to begin his inquiry. If he is sending us to death, it does not matter how honestly the governor can be convinced of our guiltiness. His conviction will not make us guilty. We are, and will remain, innocent. Fuller's adverse decision was, for Thompson, the end of the road. There might be hasty appeals to the state and federal supreme courts, all the delaying paraphernalia of certiorari and habeas corpus, with, at best, the addition of a few extra weeks to lives he was convinced were forfeit. Thompson felt a profounder sense of failure than Moore's, for his world had failed, that pleasantly circumscribed world of Boston into which he had fitted so easily. He had believed that the venerable institutions of Massachusetts, to which he gave his allegiance, would render justice even to 2 obscure foreigners, would rectify the aberrations of a prejudiced trial and the blind partisanship of a bigoted judge. Instead, the institutions had savaged these men, and now were preparing to annihilate them. In these institutions and in the comfortable society they guarded, he could no longer believe. A Harvard class day would never seem the same to him again. A Sunday sermon at the sedately familiar Church of the Redeemer would never sound the same. The brick fronts of Beacon Hill would have lost their mellowness. A traditionalist still, in the years that followed he faced Boston and complained of the lack of a responsible aristocracy that could restrain what he called the shopkeeper's mentality. He tried to compensate for his disbelief in his class by participating in liberal causes, taking the stump at elections, speaking at legislative hearings and in the Massachusetts Judicial Council. But the gesture had lost its meaning. The spark had gone from his life. He had already told Frankfurter that he would not continue. On receiving the news of the governor's decision, he and Ehrman sent the Defense Committee their formal resignation, explaining, "We feel that the defendants are now entitled to have the benefit of the judgment of counsel who can take up the case untrammeled by the commitments of the past, and less disturbed than we are by a sense of injustice." Frankfurter at once telephoned Arthur Hill to say that he had a most serious matter to discuss with him. They lunched at the Somerset Club, then crossed Beacon Street and sat on a bench on the common overlooking the Frog Pond. Frankfurter asked Hill if he would undertake the final appeal of the Sacco-Vanzetti case to the Supreme Court. Hill did not share Thompson's belief in the men's innocence, but he did believe they had not had a fair trial. He felt he could not refuse to make the effort on their behalf. First of all, he persuaded Elias Field and Richard Evarts to join him as junior counsel. Then, on the morning of August 5th, he called a conference in his office of Frankfurter, Ehrman, and Musmano. It was a conference of desperation, as Hill, beneath his assured, impervious exterior, was well aware. So it was felt by everyone present except for the buoyant Musmano. There were only a few legal maneuvers left, and time was running out like quicksilver from a broken thermometer. Hastily they evolved a program. They would file a motion in Dedham for a new trial and revocation of sentence on the grounds of Judge Thayer's prejudice. They would request Chief Justice Hall of the Superior Court to assign a judge other than Thayer to hear the motion. They would petition Governor Fuller for a stay of execution. They would file a motion in the Supreme Court for a writ of error, a writ of habeas corpus, and a stay of execution. Musmano arrived next morning at the Clerk of Court's office with a sheaf of affidavits from Mrs. Benkoff, Mrs. Rantoul, Frank Silby, George Crocker, Robert Benchley, Professor Richardson, and Chief Gallivan. He had also dug up a new witness of the South Braintree crime, Candido di Bona, whose peculiar version of the event was that the driver of the Buick had been a gray-haired man. The two men leaning against the Rice and Hutchins fence had been about 18 years old, and that there had been a fourth man wearing a soldier's uniform and carrying a rifle. Hill and Field, arguing on Thayer's unsuitability, got nowhere at all with Chief Justice Hall, who retired into legal phraseology to observe that precedent and established practice require that the said motions in the said cause should be heard by the judge who had presided at the original trial thereof. He then directed that the motion should be heard before Judge Thayer on Monday, August 8th. Musmano had more to think of than his affidavits as he drove to Dedham on that August Saturday, for the morning papers were splashed with accounts of a series of bombings that had wrecked 4 New York subway and elevated stations the night before. Between 11:17 and 11:37, tremendous explosions had occurred at Times Square and on 4th Avenue at 33rd, at 28th, and at 23rd Streets, destroying surface kiosks, blowing sidewalks into the air, and shattering windows 100 yards away. Only one person was killed, but numbers were injured. The same night, the Emmanuel Presbyterian Church in Philadelphia was bombed, as was the house of the mayor of Baltimore. None of the bombers was ever discovered. In that respect, the police kept their record unblemished. 2 days later, bombs did heavy damage in Utica, New York. News came, undoubtedly exaggerated, of a wave of bombing overseas. Whether or not the bombings were the result of Governor Fuller's decision, a renewal of the anarchist propaganda of the deed, most Americans thought that they were. That week, Massachusetts businessmen took out $200 million worth of bomb and riot insurance. Boston police were placed on a bomb alert. All leaves and vacations were canceled, and the police commissioner ordered 300 rapid-fire guns for the riot squad. Filene sent John Deaver away on an indefinite paid vacation. The full text of the Lowell Committee report was published in the Sunday papers of August 7th. Those concerned with the case spent the better part of the day analyzing it. It was a curiously ambiguous document. In regard to Sacco, it concluded, "The committee are of the opinion that Sacco was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. In reaching this conclusion, they are aware that it involves a disbelief in the evidence of his alibi at Boston, but in view of all the evidence they do not believe he was there that day." As for Vanzetti, the alibi is decidedly weak. One of the witnesses, Rosen, seems to the committee to have been shown by the cross-examination to be lying at the trial. Another, Mrs. Brini, had sworn to an alibi for him in the Bridgewater case, and 2 more witnesses did not seem certain of the date until they had talked it over. 4 persons testified that they had seen him. His face is much more unusual and more easily remembered than that of Sacco. On the whole, we are of the opinion that Vanzetti also was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. What had the committee meant by the phrase "on the whole," which seemed in itself to imply reservations about reasonable doubt? Did the committee still feel some residual doubt in regard to Vanzetti? That was just one of the enigmas of the report. As for Medeiros, his ignorance of what happened is extraordinary, and much of it cannot be attributed to a desire to shield his associates, for it had no connection therewith. Indeed, in his whole testimony there is only one fact that can be checked: his statement that after the murder the car stopped to ask the way at the house of Mrs. Hewins. As this house was not far from where Medeiros subsequently lived, he might very well have heard the fact mentioned. With Grant a judge and Lowell a historian, the committee's ignorance of the law was at times astonishing. The impression has gone abroad that Medeiros confessed committing the murder at South Braintree. Strangely enough, this is not really the case. He confesses to being present, but not to being guilty of murder. If he were tried, his own confession, if wholly believed, would not be sufficient for a verdict of murder in the first degree. According to the law, of course, an accessory to a murder is equally guilty. As for the trial, the committee have seen no evidence sufficient to make them believe that the trial was unfair. On the contrary, they are of the opinion that the judge endeavored successfully, to secure for the defendants a fair trial, that the district attorney was not in any way guilty of unprofessional behavior, that he conducted the prosecution vigorously but not improperly, and that the jury, a capable, impartial, and unprejudiced body, did, as they were instructed, well and truly try and true deliverance make. However, in a measured way, the committee censured Judge Thayer. From all that has come to us, we are forced to conclude that the judge was indiscreet in conversation with outsiders during the trial. He ought not to have talked about the case off the bench, and doing so was a grave break of official decorum. But we do not believe he used some of the expressions attributed to him, and we think there is exaggeration in what the persons to whom he spoke remember. Furthermore, we believe that such indiscretions in conversation did not affect his conduct at the trial or the opinions of the jury, who indeed so stated to the committee. Judge Grant felt more troubled than his colleagues, as he indicated later in his autobiography. It had fallen to me, at the request of my 2 associates, to examine Judge Webster Thayer when he appeared before us at the State House. The evidence that he had been grossly indiscreet in his remarks off the bench was cumulative. I was amazed and incensed that any Massachusetts judge could have been so garrulous. That he had talked he did not deny, but he declared under oath, with convincing emotion, that several of the accusations against him, notably that of having rehearsed a part of his charge to the jury, were untrue. When we came to consider the language of our report, I was asked, as one who ought to know how a judge should conduct himself, to suggest the words of censure. They were used, and if my associates felt a shade less outraged than I by his unseemly conduct, it was from a due sense of perspective. Most of the new evidence that the defense had unearthed appeared to the committee inconsequential. The cap with the lining Gallivan had torn was dismissed as a trivial matter. Gould's evidence added nothing new. Whatever affidavits Proctor may have signed later, it must be assumed that the jury understood the meaning of plain English words, that if Captain Proctor was of the opinion that the bullet had been fired through Sacco's pistol, he would have said so, instead of using the language which meant that it might have been fired through that pistol. This, of course, was an assumption Judge Thayer himself failed to make in his charge to the jury. The committee did not mention Major Goddard's report, but from an inspection of the Van Amberg parallel photographs, they were inclined to believe that bullet 3 had come from Sacco's pistol. They were impressed by its similarity to the obsolete cartridges found on Sacco. Thompson's contention that this bullet was a substitute they considered preposterous. Such an accusation, devoid of proof, may be dismissed without further comment, save that the case of the defendants must be rather desperate on its merits when counsel feel it necessary to resort to a charge of this kind. They found it a telling fact that the two men were armed when they were arrested. Carrying fully loaded firearms, where they can be most quickly drawn, they observed, can hardly be common among people whose views were pacifist and opposed to all violence. That Sacco could have put his pistol in his belt and forgotten about it, they found incredible. Nor did they feel that the defendants' radicalism explained all their lies. Lottie Packard's whirlwind remarks, for all their flights, impressed them. The woman is eccentric, not unimpeachable in conduct, they concluded, but the committee believed that in this case her testimony is well worth consideration. To the militants in Europe, the reports of Governor Fuller and of the Lowell Committee set the official seal on what even the Frankfurter Zeitung now referred to as a political judicial murder. Letters and cables to Fuller, to the Secretary of State, to the White House, poured in from overseas. A certain lack of information and spontaneity apparent in the fact that some of them were addressed to President Harding, 4 years dead. The Vatican expressed its hope that an appeal to the United States Supreme Court may open the way to justice or clemency. Former French Premier Edgar Award asked for a measure of clemency. Le Soir reacted to the decisions with a sentiment of profound horror. A past era echoed dimly when the veterans of the Commune forwarded their protest. In Paris, the police had forbidden all meetings, but in the Bois de Vincennes, just outside the city, a group of 5,000 bannered militants paraded with linked arms behind Luigia Vanzetti. Luigia, passing through on her way to America, carried a banner reading, "Parisian people, save my brother and Sacco. Thanks." The new wave of explosions caused alarm all over the United States. Extra guards were dispatched to the summer White House in the Dakota Hills. Federal buildings were placed under guard. The Army announced plans to move troops from Fort Myer, Virginia, to Washington. Machine guns were posted around Fuller's summer home at Little Boar's Head. Harvard's buildings were guarded. Yet Boston, on the Sunday the Lowell report was made public, seemed calm, almost indifferent. Alfred Baker Lewis for the Defense Committee and Harry Cantor for the Communists had each obtained a permit to hold a meeting at the designated trees on the Charles Street Mall. On the Tremont side, a band in the Parkman Bandstand offered rival attractions. Between 5,000 and 10,000 persons gathered on the Common that afternoon, no great number for a city with a surrounding population of over 2 million. Some were there who made a habit of sauntering on a summer Sunday afternoon. Others came from curiosity or to listen to the band. The genuine sympathizers, mostly from the North End, were probably in a minority. Nevertheless, Superintendent of Police Michael Crowley disapproved of any such meetings, and his feelings were reinforced by the bombings of 2 days before. A plump, set-faced man in a Panama with a turned-down brim, he waddled up the Mall to warn both Baker and Cantor that if any disparaging remarks were made about Governor Fuller or the Lowell Committee, that would end the meetings. In no time at all, Mary Donovan, standing on a platform with a banner reading, "Did you see what I did to those anarchist bastards? Judge Thayer," proclaimed that Governor Fuller was a murderer. Crowley, raising his fat hand, announced the meeting was suspended. 4 mounted police edged their horses in and began scattering the crowd. Mary Donovan protested wildly, "This meeting must go on. I will speak for Sacco and Vanzetti. They are innocent men. They must not be murdered." Crowley, in an attempt to be fatherly to a fellow Celt, observed that bastard was no word for a lady to use. It was no word for a judge to use either, Mary Donovan snapped. As the core of the crowd began to mill about the speaker stands, while the others moved away, the bearded Edward James bobbed up, scarlet with indignation, to stutter, Down with the police! Get at them, men!" After a scuffle, 4 men were arrested, including Cantor and a bloody-nosed James. Next day in police court, James, in the true revolutionary tradition, refused to recognize the judge or reply to charges. He was fined $75, which he refused to pay until the judge offered him the alternative of 90 days on Deer Island. At first, James announced that he was going to be a martyr. Then, as the glow of the barricades faded, he paid up. With the executions only 3 days off, the Defense Committee now appealed for 100,000 Americans to march on Boston and take part in a death watch at the State House and at the State Prison. "We call the leaders of American letters, science, art, education, and social reform to lead the peaceful demonstration at the Charlestown Hall. Come by train and boat, come on foot or in your car. Come to Boston. Let all the roads of the nation converge on Beacon Hill. Come armed with a black band on your sleeve. Come armed with inextinguishable faith that Sacco and Vanzetti must and shall live." Few people in Massachusetts failed to read the Lowell report the Sunday of its appearance. The Defense Committee denounced it at once. The Communists derided it. But its effect, with the potency of the Lowell name behind it, was to settle the matter for a large number of Back Bay and Cambridge middle-of-the-roaders. Most of the serious and earnest-minded people who had misgivings as to the original verdict in Judge Thayer's court, the Herald editorialized, have had these dissipated by the calm and dispassionate recital of the evidence by President Lowell and his associates. Dr. Morton Prince said he could see no escape from the report's conclusions. Bishop Lawrence, who was not bashful about treading with angels, wrote to Fuller, "You will, I am sure, allow me to express to you my admiration of the way in which you have done your duty in the Sacco-Vanzetti case. You have been wise, patient, dignified, and courageous, worthy of the highest traditions of the Commonwealth." Medical examiner McGrath announced that he was now morally certain of the 2 men's guilt, an opinion he had undoubtedly held from the beginning. Chief Justice of the United States, William Howard Taft, whose knowledge of the case was slight, but whose Whigmorish opinion was that the propaganda had been created by large contributions of female and male fools, and had been circulated through all the communistic and criminal classes the world over, sent congratulatory notes to Lowell and Grant later in the year, writing to the latter, "Now that all is over, I can properly thank you for accepting the task of serving on the Governor's Committee of Advisers in that case. It was a thankless task, and required courage and sacrifice to do it. You and your colleagues did it and did it well. It concerned the welfare of society and the world in an unusual way. It is remarkable how Frankfurter, with his article, was able to present to so large a body of readers a perverted view of the facts, and then, through the worldwide conspiracy of communism, spread it to so many, many countries. Our law schools lent themselves to the vicious propaganda. The utter lack of substance in it all is shown by the event. It was a bubble, and was burst by the courage of the governor and his advisers." Robert Lincoln O'Brien regarded the Lowell report in the light of an umpire's decision at a Longwood Cricket Club tennis match. To those of us who felt that the need of some further inquiry existed, even after the Supreme Judicial Court had ruled that the case had been properly concluded, it seemed the part of good sportsmanship to accept the findings of Mr. Lowell and his associates, particularly since we could find no 3 men in all the world, were we to select them ourselves, in whose findings we would have more complete confidence. But there were others, conservatives like Waldo Cook, the editor of the Springfield Republican, who found the report staggering. Speaking of its mention of Thayer's grave breach of judicial decorum, Cook wrote, "If it was grave, it must taint irretrievably in the record the Sacco-Vanzetti case for all time." The New York Times questioned the phrase, "on the whole," and wondered whether the ends of justice could not have been better obtained in some other way. Pulitzer's New York World, which under its chief editorial writer, Walter Lippmann, had consistently taken the side of Sacco and Vanzetti, gave its entire editorial page to an editorial, "Doubts that will not down." Heywood Brown, as columnist for the World, announced bitterly that if all the venerable college presidents in the country tottered forward and pronounced the men guilty, they would still be innocent. Brown, reacting to what he considered the general apathy about the case in the United States, became so violent in his comments on President Lowell's throwing the switch and Harvard as hangman's house that Pulitzer finally suspended his columns. On opinion overseas, even conservative opinion, the Lowell report had almost no effect. End of section 31. Section 32 of Tragedy in Dedham, the Sacco and Vanzetti case by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, August 1927, Part 2. On Monday morning, August 8, in the Pemberton Square Courthouse, Supreme Court Justice Sanderson listened to Thompson, now merely a witness, testify that the right of the defendants had been violated by Judge Thayer's prejudice. The justice denied the application for a writ of error and stay of execution. At Dedham in the afternoon, when Judge Thayer opened his special session, he found himself in the anomalous position of ruling on his own prejudice. The courthouse was again heavily guarded and the public barred from the courtroom, although Sheriff Capon made no difficulties about admitting Rosina, Mrs. Evans, Mrs. Henderson, and other friends. The prisoners themselves were not present. Thayer remained stubbornly vulnerable, and Hill did not spare him. To the latter's passionate request that he step down from the bench, he observed impassively that the Chief Justice had assigned him and he was there to hear the motion. Hill's anger vibrated through the open-windowed courtroom. "Do you think you can sit on the case and consider the issues? It is beyond human power to do. No man is so wise, clear-headed, and dispassionate that he can sit on the question whether he was actuated by prejudice, and it is not fair to ask him. It should be before some other man, not only because of the welfare of the defendants, the welfare of the bench, the welfare of the administration of justice, but the welfare of your Honor himself." In answer to the motions for a new trial, Thayer ruled that according to Massachusetts law he had no jurisdiction to grant one, once sentence had been passed. As to the motion for a revocation of sentence and stay of execution, he agreed to accept Hill's affidavits and listen to his arguments. With chill and condescending politeness, Hill, enumerating the affidavits, pointed out that Judge Thayer's state of mind at the trial and afterward disqualified him from acting as a judge. Hill insisted that in all the judge's rulings, as well as in his actions off the bench, he had shown prejudice. Thayer stared fixedly at Hill, his eyes hard and bright, a thin glow behind his waxen pallor. When the lawyer had finished, he began to speak, his voice more charged with feeling than ever it had been before in that familiar room. "I agreed, and always insisted with the full force of my nature, that no matter what race or religion, conservative or radical, conformist or nonconformist, was entitled to a fair and impartial trial, and as my mind goes back over 7 years of lawyers contesting every point, I recall that the case was taken on 2 occasions to the Supreme Court, and the court dealt with 260 exceptions, and did not leave one exception. That I am willing to be judged by, but prejudice, there isn't any now, and there wasn't at any time. I do this now as it is the only way a judge can plead his own case. For 7 years I have been in a position where I could not say a word. This is the only time I could say anything." The arguments were brief. Attorney General Arthur Redding for the Commonwealth characterized Hill's as the most preposterous ever heard from a learned lawyer. Thayer, at the end of the afternoon, announced that he would reserve his decision on the second motion. Then, early Tuesday morning, He telephoned in from his home in Worcester that the revocation of sentence and stay of sentence were denied. From this, and from Justice Sanderson's ruling, Hill at once filed exceptions. Privately, however, he admitted he had given up hope. Only the young, inexperienced Musmano could find any encouragement in the further manipulation of the bastard Latin legal phrases. Centurari, coram nobis. They were like the last moves in a chess game when a player has only a pawn to interpose between his king and his opponent's queen. That afternoon, for the first time, pickets appeared before the State House, a half-dozen at the start, men in shirt-sleeves and women in work dresses, wearing black armbands and carrying placards denouncing the imminent executions. Defiantly they marched back and forth, their numbers growing to a dozen, a score, and finally to over 100, watched with jeering curiosity by a much larger crowd from the other side of the street near the Shaw Memorial. News of the picketing spread through the State House. Governor Fuller stepped into the council chamber briefly to look down from the oval-topped window on the sweaty marchers. The picketing was the beginning of the legend that in the last days of the case, the Massachusetts State House was zoned by a constantly replenished line of writers, artists, and intellectuals. Some such did find their places in the line. John Dos Passos, Dorothy Parker, Edna St. Vincent Millay, and others, and were arrested and taken to the Joy Street station on the other side of Beacon Hill. But most of the picketers were foreign-born men and women from the garment district. Harry Cantor led the pickets on the first day, encouraged by Alfred Baker Lewis. The Defense Committee, increasingly angry at the Communists' infiltrating efforts, held aloof. Fred Beale, a young and dedicated Communist whose radicalism dated from the Lawrence strike, was astonished at the coldness of his reception when he turned up at Hanover Street. "Why can't you leave Sacco and Vanzetti alone?" Secretary Moro asked him bitterly. "Why can't you let them die in peace? You people don't care for Sacco and Vanzetti. Let them burn. It will be better for the cause." As the picketing continued and the watching crowds increased, Police Captain James McDevitt was sent down from the Joy Street station. In the pattern that would be followed in dealing with the subsequent picketings of the State House, he approached the marchers and gave them 7 minutes to disperse. When they did not, he carried off 39 of them to the station. 31 of those arrested were named in the Boston papers. So far as their names are any indication, 20 were Jews and 3 Italians. The general strike called for that afternoon brought out only a few hundred men and women in Boston, most of whom found their way to the line in front of the State House. In New York, almost 100,000 walked out, the majority of them garment workers. Overseas, there was an almost hushed expectancy. Sacco and Vanzetti dominated the European headlines. The Atlantic cables continued to be weighted with protests that included such noted names as that of Lafayette's great-grandson. At the Charlestown prison, Western Union and Postal Telegraph installed 18 wires, 4 for direct communication overseas. The area within half a mile of the prison was declared a dead zone. The streets were barred and Prison Point Bridge closed. Early in the evening, Vanzetti sent for Thompson, who spent 2 hours in the death house talking with the prisoners. Sacco was now in the 23rd day of his hunger strike. Vanzetti had not eaten for 5 days. Thompson, on leaving, met a group of reporters at the prison gate and told them that the prisoners continue to assert their innocence, do not express any hope, remain courageous, and feel they are dying for a principle. Would Governor Fuller grant the prisoners an additional respite to give Justice Sanderson and Thayer time to decide on Hill's exceptions? That was the question on the morning of August 10th. Fuller reached his State House office at 9:30 and at once summoned the members of his council. At almost the same time, the executioner for New York, New Jersey, and Massachusetts, Robert Elliott, arrived with his famous black bag at the South Station. When Musmano went to the prison later in the morning with a petition for a writ of habeas corpus, He noticed guards setting up machine guns on the brick ramp running along the top of the prison wall. As he reached the death cells and began to talk to the men through the bars, he could hear the workmen tinkering with the electric chair in the next room, and he sensed the sudden vibration of the floor as they switched on the current. Vanzetti told him not to mind, that the men had been working on it since the day before. Sacco again refused to sign any petition, telling Musmano, "They are going to crucify me, crucify both of us. They have been driving nails into us for 7 years. Let's have it over." Vanzetti signed willingly enough, then inscribed his copy of The Rise of American Civilization and offered it to Musmano, who refused it, saying he would wait until Vanzetti got out. From Charlestown, Musmano drove with Hill, as did Thompson and a Washington lawyer, John Finnerty, later in the day, 30 miles north to Beverly, where United States Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes had his summer house. All 4 men knew that if Fuller failed to act, the only other hope for Sacco and Vanzetti was an appeal to the federal courts. Holmes met his visitors on the porch, listened to them gravely, even regretfully, but held that he had not the legal right to intervene in the internal judicial processes of Massachusetts. "You don't have to convince me that the atmosphere in which these men were tried precluded a fair trial," he told them. "But that is not enough to give me, as a federal judge, jurisdiction. If I listened to you any more, I would do it," he continued. "I must not do it." With that, the old justice turned on his heel and went into the house. Hill, following his rebuff, went on to hunt out Judge George Anderson of the United States Circuit Court. After the 1920 Palmer raids, Judge Anderson had released the Boston aliens rounded up by the Bureau of Investigation and had castigated the Department of Justice. But this time, Judge Anderson, like Holmes, held that he could not interfere in state affairs. Fuller, determined to expand the collective responsibility for his decision, sent for all the Commonwealth's former attorneys general. 7 of them arrived before midday at his office for consultation. His council began its own deliberations after lunch and continued all afternoon. Meanwhile, the pickets, with their black armbands and placards, chanting their slogans, again marched in front of the State House. Captain McDevitt gave his dispersal warning, and after 7 minutes the police moved in. Those pickets who did not scatter were taken to the Joy Street station. This time the watching crowd showed itself much more hostile. There were mocking shouts of "Hang 'em" as the pickets were hustled up Joy Street. They were booked at the station, and those who did not have the $25 bail money were bailed out by Mrs. Evans and her friends. A solid blue line of police extended along the cobbled paving in front of the Charlestown prison. Prison police, state police, metropolitan police, Boston and Cambridge police had all been called out, the largest force ever assembled in Boston's history. On Prison Point Bridge, a platoon of firemen uncoiled hoses and stood ready to water down any mob trying to force the barriers. Below the bridge, in the slimy tidal inlet known as the Miller River, the police launch Argus chugged up and down with a machine gun at its bow. Inside the blank-walled death house, Medeiros and Sacco lay on their cots in listless inanition. Some days earlier, Sacco had begun a letter to his son, but he no longer felt the strength to continue with it. Vanzetti wrote brief farewell notes to Mrs. Winslow, Mrs. Codman, Mrs. Henderson, and Mrs. Evans, whom he now addressed as comrade. His one enduring regret as the hours slipped away was that he would not be able to see his sister Luigia again. Late in the afternoon, Medeiros' mother and sister arrived from Providence, but he received them indifferently. The old Portuguese woman collapsed on the threshold of the death house and had to be helped from the building. At the cluttered Hanover Street rooms there was the same penumbral atmosphere that there had been the night of Fuller's decision, but with the tenseness giving way by almost imperceptible degrees to lassitude. Mary Donovan answered the telephone, The shaggy Jackson scribbled notes. Felicani bent forward under the poster proclaiming justice is the issue. Rosina Sacco sat in a corner, silent except for an occasional dry cough, while from time to time she abstractedly crumpled bits of paper. During the evening, Frankfurter bustled in and out on obscure errands, his eyes deep and compassionate behind his rimless oval pince nez. Hill and Joseph Moro appeared briefly and spoke a few encouraging words. After spending the afternoon with his counsel, Fuller broke off for a meal, then resumed the sitting at 7:30. An hour later Hill appeared in the council chamber and pleaded and argued for 2 hours, begging the councilors and the governor not to destroy the subject matter of litigation while it was still in the hands of the courts. After he left, the councilors buzzed among themselves. Still, the governor could not make up his mind. Meanwhile, the slim, gray-haired, twisted-mouthed executioner arrived at the prison with the official witnesses. As usual, refreshments had been prepared. The prison officers' clubroom now held the largest group of reporters ever assembled in Massachusetts for an execution. By 10 o'clock, the 3 prisoners had been notified that they were to die at midnight. At defense headquarters, Rosina suddenly fell forward in a faint. Mary Donovan picked her up, took her away in a taxi, and left her at a friend's house in the neighborhood. When she returned, she sat down again by the telephone, and, as if she were thinking aloud, suddenly said, "What if the finger of God should stay this execution tonight?" Then she picked up the receiver, and in a broken voice called Thompson to ask what steps should be taken to claim the 2 men's bodies. It was 11:24 before Fuller finally made up his official mind. With the concurrence of his counsel, he decided to grant the prisoners a 12-day respite, to afford the courts an opportunity to complete the consideration of the proceedings. Captain Charles Beaupre of the state police gave the word to the reporters outside the council chamber. Secretary William Reed telephoned the news to Warden Hendry. Hendry was pleased and showed it. Despite his meaty butcher's face, he was a good-hearted man who hated executions. With the copied reprieve in his hand, he hurried down the long cement corridor to the death house, calling out as he reached the threshold, "It's all off, boys." The 3 men rose from their cots. Vanzetti gripped the bars of the cell until his knuckles turned white. "I'm damned glad of that," he said shakily. "I'd like to see my sister before I die." Back at his office, Hendry passed around cigars to the reporters and witnesses, while an unheeded assistant read out the formal wording of the respite with all its whereases and know ye alls. Not until a few minutes before midnight was the news of the respite telephoned into the Hanover Street offices, yet when the announcement came it caused no tremor, no babble of voices, only a relieving quiet. Mary Donovan left without saying a word to go to Rosina. Someone, who seemed to speak for everyone in the room, remarked, "We have until the 22nd. Well, that is something." Across the ocean it seemed, for a moment, as if the protesting voices had won. Pravda proclaimed, "The mighty roar of protest from the Soviet Union, together with the voice of the working classes the world over, forced even the plutocratic American bourgeoisie to hesitate and maneuver." In Berlin, Die Rote Fahne announced triumphantly, "The working millions, and only they, in the forefront of the battle against class injustice, have won the first victory. Sacco and Vanzetti are provisionally rescued." L'Humanité rallied its readers with militant confidence. "Now let us exact the liberty of the 2 martyrs." In the United States there was a feeling that Fuller would now commute the death sentences to life imprisonment, a course recommended by the Springfield Republican. The New York Times shared this opinion, observing 4 days after the respite, "Honest and fair-minded people are still disputing about certain aspects of the Sacco-Vanzetti case, but on our part there is virtual unanimity of opinion. This is that the long delay in determining the fate of the 2 men is a reproach to American justice. It is something that is almost impossible to explain to foreigners. Outside, opposition and criticism had long since contracted the mood of the Massachusetts community beyond reason. With each external attack, the community ranks closed in an emotional need, masquerading as justice, to see Sacco and Vanzetti dead. This feeling was reinforced by the bombing, on August 15th, of the East Milton home of Dedham juror Louis McCarty. The charge placed on the porch of his two-story frame house at 463 Pleasant Street exploded at 3:30 in the morning. So great was the blast that little was left of the house but the frame. Windows were shattered a quarter of a mile away. McCarty, his wife, and 3 grown children were asleep on the second floor. They were hurled out of bed and covered with debris, but somehow managed to escape with only minor bruises. If before the blowing up of the McCarty house there had been the slightest chance of a commutation of sentence for Sacco and Vanzetti, afterward there was none. The 12 days of respite were marked by dramatic defense efforts that filled the world's headlines. The author and journalist Isaac Don Levine came on to Boston, convinced that a legal case could be built around the issue of the Department of Justice files. Perhaps Thompson might have inspected them in 1926 if he had been more tactful in dealing with the tentative officer of the Bureau of Investigation's Boston branch. Since then, Attorney General Sargent had refused the defense any access to them. However, he offered to forward them on request to Governor Fuller, the members of the Lowell Committee, or the Commonwealth's Attorney General. Such a request was never made. Fuller told reporters that the files would be no use to him in forming his opinion, inasmuch as he did not know what an anarchist was. On August 10th, the Defense Committee had sent a long telegram to United States Attorney General Sargent, claiming that evidence exists in the files of the Department of Justice of the most competent character, which would clear Sacco and Vanzetti of the charge of payroll robbery, and demanding that Sargent persuade President Coolidge to intervene. The committee also repeated Thompson's charge of a conspiracy between the employees of the Department of Justice and Katzman and Williams to wrongfully convict. For Levine, these claims and charges were all very well, but in the unskilled hands of Gardner Jackson and Mary Donovan and the Italians on the committee they would lead to nothing. What was needed was a professional touch, a fresh corps of attorneys of national reputation, publicity directed like an arrow to the Department of Justice, names that carried weight. For this purpose, and to the impotent fury of Mary Donovan, Levine organized the Citizens National Committee for Sacco and Vanzetti. He himself kept in the background. The figurehead chairman was the New Republic's editor, Robert Morse Lovett. But he brought to the new organization his own energy and the names of noted acquaintances. Glenn Frank, Zona Gale, Ida Tarbell, David Starr Jordan, Paul Kellogg of The Survey, John Haynes Holmes, Oswald Garrison Villard, Alexander Michaeljohn, Catherine Ann Porter, Jane Addams, William Hawking, Waldo Cook, John Moores, Mary Woolley, and John Dewey were among those endorsing the new committee. In an open letter, the committee announced its purpose: to induce the federal government to intervene in the Sacco and Vanzetti case because of the grave charges which have been made against the Department of Justice and because of the serious international situation which has arisen. During the last feverish week, it raked Washington with drumfire demands that the Department of Justice open its files. The committee set up quarters in the Hotel Bellevue just below the State House. There, in a long room on the second floor known as Parlor D, a swarm of volunteer workers moved in with desks and typewriters. For 20 hours a day, letters and releases poured out across the United States. Paul Kellogg sent over 500 telegrams to Americans of note. Almost everyone who arrived in Boston, from Michael Gold to Edna St. Vincent Millay, now stopped off at Parlor D rather than at the Hanover Street rooms. A new cluster of lawyers gathered there. John Finnerty of New York, who drew up the final habeas corpus motion, former New York Attorney General William Schuyler Jackson, Arthur Garfield Hayes, Francis Fisher Kane, and Frank Walsh, who together would take up the matter of the Justice Department files directly with Attorney General Sargent. The new committee, unlike the Communists, managed to remain on speaking terms with the old. Relations remained, in Levine's words, correct but remote. The morning after the midnight respite, the three prisoners were taken from the death house back to Cherry Hill. In spite of having gone 26 days without food, Sacco was able to walk unaided across the prison yard and up the iron staircase. When Musmano visited Sacco and Vanzetti in the barber shop later in the morning to tell them that Justice Sanderson had allowed the exceptions to his ruling to be taken to the full bench of the State Supreme Court, he found them in a cheerful mood. Both seemed to absorb something of the young Italian lawyer's optimism. Although Sacco still refused to eat, Vanzetti broke his 5-day fast with a cup of coffee. During the day, the New England manager of the United Press, Henry Minot, visited the prisoner and asked Vanzetti to write an open letter explaining his side of the case. In his renewed optimism, Vanzetti spent the next 2 days setting down what he well realized might be his final thoughts. On August 12th, his 2-page letter to friends and comrades was sent, in somewhat altered form, all over the world through the wires of the United Press. There is nowhere, neither in earth nor in heavens, anything that can make the true untrue and the untrue true. By true, I mean the truths which altogether form the universal truth. By truths, I mean the real conditions, faculties, essence of each one of those innumerable, relative things, all related and all evolving, which total sum forms up the universal truth, which is what it is in itself and not at all what anyone or ones, I, you, or all, believe or may think to know what it is. 2. On December 24th, 1919, at 8:20 a.m., a robbery was attempted in Bridgewater, Massachusetts. In every minute of the 24 hours of that day, I was in Plymouth, Massachusetts, about 30 miles from the place where the above-cited attempt to rob occurred. Furthermore, I had never been in such place before my arrest on May 5th, 1920. In the very moment, I was in the bakery shop of Luigi Bastoni in Plymouth. On April 15th, 1920, at 3 p.m., an highway robbery was committed in South Braintree, and 2 men were killed. In every minute of that day's hours I have been in Plymouth, Massachusetts, about 35 miles from the place of the crime. I have not yet been there that I know, and in the very minute of the crime I was speaking with Mr. Correll, who was preparing his motorboat on the Plymouth shore to be put in the water for the new fishing season, 1920. The above said is true, and there is nothing that can make it untrue. 3. At the Plymouth trial, my counselor, Joe Vahey, has betrayed me like Iscariot betrayed Christ. He not even went to the place of the crime to see how it happened what it was, what people were saying and knowing. Out of hundreds of the eyewitnesses of the crime, who came to look upon me for several consecutive days, on my arrest, in the Brockton police station, and all of them, save 1 or 2, positively denied I was one of the bandit they saw. Mr. Vahey even failed to produce a single one of those eyewitnesses. Chief Steward, Katzman, Judge Thayer succeeded to form a jury out of a dozen hating, prejudiced, jealous, fearing, narrow-minded, vain, excited, and ferocious provincial bigots, real lyncher in vest of jurors. These, our jurors, may believe or feign to believe the most apparently false government witnesses. They can disbelieve or feign so the truthful 18 defense witnesses, and they can bring out a verdict of guiltiness against me. Judge Thayer can enjoy in giving me the most severe and cruel sentence that I knew for such offense as the one of which I was framed. He can insult me. All this may be a great satisfaction for the Plymouth Cordage Company, for Joe Fahey, Steward, Katzman, and Thayer. But I tell you that I am innocent of the crime, and there is nothing that can make me guilty of it. 4. Dedham trial. Again, Chief Steward, Persecutor Frederick Katzman, William, Judge Webster Thayer, Sheriff Copen, a Joseph Ross, Lola Andrew, a Pelsner, 12 lynchers in vest of jurors, a double verdict of murder in first degree against us. I tell you that I am innocent of such crime, and no state tools, no perjuring harlots, crooks, criminals, venals, deficients, no steward, no Copen, no blackguards, no thief as Ross, no Katzman, no Williams, no sadism of jurors who had been ready to hang us before the beginning of the trial, no verdict of guiltiness, no death sentence, no Webster Thayer, no Massachusetts, none of them, nothing of this, not even all of this can change an innocent man in a guilty one. And I tell you that Nicola Sacco is neither a thief nor a highway murderer, and not even all of our enemies and of our case can make this truth untrue. 5. Judge Webster Thayer can deny us as many unrefutable and undeniable appeals and doom us at his heart content. The judges of the Massachusetts Supreme Judiciary Court can uphold Thayer's decision at their heart content. The judges of the Supreme Court of the United States can uphold at their heart content both Thayer and the Massachusetts justice. We will remain innocent. Although Sacco had been able to walk from the death house to Cherry Hill, his sturdy peasant body was beginning to give way. On the 30th day of his strike, Dr. McLaughlin, the prison physician, told him flatly that the time had come when he must eat. To emphasize this, McLaughlin showed him a rubber tube 3 feet long, greased at one end for insertion in the nose, and with a rubber bulb for pumping at the other end. 2 guards had brought the men to the prison barber shop, where Vanzetti, Musmano, and Rosina were waiting. Rosina, as she had done all along, begged her husband to eat. The others kept urging him. Sliding the tube between his fingers, Dr. McLaughlin told him, "You must eat. I can make you. I am stronger than you are." Sacco smiled, took a mug of soup that one of the guards had poured out, lifted it, and said, ironically, "Good health to all of you." The day after McCarty's house was bombed, Hill appeared at the heavily guarded Pemberton Square courthouse to argue the exceptions before the 4 available members of the Supreme Court. Impassively, the justices listened to the familiar argument that Judge Thayer himself had become a defendant, and that to allow him to hear any question concerning Sacco and Vanzetti was to make him a judge in his own case. Attorney General Redding countered that even if Thayer had been privately prejudiced, that would not disqualify him unless his prejudice had been communicated to the jury. The justices reserved their decision. 3 mornings later, court reporter Grabel walked down the inner steps of the still-guarded courthouse with a copy of the Supreme Court decision. He handed it to Musmano and Hill, at the same time informing the reporters, "Gentlemen, the exceptions in both cases have been overruled." The Supreme Court had, in effect, reaffirmed that it had no jurisdiction, that once sentence had been passed, a motion for a new trial came too late. And a motion for revocation was the same thing as a motion for a new trial. As for the prejudice of Judge Thayer, the judicial conduct of the trial judge in hearing and deciding the motion based on his own alleged bias or prejudice need not be discussed, because neither the judge nor any of his associates had jurisdiction to entertain the motion. In brief, there was nothing more to be expected from the courts of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. When Hill and Evarts asked Chief Justice Hall for a stay of execution until the United States Supreme Court might decide whether the law of the land had been observed in the case, he coldly refused. Musmano went at once to Charlestown to tell the prisoners. Sacco merely said it was what he expected, and continued the letter he was writing to Dante. But when Vanzetti heard the news, the discipline of his mind suddenly snapped. "Get the 1,000,000 men!" he shouted. He demanded a radio transmitter in his cell so that he could tell the whole world his story. All that morning he remained standing behind the bars, calling out for the 1,000,000 men. That night he wrote a letter to Thompson, dating it New Era, Year 1. My enemies make me to aim their cannons, shooting at me every night to kill me. Please send this instruction to the Boston Defense Committee as quickly as possible. Dear friends of the committee, I hope you have radiocasted at once my order of mobilization to all the nations of the world. Big corps of men are in march, if I perceived well last night. Take all the protective measure to the crossing of Rio Grande and Panama Canal. Lend me the coasts most you can. Renew my notes to the King of Italy and the Pope. I want all my witnesses as well. Inform me by wireless and immediately of each move in particular. I wait for you and Mr. Thompson as soon as possible for a general council. Recur to Mr. Thompson for legal matters. In spite of Vanzetti's seizure, the prisoners were taken back to the death house that afternoon. At almost the same time, Luigia Vanzetti arrived in New York on the Aquitania. She was met on the dock by Felicani, Rosina, Carlo Tresca, Mrs. Henderson, Dorothy Parker, Ruth Hale, Hayward Brown's wife, a corps of newsmen, and several hundred supporters carrying signs and banners. Rosina embraced her solemnly as a sister in sorrow. Then the reporters pressed in. The crowd made Luigia shrink. She was a frail, plain, dark woman, plainly dressed, who even at the age of 36 had the withered appearance of an autumn leaf. Her large eyes were shadowed by a helmet hat, her mouth permanently sad, her chin receding. She was of that Latin type, sexless and compassionate, ordained from adolescence either to be a maiden aunt or a nun. As she talked through an interpreter to reporters, she fingered a gold medallion of the sodality of the Blessed Virgin. What she said was embarrassing to all but Rosina. I am here, she told them, to guide my brother back to the religion from which he has fallen, so that he may be prepared to meet his Maker. He was brought up in the church, and he used to be a good Catholic. I have prayed continually that he return to the church and see a priest. In the last 17 days before the executions, Hill and the other defense lawyers appealed to 14 justices of 4 courts. The evening of Vanzetti's seizure, Musmano took the train for Washington to file writs of certiorari with the clerk of the United States Supreme Court, on the grounds that the actions of the Massachusetts courts were a denial of the rights of Sacco and Vanzetti under the Constitution's 14th Amendment, providing that no state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Once these writs were filed, once the case had officially reached the Supreme Court, the young lawyer, boundlessly confident, was certain that one justice could be found from among the 9 who would grant a stay of execution. After finding that he could not yet file his papers because he had not brought the record of the proceedings, he went on to the Justice Department to see the acting Attorney General, George Farnham, who had once served in Massachusetts as Assistant United States Attorney under Katzmann's former aide, Harold Williams. Musmano and Farnham afterward gave conflicting versions of what occurred in their interview. To Musmano's question, Farnham replied there was nothing in the files linking Sacco and Vanzetti with the South Braintree crime, but added that there was matter in the files unfavorable to them. What this was he refused to disclose unless Musmano would agree to keep it secret, and when the latter refused, the conversation came to an end. Next day, Jackson, Hayes, Kane, and Walsh, representing the Citizens Committee, spent the morning with Farnham, to whom they had been shunted by Attorney General Sargent, then on vacation in Vermont. Farnham, repeating the department's refusal to make the files available to representatives of unofficial organizations, declared that they contained no evidence tending to establish the guilt or innocence of Sacco and Vanzetti, or either of them, of the crime for which they were convicted in the Massachusetts courts, nor any evidence whatever of any collusion whatsoever between the state and federal authorities prior to the arrest of Sacco and Vanzetti, or prior, during, or subsequent to the trial of these 2 men. Meanwhile, the contest of the courtrooms accelerated. At the same time that Musmano was walking up the steps of the Capitol, Field, in Massachusetts, was presenting another petition for a writ of habeas corpus to Judge James Morton, Jr. of the United States District Court. Morton brusquely denied the petition and refused to allow any appeal. At 2:15, Hill and Evarts conferred with Justice Holmes in Beverly. Holmes listened to them with grave courtesy, but said that he did not have the authority to meddle in the affairs of state courts, and that he would not feel justified in granting a stay of execution unless he felt that there was a reasonable chance that the Supreme Court would ultimately reverse the judgment against Sacco and Vanzetti. This he could not bring himself to believe, but he added that another of his fellow justices might see the matter in a different light. With each rebuff, the defense lawyers frantically sought out another judge, each time to receive again the inevitable answer. While Hill was arguing vainly with Holmes in Beverly, Luigia, accompanied by Rosina, Felicani, and Mrs. Henderson, went to the prison. Warren Henry met her at the gate. Although it was quite unprecedented, he had Vanzetti let outside his cell to meet his sister. Vanzetti had recovered from his seizure of the day before. He was standing a few feet from the door as Luigia, followed by the others, walked down the corridor. Then he stepped forward and took her in his arms. In that moment the stooped, sallow prisoner in the convict's gray shirt and trousers, and the fading spinster with her tightly drawn hair, were as they had been in Villa Falletto 19 years before. He, the curly-haired young man, she, the shy, sprouting girl of 16. During the hour allotted them, they sat in the corner clasping each other's hands as they talked about the old days and of their relatives and friends. Luigia said later that they had not spoken of her brother's predicament nor of religion. At the hour's end they embraced again, and Vanzetti returned to his cell. Despondently, Luigia walked back along the corridor. From Charlestown, Mrs. Henderson drove her to Marblehead to see Cardinal O'Connell at his summer home. The Cardinal, although surprised by the visit, invited them to tea on the lawn. William Cardinal O'Connell, who wintered in Nassau and was known as Gangplank Bill by some of the less reverent faithful, modeled himself after a Renaissance prelate. Although a friend of Governor Fuller's, he knew better than to take secular sides, as had Bishop Lawrence. Men's ways were not God's way, he assured Luigia over the teacups. Later in the day he amplified his remarks in a neatly ambiguous statement to the Defense Committee. Human judgment is fallible always at best, but it is the only human method of government which civilized life has developed. But the justice of God is perfect, and in the end he and his way, mysterious as they are our hope and our salvation. Vanzetti had, at least, the consolation of seeing his sister once more. But, as he wrote in a note of thanks to Mrs. Henderson, "Since I saw her, my heart lost a little of its steadiness. The thought that she will have to take my death to our mother's grave, it is horrible to me. To think of what she will soon have to stand and to bear revolts all my being and upsets my mind." Sunday the 21st broke grayly in a tentative drizzle. Early in the morning, Evarts and Hill reached Justice Louis Brandeis at his summer home on Cape Cod to ask for a stay of execution. Brandeis was sympathetic, but felt he was too close to the case personally to take any action, since during the trial his wife had lent Rosina their empty Dedham house, and since he had talked the matter over many times with his friend Frankfurter. Hill had counted most on Holmes and Brandeis, the two liberals on the Supreme Court. The only other New England justice, Harlan Stone, was spending the summer at Isle Howe, Maine, in the middle of Penobscot Bay. With Brandeis' refusal ringing politely in his ears, Hill started immediately on the 275-mile drive north. Musmano arrived back in Boston on the night train at about the time Hill and Evarts were leaving Chatham. Still undaunted, he telegraphed the summer White House in South Dakota, demanding that President Coolidge intervene. When he received no reply, he telephoned and managed to get hold of a presidential secretary, who refused to give his name. The president, the anonymous secretary informed Musmano, could not be disturbed. There could be no federal action in any case, since no federal question was involved. Musmano offered to fly out to South Dakota in a chartered plane. The secretary told him sharply that if he did, he would not be received. In 1917, Woodrow Wilson had asked the governor of California to commute the Billings and Mooney death sentences, but cautious Cal was, as Musmano discovered, no Wilson. Bouncing back from each rebuff, Musmano telephoned Chief Justice Taft, summering at Pointe-au-Pic, Quebec, and asked if he might fly to meet him. Taft's rotund voice came over the wire in such distortion that Musmano could barely make out the irritated reply. Taft said he was outside the jurisdiction of the United States, and it was too far for him to cross the border. Finally, he told Musmano to send a telegram explaining just what he wanted. To this telegram, which Musmano sent off at once, Taft replied at such length that the collect charges came to $19.20. For all its length, it merely said no. Taft referred Musmano to Holmes, Brandeis, and Stone, all within the First Judicial Circuit. He saw no reason to think that his own opinion would differ from that of Holmes. The absence of jurisdiction in our court to grant the writ of certiorari in the case seems to me apparent, he concluded. End of section 32. Section 33 of Tragedy in Dedham, the Sacco and Vanzetti case by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, August 1927, Part 3. The numbers of those who heeded the call of the defense committee to come to Boston were disappointing, but the individuals who flocked there in the last days gave the case and the cause a permanent coloration. There were the dedicated, the troubled, the bohemian, the self-seeking and the selfless, the lovers of justice and strikers of poses, each wrapped in his own individuality. There was Powers Hapgood, 6 years out of Harvard and still looking like an undergraduate, from whose lips the word comrade tripped more frequently than any other, and whose compulsion was to clash with the police. Hapgood had been a fashionable young clubman at Harvard, but after graduating turned to romanticizing himself as a proletarian. He had worked in coal mines in Wales, Germany, France, and the Soviet Union. Later, he was to become socialist candidate for Vice President of the United States. In December 1927, his proletarian zeal took the form of marrying Mary Donovan. There were John Howard Lawson and the young William Patterson, president of the American Negro Labor Conference, whose reaction to the futility of the last efforts would confirm them as communists. There was the elderly, leather-tongued Ella Reeve Bloor, recipient of the communist accolade of Mother, who had hitchhiked from California. There was Paula Holliday, with boyish bob and red slicker, who had trudged a mere 117 miles from Provincetown wearing a sandwich board reading, "America cannot look the world in the face if Sacco and Vanzetti are murdered," subject to the jeering suggestions of passing motorists that she go home and wash the dishes. There was Captain Paxton Hibben, a dapper, martial little man with a clipped imperial, who still clung to his military rank acquired overseas with the 391st Field Artillery of New York. There was Wellesley College's retired professor of anatomy and mathematics, the 76-year-old Ellen Hayes, with white-bobbed hair, flat hat, flat heels, and invisible blue stockings. There was the mysterious Louis Bernheimer, a Yale graduate, an aviator in France during the war, a student of philosophy, and a hermit who had already circulated more than 30,000 pamphlets about the case to clergymen all over the country. Then, of course, there was Edward Holton James, now engaged in running daily sightseeing tours to South Braintree for newly arrived sympathizers. Outstanding among the characters drawn to the scene was Zara DuPont, aunt of most of the living DuPont dynasty. Her singularly squashed hats, tweed suits that never wore out, and brass ear trumpet identified her 100 yards away. She had come from Cambridge to indulge in her passion for picketing, for she had made it her habit to join any line she saw, often with no idea of what or why she was picketing, and, because of her deafness, with no way of finding out. Less well connected, if no less obvious, was William Obey of New York, who arrived at Parlor D with a certificate of release from a mental hospital. When his individualism became too flagrant, and Tom O'Connor at last had to ask him to leave, he seated himself on the curb at Bowdoin Street with his portable typewriter in his lap, pecking away and telling the bystanders that the rush was so great at headquarters that he had to do his work outside. On that final Sunday, August 21st, Police Superintendent Crowley was taking no chances. For the first time anyone could remember, no permits were given out and no meetings on the Common were allowed. The Defense Committee had held its final meeting the night before at the Scenic Auditorium. By the middle of the overcast afternoon, there were about 20,000 people scattered over the 48 acres of Boston Common. Some watched the baseball games being played in the diamonds beyond the old Central Burying Ground. Others listened to Stone's band at the Parkman Bandstand, playing excerpts from The Bohemian Girl. Still others, the flotsam of the city, lay asleep on the grass. Perhaps a third of those wandering on the Common had come there out of a sense of curiosity, a feeling that something exciting was going to happen. For most of the afternoon nothing happened. Then shortly after 4 o'clock, Paula Holliday, in her red slicker, walked up from Charles Street and across the Common toward the bandstand. On the back of the slicker was lettered, "Save Sacco and Vanzetti. Is justice dead?" As she walked along the Mall, a crowd began to fall in behind her. Many of those following her were indifferent, if not hostile, but a few sympathizers produced Sacco-Vanzetti placards from under their coats. She continued her Pied Piper walk, gathering several thousand in her wake by the time she reached Tremont Street. The police did not interfere until the crowd spilled over into the roadway and blocked traffic. Then a squad of bluecoats surrounded her and carried her off, along with William Patterson and several other placard wielders, to Joy Street Station. Here she was told she might go free if she would promise to take off the slicker and not return to the Common. Superintendent Crowley came in person to the station to warn her paternally that Boston was full of Irish Catholic boys, young hoodlums, who will be sure to try to do you harm if you go on the streets wearing that slicker. Within the Charlestown prison, the customary Sunday afternoon bustle of visits continued, even though the whole area was cordoned off by the police. The prison band played its limited selections in the octagon anteroom, and prisoners sat in their usual rows at the oak tables, facing their visitors. So damp was the air that drops of moisture kept dripping from the skylight struts. Because of the humidity, Warren Hendry allowed the door of the death house to be left open. Luigia and Rosina came and stayed their hour. Rosina had not brought the children. She did not want them to see their father in his death cell. Sacco had been for some time occupied with a letter to Dante, and spent the day, except for the visiting hour, working on it. He told Vanzetti that he did not want it made public for 5 years. Although Sacco had planned to have its contents kept secret, the Defense Committee persuaded him to allow them to release it immediately for its propaganda effect, to sway every ounce of opinion possible in the last hours. Facing extinction, Sacco achieved the slow-moving dignity that came, as a rule, more easily to Vanzetti. Much have we suffered during this long Calvary. We protest today as we protested yesterday. We protest always for our freedom. If I stopped hunger strike the other day, it was because there was no more sign of life in me. Because I protested with my hunger strike yesterday as today, I protest for life and not for death. I sacrificed because I wanted to come back to the embrace of your dear little sister Eunice and your mother and all the beloved friends and comrades of life and not death. So, son, today life begins to revive slow and calm, but yet without horizon and always with sadness and visions of death. But remember always, Dante, in the play of happiness, don't you use all for yourself only, But down yourself just one step, at your side, and help the weak ones that cry for help. Help the prosecuted and the victim, because that are your better friends. They are the comrades that fight and fall as your father and Bartolo fought and fell yesterday for the conquest of the joy of freedom for all and the poor workers. In this struggle of life you will find more love, and you will be loved. Much have I thought of you when I was lying in the death house. The singing, the kind tender voices of the children from the playground, where there was all the life and the joy of liberty, just one step from the wall which contains the buried agony of 3 buried souls. It would remind me so often of you and your sister Ines, and I wish I could see you every moment. But I feel better that you did not come to the death house, so that you could not see the horrible picture of 3 lying in agony waiting to be electrocuted, because I do not know what effect it would have on your young age. Dante, I say once more to love and be nearest to your mother and the beloved ones in these sad days, and I am sure that with your brave heart and kind goodness they will feel less discomfort. And you will also not forget to love me a little, for I do, O Sonny, thinking so much and so often of you. Best fraternal greetings to all the beloved ones. Love and kisses to your little Ines and mother. Most hearty, affectionate embrace. Vanzetti also wrote a long letter to Dante. Like Sacco's, it was more a testament than a farewell to a 13-year-old boy. Even more explicitly than Sacco, Vanzetti reaffirmed his revolutionary faith. I still hope, and we will fight until the last moment, to revindicate our right to live and be free. But all the forces of the state and of the money and reaction are deadly against us, because we are libertarian or anarchist. I write little of this because you are now a yet too little boy to understand these things and other things of which I would like to reason with you. But if you do well, you will grow and understand your father's and my case, and your father's and my principles, for which we will soon be put to death. I tell you that for and of all I know of your father, he is not a criminal, but one of the bravest men I ever knew. One day you will understand what I am about to tell you, that your father has sacrificed everything dear and sacred to the human heart and soul for his fate in liberty and justice for all. That day you will be proud of your father, and if you come brave enough, you will take his place in the struggle between tyranny and liberty, and you will vindicate our names and our blood. If we have to die now, you shall know, when you will be able to understand this tragedy in its fullness, how good and brave your mother has been with you, your father, and I during these 8 years of struggle, sorrow, passion, anguish, and agony. Even from now you shall be good, brave with your mother, with Ines, and with Susie, brave, good Susie, and do all you can to console and help them. I would like you will also remember me as a comrade and friend of your father, your mother, Ines, Susie, and you, and I secure you that neither I have been a criminal, that I have committed no robbery and no murder, but only fought modestly to abolish crimes from among mankind and for the liberty of all. Remember, Dante, each one who will say otherwise of your father and I is a liar, insulting innocent deaf men who have been brave in their life. Remember and know also, Dante, that of your father and I would have been cowards and hypocrites and renegators of our faith, we would not have been put to death. They would not even have convicted a leprous dogs, not even executed a deadly poisoned scorpion on such evidence as that they framed against us. They would have given a new trial to a matricide and habitual felon on the evidence we presented for a new trial. Remember, Dante, remember always these things. We are not criminals. They convicted us on a frame-up. They denied us a new trial. And if we will be executed after 7 years, 4 months, and 17 days of unspeakable tortures and wrongs, it is for what I have already told you, because we were for the poor and against the exploitation and oppression of the man by the man. The documents of our case, which you and other ones will collect and preserve, will prove you that your father, your mother, yourself, Ines, I and my family are sacrificed by and to a state reason of the American plutocratic reaction. The day will come when you will understand the atrocious sense of the above written words in all its fullness. Then you will honor us. Now, Dante, be brave and good always. I embrace you. Not until Monday morning did Hill reach Rockland, Maine, and board the leisurely excursion steamer that finally brought him through the shredding fog to the granite-edged Isle-au-Haut. Justice Stone, sitting on his front porch in his shirt-sleeves, received him curtly. He said he would listen to Hill's arguments, but he could grant no stay. Another justice might perhaps feel differently. In Boston, Monday broke sallow and heavy. The still empty Common looked frayed and untidy. By 9 o'clock the first busloads of sympathizers began to arrive from New York. The air was lighter by the time Governor Fuller arrived at his office from Rye Beach a little before 11. A beautiful day, he said, smiling and nodding affably to the reporters. One of his first visitors was Edna St. Vincent Millay, whose poem Justice Denied in Massachusetts had appeared in the New York Times that very morning. Fiorello LaGuardia had come by chartered plane from New York to make a last appeal to his old congressional colleague, but when he emerged from the executive chambers he shook his head and told reporters that there was only one chance in 1,000. On this last day the governor was willing to keep open house for any delegation that chose to visit him. To nearly all who so chose he listened with stiff politeness. Just before lunch, the newly installed state commander of the American Legion appeared to assure the governor that the Legion stood foursquare behind him. Almost 1,000 letters and telegrams arrived at the executive offices during the day, 2/3 of them asking for suspension of the death sentence. Late in the morning, Luigi and Rosina arrived at Charlestown for a tear-blurred hour in the death house. Sacco talked to his wife about Ines and Dante. Vanzetti again recalled the old days in Villa Falletto. Medeiros, who had been lying indifferently on his cot, chain-smoking, received an unexpected visit from his sister Consuelo. When she told him that their mother was too overcome to make the trip, he, for the first time, showed emotion. On Saturday there had been a tentative attempt to renew the State House picketing, and Captain Hibben, Powers Hapgood, James Rorty, and Catherine Ann Porter had been arrested. Now, as the morning advanced, pickets with armbands and banners appeared again. The Scenic Temple served as a supply depot. There pickets assembled, were grouped in dozens, and sent on to the State House with their signs. Justice is crucified today. Justice is dead in Massachusetts. All afternoon the line grew, the pickets forming fours as their ranks increased. The line became an endless chain, its links made up of girls and sweaty shirt-sleeved men from the garment district, self-conscious intellectuals, a scattering of adolescents welcoming the chance to challenge authority, and a rank and file of friends and sympathizers of every class and description. Mrs. Evans was there. She had aged much since the trial, but with her solid figure and rimless glasses she still looked the transcendental grandmother. One of the younger policemen on duty complained that there was not a good-looking girl in the bunch. During the course of the afternoon and evening 156 pickets were arrested. Isaac Don Levine and Mrs. Evans bustled about raising bail money. Edward Holton James showed up at the Joy Street station with his pockets full and bailed away for several hours until he ran out of both funds and patience, then found himself booed when he returned to the Scenic Temple to announce that he would bail no more. The garment workers in the station's closed-pack guardroom sang the Internationale, and afterward everyone joined in the more singable Solidarity Forever. Police Captain McDevitt had long had his eye on Powers Hapgood. The other pickets might, with luck, be out on bail in an hour or so, But McDevitt made a point of turning Powers over to the state police, who, instead of arresting him, hurried him off to the psychopathic hospital, where he was held for 4 days. Crowds formed on the common side of Beacon Street to stare at the picket parade. Occasionally someone would dart across the street to join the line. Superintendent Crowley, with memories of the mob rising in the police strike of 1919, was determined there would be no rising today. Halfway down the mall, a police company with rifles was drawn up like a detachment of infantry. Mounted police wove their horses in and out of the gathering throngs. There were more blue uniforms on Boston Common than there had been since the Civil War encampments. The day wore on. All the public buildings were garrisoned by police. A squad even occupied the roof of Fuller's Packard salesroom. Yet except for the State House picketing and the unusual numbers crowding the Commons, there were no incidents in the city. None of the anticipated bombs went off. With Hill delayed in Maine, the last-minute legal efforts became a confusion of volunteer lawyers. Field appealed for a stay to Judge Sisk, most liberal of the Superior Court judges. Sisk, for all his obvious sympathy, maintained that he lacked jurisdiction. Surrounded by the clicking typewriters of Parlor D, Tom O'Connor worked with John Finnerty on a new inclusive habeas corpus motion. Finnerty, former Assistant General Counsel for the United States Railroad Administration, was probably the ablest lawyer to take part in the final proceedings. This thin, long-jawed man in a white linen suit, who resembled Woodrow Wilson, had dropped in at Parlor D on his way to spend 2 weeks by the sea at Cohasset. O'Connor managed to arouse his interest so that he never went on. He and O'Connor were convinced the new motion stood its best chance with federal Judge Anderson. Unfortunately, Anderson was at Williamstown in the Berkshires. O'Connor arranged to have a plane waiting at East Boston Airport, and all the afternoon he kept trying vainly to get to Anderson by telephone. At 2:30, Musmano brought a copy of the completed Finnerty motion to Charlestown. Vanzetti signed it. Sacco again refused. Both condemned men were now convinced that nothing could save them. Vanzetti gave a message to Musmano for Thompson, whom he asked to see once more. Thompson, worn out physically and mentally, had left Boston shortly after the August 10th reprieve for his summer place in South Tamworth, New Hampshire, but as soon as he received the message he set out at once for Charlestown. It was 6 o'clock before he arrived at the prison. As he entered the death house, Vanzetti, who had been sitting at his table writing, stood up at once as if he had been expecting him, smiled warmly, and reached through the bars to shake hands. Then Thompson took a chair from one of the guards and sat down just behind the painted warning line. They talked tentatively at first. Thompson had heard a rumor that Vahey and Graham knew Vanzetti was guilty of both crimes, and could prove it if only they were released from their lawyer's obligation of secrecy. Vanzetti emphatically and without anger said he had never told Graham or Vahey anything that would link him to either crime. Thompson beckoned to a guard to be a witness to their conversation. For both men it was the most solemn moment of their lives. There was the quality of a Socratic dialogue to their questions and answers. The American lawyer's low, controlled tones were a counterpoint to the more musical voice of the Italian. As Thompson recalled the scene afterward, it struck him in its more humble way as a recreation of the Phaedo. I told Vanzetti that although my belief in his innocence had all the time been strengthened both by my study of the evidence and by my increasing knowledge of his personality, yet there was a chance, however remote, that I might be mistaken, and that I thought he ought, for my sake, in this closing hour of his life, when nothing could save him, to give me his most solemn reassurance, both with respect to himself and with respect to Sacco. Vanzetti then told me, quietly and calmly, and with a sincerity which I could not doubt, that I need have no anxiety about this matter, that both he and Sacco were absolutely innocent of the South Braintree crime, and that he was equally innocent of the Bridgewater crime. That while looking back, he now realized more clearly than he ever had the grounds of the suspicion against him and Sacco, he felt that no allowance had been made for his ignorance of American points of view and habits of thought, or for his fear as a radical and almost as an outlaw, and that in reality he was convicted on evidence which would not have convicted him had he not been an anarchist, so that he was in a very real sense dying for his cause. He said it was the cause for which he was prepared to die. He said it was the cause of the upward progress of humanity and the elimination of force from the world. He spoke with calmness, knowledge, and deep feeling. He said he was grateful to me for what I had done for him. He asked to be remembered to my wife and son. He spoke with emotion of his sister and of his family. He asked me to do what I could to clear his name, using the words, "clear my name." Vanzetti, after bringing up the cruelty of his 7 years in prison, spoke of the history of movements for human betterment, among them early Christianity. Thompson remarked that the essence of the appeal of Christianity was the supreme confidence shown by Jesus in the truth of his own views by forgiving, even on the cross, his persecutors and slanderers. Many times in his letters Vanzetti had made comparisons between his own fate and that of Jesus. It was at these words of Thompson's that their dialogue, as he recorded it, reached its climax. Now, for the first and only time in the conversation, Vanzetti showed a feeling of personal resentment against his enemies. He spoke with eloquence of his sufferings, and asked me whether I thought it possible that he could forgive those who had persecuted and tortured him through 7 years of inexpressible misery. I told him he knew how deeply I sympathized with him, and that I had asked him to reflect upon the career of one infinitely superior to myself and to him, and upon a force infinitely greater than the force of hate and revenge. I said that in the long run, the force to which the world would respond was the force of love and not of hate, and that I was suggesting to him to forgive his enemies, not for their sakes, but for his own peace of mind, and also because an example of such forgiveness would, in the end, be more powerful to win adherence to his cause or to a belief in his innocence than anything else could have done. There was another pause in our conversation. I arose and we stood gazing at each other for a minute or two in silence. Vanzetti finally said that he would think of what I had said. Thompson, the believer, then referred to the possibility of immortality, saying that he understood the difficulties of such a belief, yet that if there was personal immortality, Vanzetti might hope to share it. The other did not reply, but spoke briefly of the evils of present-day society, and the two men parted. In this closing scene, Thompson wrote, the impression which had been gaining in my mind for 3 years was deepened and confirmed, that he was a man of powerful mind and unselfish disposition, of seasoned character and of devotion to high ideals. There was no sign of breaking down or of terror at approaching death. At parting he gave me a firm clasp of the hand and a steady glance, which revealed unmistakably the depth of his feeling and the firmness of his self-control. As he was about to leave, Thompson exchanged a few words with Sacco, who shook hands firmly through the bars, thanked the lawyer for what he had done, and said he hoped their differences of opinion had not affected their personal feelings. Like Vanzetti, he showed no sign of fear. However darkly anticipated by public officials across the United States, the day passed off lightly, with scarcely more than a few token strikes. The underlying fear was of another series of bombings. Police blanketed all the larger cities. In Washington, guards with riot guns patrolled the Capitol. Police used clubs to break up a meeting of 3,000 sympathizers in Philadelphia. The Communist Sacco-Vanzetti Emergency Committee in New York had called for a general strike and a mass meeting in the afternoon at Union Square. Other organizations, such as the American Federation of Labor, the Central Trades and Labor Council, and the Defense Committee, refused to participate, and only a few hundred responded to the strike appeal. Late in the afternoon, a crowd of 10,000 gathered in Union Square under the eyes of 500 police, some of whom manned machine guns on the rooftops. The afternoon and early evening were marked by a frenetic dashing about of volunteer lawyers. Shortly before 3, Musmano filed the Finnerty motion in the Federal Building, and at 5 o'clock Judge James Lowell of the United States District Court held a hearing on it. After listening for over an hour to Finnerty, William Schuyler Jackson, and Benjamin Spellman, a New York lawyer who had aided in the defense of Harry Thaw, Judge Lowell ruled that nothing had been brought out to justify his issuing a writ or stay of execution. The only question before this court is whether these men were deprived of their constitutional rights, the judge snapped at Spellman, who seemed to irritate him. Don't tell me about the public. Stick to the law. I am sorry to see these 2 men executed, but it is a question of law, and it doesn't make any difference whether 10 persons or 10,000 persons are sorry for them. On leaving the courthouse, Finnerty drove at once with Jackson for a third appeal to Justice Holmes. It was twilight by the time they reached Beverly. The old man listened to them for 2 hours, said he appreciated the force of their arguments, but felt, as he had before, that he had no right to intervene. With this rebuff, the legal side of the case ended. From Beverly, Finnerty and Jackson drove to East Boston in a last attempt to reach Judge Anderson, only to be told at the airport that the chartered plane could not take off after dark. Luigi and Rosina had visited the death house again in the afternoon. At 7, the warden allowed them a farewell visit of 5 minutes. Luigi walked up the prison steps, supported by Rosina. The 2 women had exhausted their tears. Dry-eyed, they kissed the prisoners for the last time through the bars. Meanwhile, the indefatigable Musmano made his way to the executive chambers, where he again argued the case from beginning to end before the unwilling ears of Fuller and Wigan. Finally, the governor put him off by telling him to see Attorney General Redding, promising to accept any recommendations Redding might make. While Musmano was concluding his arguments, Luigi and Rosina arrived, and he remained as their interpreter. Luigia, her rosary in her hand, knelt on the floor, imploring the governor to save her innocent brother. Rosina begged passionately for the life of her children's father. Fuller listened to the wildly pleading women for over an hour, his professional courtesy fitting like a mask. It cannot be expected, he told them finally, in dismissal, that you would know the case as the lawyers and judges know it, and I can understand the sorrow that overwhelms you. I wish I could do something to lighten that sorrow, but I can do nothing. Musmano, after leaving the governor, went down the corridor to the Attorney General's office. Redding listened to him with apparent interest while he explained that there were still 5 United States Supreme Court justices, any one of whom might grant a habeas corpus petition, whom they had not been able to reach. Another respite was necessary to allow the defense the necessary time. Redding said he would let Musmano know his decision within the hour. Just before 11 o'clock, the waiting Musmano was called into the governor's office. Fuller told him that the Attorney General had decided not to recommend a stay of execution. Musmano, his voice trembling, asked the governor if he would stand for all time on that decision. Fuller replied that he would. Charlestown Prison, with 800 police surrounding it, was quiet. Mounted troopers, cap straps under their chins and supplied with gas masks and tear gas, flanked the arched granite entrance. Fire department squads had connected their hoses. Marine patrol boats chugged up and down the Miller River adjoining the freight yards. Again, the slum streets about the prison had become a dead zone, roped off for a distance of half a mile. Those who lived within the area were told to stay indoors. The prison walls and catwalks were lined with machine guns and searchlights. As the darkness came on, the purple-white rays began to crisscross the whole moldering Charlestown area, the Boston and Maine freight yards, the tenements, the slime-banked river. On the far side of Rutherford Avenue, beyond the rows of junk shops, the light bands swept across the forgotten cemetery where John Harvard lay buried, flashing beyond to the Bunker Hill obelisk and the spire of the St. Francis de Sales church. Then, as if in reply, searchlights on the roof of the State House began to probe the darkness. In the middle distance, the elevated cars moved across the Charlestown Bridge like illuminated beetles. Within the dead zone, the quiet was broken only by the clip-clop of horse hoofs on the granite paving blocks and by the passing motorcycle patrols. Only as the silence resumed did one become aware of the steady, cricket-like tapping of a cobbler's hammer from a shop on Rutherford Avenue. As the twilight faded, the tenseness in the city was so pervading that it seemed to go beyond action. Crowds gathered on the common across from the State House to gaze up silently at the lighted windows of the executive wing. At 10 o'clock the pickets reappeared. Again the police hustled them away. Hundreds stood impassively in Newspaper Row to watch the bulletin boards. The radio stations announced that they would stay on the air until after midnight. In City Square, Charlestown, several thousand men and women milled about beyond the barriers, curious rather than partisan, making no attempt at any sort of demonstration. From the second-floor headquarters of the Hod Carriers Union, Mother Bloor, flanked by Fred Beale, attempted to harangue a crowd of several hundred in the street below and was promptly arrested. Beale then set out with a group of 50 militants for Charlestown, placards and banners concealed under their shirts, resolved to break through the barricades and demonstrate in front of the prison itself. As they reached City Square, they brought out their placards and banners, and at once there were cries of, "The Reds are coming!" A shot rang out. At the sound, the bluecoats stampeded out of the precinct station. The mounted police charged the crowd. A number of people were hurt. Beale and 9 others were arrested. "The crowd didn't beat you up," the patrolman who had Beale by the collar told him, "but oh boy, wait until you get to the station." Inside the prison walls, everything was darkened and quiet except for the smoke-filled press room with its clicking typewriters and clattering telegraph keys. As on all execution nights, few of the prisoners were asleep. At 10, the electricians arrived to make a final test of the chair. Shortly after 11, Musmano arrived, his Panama hat flopping as he dashed up the steps, tears streaming down his cheeks. The warden would not allow him to see the condemned men. At 11:15, Warden Hendry, bearing himself with all the official gravity he could muster, walked up the iron stairs into the death house. Vanzetti had been pacing up and down in his cell. At the warden's approach he stopped. "I am sorry," Hendry informed him in the customary stereotyped phraseology, "but it is my painful duty to inform you that you have to die tonight." Vanzetti stood staring at the floor for a moment, then flung his arms out, his eyes glittering. "We must bow to the inevitable," he whispered. Sacco was at his desk writing a letter when Hendry repeated the formula. He slumped down in his chair, then in a thin voice asked the warden if he would see that the letter he was writing was mailed to his father in Italy. Hendry promised to mail it himself. In the last cell, Medeiros lay on his back with his shoes off and a blanket over him as if asleep. At the warden's announcement, he neither moved nor spoke. Father Michael Murphy followed the warden into the room and asked hopefully if the prisoners would receive the rites of the church. Vanzetti and Sacco refused. Medeiros did not reply. Sacco thanked Father Murphy and told him he had enjoyed his talks with him. The priest looked dejected when he left. "Well, I guess they don't want me now," he told the newspaper men in the press room. The 3 were the first condemned men in Charlestown's history to refuse a clergyman. Shortly before midnight, Executioner Elliot, with Warden Hendry and Deputy Warden Hogsett and the official witnesses, entered the death chamber from a side door. The witnesses were Surgeon General Frank Williams of the Massachusetts State Guard, Medical Examiner McGrath, Dr. McLaughlin, Sheriff Capon, Dr. William Faxam from the Dedham jail, and Dr. Howard Lothrop, a surgeon at the Boston City Hospital. Warden Hendry would allow only one reporter to be present. Lots were drawn in the press room, and the choice fell to William Playfair of the Associated Press. The witnesses ranged themselves along the wall, stony-faced, their voices held to a whisper. In the center of the room the chair stood with its unfastened straps hanging down, under the glare of the overhead lights. Executioner Elliot took his place behind the screen that hid the switch, but not his head. Another screen concealed 3 litters. Somewhere in the middle distance a clock struck midnight. At 12:03, 2 guards brought Medeiros into the bright, silent room. Supported by a guard on each side, he shuffled as if he were walking in his sleep. They guided him to the chair, and he sat down and waited like an automaton while they strapped his arms and legs in place, adjusted the electrodes and the headpiece that covered the upper part of his skull, and finally placed a black mask over his eyes. At a nod from Warren Hendry, Elliot pulled the switch. The masked body stiffened, the mouth grimaced, and in a few seconds the witnesses noticed the odor of burning hair. 3 times Elliot switched on the current. Then Dr. McLaughlin stepped forward, applied his stethoscope, and pronounced Medeiros dead. Deftly, the guards placed the body on one of the litters. At 12:11, Sacco was brought in. Although the guards flanked him, he walked the 17 steps from his cell to the chair unaided. As they began to adjust the straps, he sat bolt upright, casting about wildly with his eyes. Then, in the iron tradition of his belief, like so many of his comrades on the gallows before him, he called out in Italian, "Long live anarchy!" With that he grew calmer, and added more quietly in English, "Farewell, my wife and child and all my friends." Only then did he seem to become aware of the witnesses. "Good evening, gentlemen," he said. The guards had finished with the straps and the headpiece and the electrodes, and one of them now slipped on the mask. In that last second Sacco found himself beyond wife, children, friends, anarchy, bared to the last basic verity. "Farewell," he cried out in English, as Warren Hendry nodded, and the executioner's hand moved behind the screen, and then, in Italian, "Mother." Elliot increased the current by 300 volts for that sinewy peasant body. When the guards came to Vanzetti's cell, he knew that the other 2 were already dead. With the guards beside him, he entered the death chamber, his step firm, his head erect, his gray denim prison trousers flapping slightly from the slits in the side. Just inside the door he paused near Warren Hendry and said with great precision, "I wish to say to you that I am innocent. I have never done a crime, some sins, but never any crime. I thank you for everything you have done for me. I am innocent of all crime, not only this one, but of all, of all. I am an innocent man." With that he shook hands with Hendry, Deputy Warren Hogsett, Dr. McLaughlin, and 2 of the 4 guards, then took his place in the chair. There was still something more. As the guard on his right knelt to adjust the contact pad to his bare leg, Vanzetti spoke again, his eyes covered. "I now wish to forgive some people for what they are doing to me," he said gently. Warden Hendry's eyes were filled with tears as he gave the signal. Afterward he was scarcely able to pronounce the required formula. "Under the law, I now pronounce you dead, the sentence of the court having been carried out." End of section 33. Section 34 of Tragedy in Dedham, the Sacco-Vanzetti case by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Aftermath. During the last hour before the executions, Mary Donovan, Felicani, Gardner Jackson and his sister Edith, Ruth Hale, Jeanette Marks, and Joseph Moro waited in the inner office of the Hanover Street headquarters. "They must be starting now," someone remarked at midnight. "Let us be quiet." The outer room was full of people, heavy with cigarette smoke, darkly expectant. All evening there had been a constant coming and going, a mixture of North End Italians and strangers from outside Massachusetts. Some minutes before midnight, Mother Bloor puffed up the stairs, having been bailed out earlier by Mary Donovan. The group in the inner office did not move. After 20 minutes, the telephone rang twice, the prearranged signal that the executions had taken place. Jackson picked up the receiver, listened, and, still holding it to his ear, nodded to the others. No one spoke. Felicani's face was a white mask. Then Mary Donovan cried out, "I can't believe it!" After several seconds she stood up, opened the door to the anteroom, and said sternly, "It's all over." Moro bit at a sheaf of papers he held in his hand, then began to sob. Outside there was a babble of voices rising to shouts. Some of the less restrained Italians threw themselves down on the floor and howled. The rest began to grope their way down the steep stairs. As Mary Donovan turned back to the little office, the telephone bell tinkled again. "Come," she told the others, "let us not answer the telephone any more." For many, as for those at the defense headquarters, that night was to be the dividing line of their lives. Ferris Greenslet, the biographer of the Lowells, stood with the crowd on the Boston Common staring up at the oval windows of the governor's office, hoping, doubting, despairing. From Parlor D at the Bellevue, a few minutes before midnight, Tom O'Connor telephoned John Vahey at Plymouth. "This is Vanzetti," he announced to the lawyer savagely. "Thanks to you, I'll be dead in 20 minutes." O'Connor would spend the rest of his life trying to vindicate the two dead men. Helen Peabody, a young artist who had marched across the Charlestown Bridge with Fred Beale's group, somehow managed to slip through the police lines to the gates of the prison, where she was arrested and taken inside to the guardroom. Although offered a chair by one of the guards, she insisted on standing at attention until after the executions. Beale, his lip gashed from a policeman's blow, was sitting in a cell in the City Square station house when a matronly woman he did not know arrived to post his bail. "They've done it," she told him softly. "Sacco and Vanzetti are dead." In just 2 years, Beale himself, as a textile workers' organizer, would be on trial for his own life on a trumped-up murder charge in Gastonia, North Carolina. Noel and Herta Field, sitting beside the radio in their Washington, D.C. apartment, listened to the last-minute efforts with waning hope. The shock of the executions was, for them, the beginning of a long journey leftward that would lead them to a communist prison cell in Hungary. Rockwell Kent withdrew a show of his paintings in Worcester and began a lifelong boycott of Massachusetts. Shortly before midnight, Mrs. Evans went with Alice Hamilton to the roof of the Women's City Club on Beacon Street, from where they could see the State House dome and across the Charles River Basin the illuminated octagon of the prison. While they waited, the Church of the Advent bell tower below them sounded the quarters. At 12:15, Mrs. Evans murmured, "Goodbye, Sacco." In New York, John Haynes Holmes, the pastor of the community church, held a watch night service at which LaGuardia and others spoke. Those who spoke said what was right to say, Holmes wrote. By common consent, those present put anger aside and moved to higher levels of the spirit. Watchers in Boston flashed to New York the fateful moment when the two men died. Something happened in that moment when myriads of hearts, the world around, were cleansed of fear and hate. In them Sacco and Vanzetti were born again and will surely live. Others were not able to attain such humanistic serenity. For Eugene Lyons in the New York TASS office, Sacco and Vanzetti had become like members of his own family. Up until the execution hour, he kept cabling the news to Moscow. When the two men died, he recalled, "The case which was integrated with my own existence, intimate as few things in life ever become intimate, was over, finished. Nothing to do but go home to bed. I remember wondering why I could not weep and shriek with the hurt of it, just as I was to wonder 7 years later at my father's coffin. With news of the executions, Europe seethed. The issues of the case that had confused and divided the United States seemed perfectly clear in transatlantic perspective. The inhabitants of expatriate Elliot Paul's tiny left bank Rue de la Huchette represented the workers generally in their indignant conviction that Sacco and Vanzetti had been murdered because they were foreign anarchists and leaders of American labor, and that Judge Thayer and Governor Fuller had destroyed them for the good of their own privileged kind. Paul saw the week of rioting that followed as the first of a series of quakes that would jar France's hostile classes apart and lead to the death of the Third Republic. On the day of the executions, Paris was like a city under siege. A general strike halted almost all traffic. Soldiers with machine guns took up positions in the principal squares and along the boulevards. Republican guards were out in their brass helmets. The American embassy was ringed with tanks. In the working-class districts, which the bourgeois took care to avoid, the metal shutters were closed. Yet there were no demonstrations during the day, and except for the soldiers and the guns and the tanks, the city seemed almost empty. Pierre van Passen remembered the silence of the streets as so intense it was almost frightening. But early on the following morning, when L'Humanité spread the news in an extra sheet with one black-splashed word, "Assassines," the militants struck out. On the Boulevard Sebastopol they tore the iron lamp-posts from the concrete and tossed them through plate-glass windows, then looted the largest grocery store in Paris and pelted the police with canned goods from behind a barricade of tables and carts. With linked arms, 50 abreast, they surged across the Place de l'Opéra, while long-aproned café waiters scurried to hide the seltzer siphons. 60 police were injured in a pistol battle when a mob tried to set up barricades in front of the American embassy. In Montmartre, the front of the Moulin Rouge was demolished. In Geneva, the evening before the executions, a mob of 5,000 roamed the streets for several hours, overturning American cars, sacking shops displaying American goods, and gutting theaters showing American films. Finally, the mob gathered to smash the windows of the Palace of the League of Nations. One rioter was killed, a number injured, after troops with fixed bayonets were sent in. In Germany, Die Rote Fahne and other communist papers appeared on August 23rd with black borders. There were demonstrations in Bremen and Wilhelmshaven, and a 2-hour torchlight parade in Stuttgart. A marcher was killed in Leipzig. In Hamburg, a number of demonstrators were wounded, and a policeman and a worker killed. At one of the largest meetings in the history of the Weimar Republic, Ernst Thälmann compared the murder of Sacco and Vanzetti to that of Karl Liebknecht and Rosen Luxemburg. The playboy mayor of New York, Jimmy Walker, in Berlin on a visit, was booed as he entered the city hall. Die Rote Fahne advised him to spend his vacation on Governor Fuller's farm. In England, 40 protesters were injured in a riot at the Marble Arch, and on the night of the executions a crowd gathered before Buckingham Palace and sang "The Red Flag." On the day of the funeral, the flag on the building of the Labour Party was at half-mast. Flags were at half-mast throughout the Soviet Union. A street in Moscow was named for Sacco and Vanzetti, and Sovkino, the State Motion Picture Bureau, ordered an Austrian company to start making a film about them. Later, the Soviet government named a pencil factory in their memory, and for years produced pencils stamped with their names. Many were hurt in Oporto, Portugal, when police broke up a demonstration in front of the American consulate. In Rosario, Argentina, throngs waited in silence and bared their heads when, just after midnight, the news of the executions reached them. Buenos Aires experienced a general strike. In Mexico City, Diego Rivera spoke at a mass meeting. In Sydney, Australia, a huge procession protested the executions. In South Africa, the American flag was burned on the steps of the Johannesburg City Hall. Nothing comparable occurred in the United States in the 6-day interval between the executions and the funeral. A plan of the International Labor Defense and the New York Emergency Committee to have the ashes of Sacco and Vanzetti brought to New York for a Union Square memorial meeting broke up in recriminations between the International Labor Defense and the Boston Committee. The Communists blamed Mary Donovan, Michael Gold describing her as an obscure, spiteful female with a great lust for publicity. For Boston, on the morning after the executions, the case at last seemed finished. The Herald sprinkled its editorial page with relieved metaphors. The time for all discussion is over. The chapter is closed. The die is cast. The arrow has flown. Now let us go forward to the duties and responsibilities of the common day with a renewed determination to maintain our present system of government and our existing social order. The Evening Transcript viewed the executions more bluntly as the only possible end. During the forenoon, Dr. McGrath performed the legally required autopsies, and later in the day, the bodies of Sacco and Vanzetti were taken to the National Casket Company's room in Merrimack Street. A New Bedford undertaker claimed Medeiros' body. The committee had planned a ritual lying in state, but could find no one in the city willing to rent a hall for the purpose. Mary Donovan wanted the bodies taken to the Hanover Street rooms. When some of the Parlor D people tried to tell her that the rickety building would not stand the strain, she turned on them furiously, shouting, "They belong to me now." As soon as the owner of the building heard that the coffins might be brought there, he barred the entrance with a heavy vertical joist. While the committee members searched and argued, the bodies remained at the National Casket Company. William Gropper arrived from New York to make the death masks. When it became clear that no halls would be available in the city, Edward Holton James offered the use of his Mount Vernon Street townhouse. However, the committee decided to use Joseph Langone's funeral parlor at the foot of Hanover Street. Joseph Langone, the dapper, diminutive North End undertaker, was one of the most prominent members of the Italian colony. In his official capacity, he always wore a tailcoat and silk hat, and prided himself on the punctiliousness with which he observed the etiquette of death. His two massive Cunningham hearses, with their custom-built Brewster bodies and silver flambeaux on the sides, were the most elegant in the city. To him were left the funeral arrangements. Wednesday at midnight he brought the corpses to his workroom, embalmed and dressed them, and placed them in their coffins. Only just in time did Gardner Jackson discover that Langone planned to have Sacco and Vanzetti wearing tuxedos. Medeiros had gone on display in Rogers and Sylvia's undertaking parlor in Providence, and during the day some 10,000 sightseers came to view his corpse. The bodies of Sacco and Vanzetti were not shown until Thursday evening. During the afternoon, crowds began to gather in front of Langone's parlor, and the police had to rope off the sidewalks for several blocks. A police guard was posted at the parlor entrance. At 7 o'clock the doors were opened, and the spectators flooded through the little room at the rate of 37 a minute. The mahogany coffins were so close together that only a single line could file between them. On each was a laurel wreath from the committee. The dead men's faces were drawn and hollow, the color of bronze. The room was banked to the ceiling with scarlet-flowered wreaths and sprays. One ribbon on a floral piece read, "Aspettando l'ora di vendetta," awaiting the hour of vengeance. Another read merely, "Revenge." Several read, "Massachusetts, the murderer." In each corner of the parlor stood a committee member or friend as guard of honor. 8,000 of the dedicated and the curious passed through Langone's that evening. Only the stiff-faced anarchists with their wide black hats and butterfly ties distinguishable in the anonymous throng. Just as the doors were to open, Mary Donovan posed at the head of the coffins with the sign, "Did you see what I did to those anarchist bastards? Judge Webster Thayer." When Langone, fearing for his license, refused to allow her to continue there, she stalked outside with the placard and showed it to reporters. A police sergeant snatched it from her. There was a scuffle, the placard was torn up, and she was taken to the station, charged with inciting to riot and distributing anarchistic literature. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday the bodies lay in state from 6 in the morning until 10 at night. 100,000 people filed through the narrow parlor, so many that the terrazzo floor and the marble threshold began to crack. Huge floral pieces kept arriving by the hour. The windows of adjoining shops were borrowed to display them. Everyone in the North End, whatever his politics, viewed the bodies at least twice. In after years, a common question of the district was, "Were you at Langone's?" Many North Enders dropped by on their way to work. Children made a game of seeing how many times they could dart in and out. Afternoons, the line extended up the street beyond the double line of ropes. Evenings, it reached over a third of a mile to Waldron's Casino. It was planned to hold the funeral on Sunday and to have the bodies cremated at the Forest Hills Crematory. The health commissioner granted an extension of the 4-day burial law. Saturday, Langone re-embalmed the bodies. Jackson wanted to have a procession with a band. The coffins, carried by relays of pallbearers, passed the State House and through the heart of the city. Superintendent Crowley told Jackson he would allow nothing of the kind. There was to be no band, no filing past the State House. The coffins must be in hearses, and although those who wished might follow on foot, there were to be no banners carried or shown. Sunday morning broke gray and desolate. A line of sightseers and sympathizers still passed through the undertaking parlor for a last look at the now much darkened faces. At 10 o'clock, Langone locked his doors and closed the coffin lids. The procession was to start from North End Park near the Paul Revere House. 500 policemen patrolled the North End. 70 mounted police were assigned to guard the cortege. The police were edgy, resentful of the gadfly agitation that had kept them on 24-hour call for the last 2 weeks. Just to make certain there would be no gesture before the State House, Crowley had the pavement at Beacon and Tremont Streets ripped up. Heavy trucks loaded with sand were placed there, as well as at the corner of Park Street. Police also blocked off the streets behind the State House. All during the morning, crowds collected along Hanover Street, trampling the turf of North End Park into mud. The men, many wearing black neckties and red carnations in their buttonholes, outnumbered the women 8-1. 4 open cars heaped with scarlet blossom stood in front of Langone's. At 1:30, a column of mounted police cantered over the cobbles of Scollay Square and formed a double line along Hanover Street. Volunteers now began to remove the dozens of floral pieces from the undertaking rooms and the shop windows. Some of the pieces were so large that it took half a dozen men to carry them. At 2:20, the top-heavy hearses drew up in front of the funeral parlor, and members of the committee earned out the coffins while Langone supervised them nervously in tailcoat and silk hat. In spite of Superintendent Crowley's order, a group of men in black moved through the crowd, quietly passing out red felt armbands stamped "Remember Justice Crucified, August 22, 1927. At 2:30, Alfred Baker Lewis, as organizer of the procession, gave the signal. The 2 Cunninghams glided from the curb. The cortege advanced up Hanover Street. First came 4 mounted policemen in black rubber capes. Then a single marcher led the way with the committee's laurel wreaths. Behind him, 6 men, with some difficulty, carried an 8-foot-high floral piece showing photographs of Sacco and Vanzetti and inscribed "Martyrs of Massachusetts." 2 rows of marchers carrying smaller floral pieces were followed by the hearses, moving side by side and flanked by an honor guard. Behind the hearses, more volunteers carried more floral displays, 18 in all. Then came the open cars heaped with flowers, and 2 limousines with drawn curtains, one carrying Rosina, Dante, Luigia, and Felicani, the other members of the committee. 15 mounted police rode on either side. The marchers followed in close-packed ranks, 8 abreast, stern-faced, overwhelmingly Italian. 5,000 started from North End Park. It was the most spectacular funeral the city had ever seen. The sidewalks of Hanover Street were packed with watchers. As the hearses moved up the gradient to Scollay Square, the undertone of muttering was punctuated by the clop of horseshoes on the rain-glazed cobblestones. The marchers, their arms now linked, stretched down the street to the curve of North End Park. On they came, over the cobbles and glistening parallels of car tracks, into Scollay Square, past the pawnshops and the painless dentists, past Waldron's Casino, past the drab lodgings of the American House and the Crawford Chambers, the cheap shoe and clothing shops, the pasticcerias, the shoeshine parlors, the pool rooms, and the bowling alleys. Hundreds of faces clustered in the second and third-story windows. Along the 6-mile route, 200,000 watched the procession. The March of Sorrow, they called it afterward. At first, the attitude of the police seemed neutral, but as the hearses and limousines crossed Scollay Square and turned left into Tremont Street, a detachment of state troopers in trucks cut between them and the massed marchers. Halted momentarily, the marchers surged over the sidewalks, sifted past the subway entrances, picked their way among the stalled vehicles. So great was the crush in Scollay Square that a plate-glass storefront caved in. There was a moment of panic as the glass crashed on the pavement. The police now seemed less neutral. 2 bystanders were arrested for jeering at them. Still numbering in thousands, the marchers formed up again on the wide length of Tremont Street, linked 25 abreast from curb to curb. As they reached the corner of Park Street, they began to put on their armbands, and suddenly the dark ranks were bright with scarlet. An occasional marcher would fall out. Others joined in from the throngs lining Boston Common. A fleet of taxicabs followed the marchers, ready to pick up the footsore at a flat rate of $1 apiece to Forest Hills. Mike Flaherty, near the head of the procession, spotted Felix Frankfurter and his wife in a doorway near Park Street and beckoned to them. They joined with him as far as Boylston Street. At the corner of the Common, those who had carried the largest floral pieces began to tear them apart and strew the blossoms in the street before the oncoming hearses. From Tremont Street through the slum miles of the South End and the Negro District, the police at each intersection directed traffic into the now thinning ranks. Near Roxbury Crossing, the hearses unaccountably speeded up to 25 miles an hour and were soon over a mile ahead of those on foot. Scrambling to catch up, the marchers broke ranks, many dropping out or taking to cabs. A hardy remnant of a few hundred red armbands reached the elevated station at Eggleston Square within sight of Forest Hills, and continued along Washington Street under the dripping L structure. Up to this point the spectators had been impassive, but now in the Irish Catholic district of Forest Hills they turned hostile. Jeering faces filled the windows of the 3-deckers flanking the L, and there were derisive shouts of "guineas" and "go home." The remaining marchers were passing the office of the Metropolitan Coal Company, a few hundred feet from the Forest Hills terminal, when the police charged them. No one knew why. At one instant the bedraggled armbanded figures were trudging along in the drizzle, at the next the police were flailing at them with their nightsticks, led by a furious sergeant wielding a heavy-handled umbrella. At the impact the ranks broke, most of the marchers bolting up Washington Street. The charging police seemed to go completely out of control. Anyone with an armband became a fair target. Men were dragged from the running boards of cars and beaten. Others, trying to escape on foot, were cornered in dead-end alleys. Dozens of fugitives burst into the yard of the Gulf Refining Company in a last attempt to dodge the swinging clubs. A Boston Post reporter, himself running, saw several men clubbed and kicked as they fell, and he caught a glimpse of a girl in a doorway, her face in her hands and her split chin dripping blood. The rain began to fall in torrents. Not more than 150 marchers finally managed to work their way down side streets and back lots to join up on the other side of the terminal. When they arrived at the crematory on Walk Hill Street, a half-mile beyond, the hearses had already arrived, the coffins had been carried into the chapel, and the gates were locked. Several thousand others who had come safely by car were waiting inside the grounds on the downhill slope in front of the chapel, watched impassively but without anger by the mounted police. The sodden, weary marchers could do no more than stand with bared heads while the cremation took place. Only the committee and those closest to the defense were admitted to the small chapel. Luigia and Rosina chose to remain outside in the car. There was no formal service. Mary Donovan read 5 bitter paragraphs by Gardner Jackson, scarcely able to control her voice as she spoke the words over the coffins. You, Sacco and Vanzetti, are the victims of the crassest plutocracy the world has known since ancient Rome, and now Massachusetts and America have killed you, murdered you because you were Italian anarchists. In your martyrdom we will fight on and conquer. That was all. At 4:30 the coffins were placed in the retort chambers. The gates were opened, the hearses and the curtained limousines rolled away, the police reined in their restive horses as the crowd dissolved into small groups and individuals making their way unmolested along Walk Hill Street. Those who looked back saw a thin column of smoke rising from the crematory's central chimney, black and unwavering against the low, sullen sky. Like the Dreyfus case, to which it has been so often compared, the Sacco-Vanzetti case became a tumult of the intellectuals. As I look back on it, my father and my Aunt Amy, in their lesser way, were representative of that tumult. For my father, Sacco and Vanzetti became a challenge to the institutions he believed in, and he shut his mind against them. After Captain Van Amberg's testimony convinced him they were guilty, he did not concern himself further with the fairness of the trial, although, as an honest man, he took a thin view of Judge Thayer. My Aunt Amy could not imagine that her friends of the Elizabeth Peabody House and the Women's City Club might be wrong, that John Haynes Holmes, whom she had known as a young man, might be wrong, that liberalism could be wrong. She, too, closed her mind. For the more extreme partisans on both sides, the belief in the guilt or innocence of the 2 Italians became a dogma. Just before the 1961 ballistics tests were conducted, a member of the committee for the vindication of Sacco and Vanzetti told me that even if a test could show indisputably that bullet 3 had come from Sacco's pistol, he would still be convinced that Sacco was innocent. For myself, I found that when I examined the various confessions, they had a way of falling apart. After San Marco's lie detector test, there was nothing to be said for Silva's Bridgewater tale. Madero's various statements about South Braintree had just too many discrepancies in them. Once I had driven and checked the getaway route and found that the license plate number of the murder car noted down in South Braintree was last identified by Julia Kelleher in Brockton, 8 miles beyond Randolph, I could no longer believe that the bandits had switched cars in the Randolph woods. They could not have been foolish enough to go to the useless trouble of putting the telltale plates on a second car and driving away in it. Nor did it seem possible for Maderos, if he had been in the back seat of the Buick, to have mistaken 2 metal boxes planted at his feet for a leather bag. And of course, if he and the Morellis had not arrived at South Braintree until noon, as he claimed, then who were the men who shadowed Neil, who strolled around the town during the morning, who spoke to Lola Andrews? It has been asserted that Maderos had nothing to gain by making a fraudulent confession to the South Braintree crime, but in fact, by making one, he prolonged his life 2 years. The hypothesis that the Morelli gang committed the South Braintree holdup is, at first, plausible, yet it is too closely bound to the Maderos confession to stand alone. Extraordinary coincidences are brought to light in Ehrman's book, but just in the matter of the cars, I could not imagine the one that Mike Morelli was casually driving through the center of New Bedford 3 hours after the crime was the murder car. Nor could I believe that the Morellis would, on 3 separate occasions, drive 40 miles to an obscure Boston suburb to steal 2 sets of license plates in a car. Why all the way to Needham, when there were so many nearer places? It was as absurd as imagining Mike, the night of the crime, driving the Buick back through those miles of wasteland to abandon it in Brockton, when all the police in New England were on the alert for it. As for Joe Morelli's confession, he knew how much money Silva had made with his pseudo-confession, and he may have thought Morris Ernst an easy mark. While he was writing his autobiography in the Lewisburg Penitentiary, he used as source material Osmond Frankel's 550-page summary of the case. The still extant volume, inscribed Joseph Morelli, November 10, 1935, is larded with marginal notes made by Joe and his friends. Yet the later parts of Joe's autobiography were written after he had lost contact with Ernst. To dismiss it completely is to leave a number of intruding questions unanswered. How did it happen that Joe was so familiar with the names Coacci, Boda, and Orgiani, all mentioned only casually in the trial record? How did he know that Coacci had worked at Slater and Morrill, unless he had had some contact with him? Was there something, after all, in the persistent rumors that Berandelli had recognized the men who shot him? It was hard to imagine Sacco, even harder to imagine Vanzetti, associated with the anthropoid Morellis, but Boda, as a bootlegger, would have needed underworld connections for his supplies. For a time, Boda and his brother had run a dry cleaning shop in Wellesley, within walking distance of Needham. Boda drove a car. He fits the description of the man who tried to borrow license plates at Hassam's garage. And it is easier to imagine him walking from Wellesley to Needham to steal plates in a car than it is to imagine the Morellis making the successive trips from Providence. Having begun the writing of this book with the assumption that Sacco and Vanzetti were innocent, I found myself holding to it with an increasingly troubled mind as my work progressed. But I did not begin to consider whether they might not, after all, have been guilty until I learned of what Moore had told Upton Sinclair. That Moore had come to doubt his hotly held convictions made me feel I must at least re-examine mine. Moore, the dedicated radical, the battler for lost and almost lost causes, was not the man to have denied himself out of pique. His reasons for his change of mind must have been profound. According to Eugene Lyons, he had spent much time following the trail of a criminal group he had reason to believe was involved in the South Braintree crime. But when he got near the end of the trail, Lyons wrote, the Italian anarchist members of the Defense Committee called him in and ordered him to lay off. They wouldn't say why, but the inference is that they feared his line of investigation. One of Moore's investigators told me that Moore had finally come to the conclusion that Boda was the man who engineered the holdup. As convincing to me as Moore's reluctant reversal was the fact that Upton Sinclair's experience seemed to support it. I had visited Sacco's family, Sinclair wrote in 1953, and I felt certain that there was some dark secret there. Nobody would be frank with me, and everybody was suspicious, even though I had been introduced and vouched for by Mrs. Evans, a great lady of Boston, who had led and financed the fight for freedom of these 2 Italians. To thousands like my Aunt Amy, the innocence of Sacco and Vanzetti appeared so transparent that it should have been obvious to anyone with the slightest knowledge of the case. Yet at the very core of the defense there was disbelief. I was overwhelmed when I discovered that even Carlo Tresca shared it. Tresca, the acknowledged and admired leader of the anarchists in the United States, to whom they turned as a matter of course when they were in trouble. No one, not even the police who arrested him, and he had been arrested 36 times, questioned his integrity. He looked after his own. According to Sinclair, when Moore was leaving for Boston in 1920, Tresca, to Moore's annoyance, put 2 comrades wanted by the police for a robbery in the car with him. In the defense of Sacco and Vanzetti, Tresca played the part of guardian angel or great uncle. If anyone should have had inside knowledge of the affair, Tresca was the man. In 1943, a few weeks before Tresca was murdered in New York by the Italian-born Soviet agent Ennio Sormenti, Max Eastman, who had known Tresca for years and had written a profile on him for the New Yorker, talked with him about the Sacco-Vanzetti case. I felt close enough to ask him one day, when whispers had reached me concerning Upton Sinclair's distressing experiences in Boston, "Carlo, would you feel free to tell me the truth about Sacco and Vanzetti?" He answered, "Sacco was guilty, but Vanzetti was not." At that moment some people entered the room where we were talking, and I lost the chance to ask more. I lost it permanently, for I had no opportunity to see Carlo again before he was himself shot by an assassin. The reasons for Tresca's answer died with him, yet they must have been compelling, or he would have skirted the question. 13 years after Tresca's death, a new and conclusive series of ballistics tests was to bear him out. Many times postponed, they were finally conducted in the laboratory of the Massachusetts State Police on October 11, 1961, by Jack Waller, the honorary curator of the West Point Museum, and Colonel Frank Jury, a former head of the firearms laboratory of the New Jersey State Police. The one certain method of determining whether two bullets have passed through the same gun barrel is examination with a comparison microscope, which brings the bullets together in one fused image. If the striations match, the conclusion is that both bullets were fired from the same weapon. Using a comparison microscope and bullets they themselves had just fired from Sacco's pistol, Weller and Jury determined beyond dispute that bullet 3 had been fired from that pistol. The other 5 bullets, they found, had all been fired from a single unknown gun. As for the 4 shells that Bostock had picked up and given to Freiherr, 3 had been fired in an unknown gun. Weller and Jury agreed, after comparing the breech-block markings of shell W with those of a newly fired test shell, that shell W had unquestionably been fired in Sacco's pistol. Thus, the comparison microscope findings of 1961 confirmed the tests made by Major Goddard in 1927. Turning to the question of a bullet substitution, Weller and Jury found it unlikely that the prosecution or its agents would have attempted to obtain suitable bullets by firing them from Sacco's pistol into a side of beef. Such a deception would not only have been difficult to keep secret, but the method would have offered no certainty of a plausibly lopsided bullet. Captain Proctor had custody of the bullets and the guns, the bullets from the time of Berardelli's autopsy until they were offered in evidence at the trial. If any substitution was made, Proctor was the only one with the extended opportunity to accomplish it. Van Amberg was called to the trial as an outside expert. At that time, he would have had neither the motive nor the occasion to make such a substitution. When, just before the ballistics testimony at the trial, Van Amberg, Proctor, and the defense expert Burns test-fired Sacco's pistol, none of them was able to get hold of any obsolete Winchester cartridges similar to bullet 3. Proctor fired 3 Winchesters of the new type without the cannelure. Van Amberg fired 3 Peters. Burns fired 8 U.S. cartridges. None of these could have been used as a substitute for the obsolete Winchester bullet 3. That Proctor made any switch of bullets or shells seems impossible in view of his character and the relevant facts. Proctor was amateurish in his knowledge of ballistics, and it was for other reasons than the bullet evidence that he felt Sacco and Vanzetti were not guilty. At the trial, he had not thought bullet 3 had come from Sacco's pistol, and in 1923, in his affidavit for Thompson, he still insisted that Sacco's pistol had not fired the mortal bullet. But if the prosecution had somehow replaced the original bullet 3 by a falsely marked bullet actually test-fired from Sacco's pistol, there would have been no need for Van Amberg to be so qualifying in his identification of the bullet, and no need for Proctor to use his ambiguous, "it is consistent with." Both he and Van Amberg would have known that the false bullet came from Sacco's pistol, and could have said so flatly. Then, too, there is the matter of motive. When the case first came to trial, it was no earth-shaking issue for District Attorney Katzman or for the state police. Katzman, if he had lost, would still have been re-elected district attorney. The case would not have been worth the risk of detection and disgrace for him or for Proctor to forge the evidence for a conviction. After examining bullet 3, Weller and jury concluded that it had been fired into a body, though whether a human body or animal body, whether living or dead, they could not say. They did not think it possible that the slightly flattened side of the bullet could have been produced in a test firing. In contrast to Ehrman and Wilbur Turner, Thompson's expert, Weller and jury did not find that the identifying scratches on the bullet's base varied noticeably from the scratches on the other 3 bullets. The inquest record of April 17, 1920, bears out these findings. 18 days before Sacco and Vanzetti were arrested, Dr. Frederick Jones testified that the bullet which lodged against Berardelli's hip bone and was subsequently marked 3 had been slightly flattened as it came to rest against the bone. Dr. McGrath, who performed the autopsy, identified the bullet at the trial a year later by the 3 scratches he had made on it. As I found it, it lay sideways against the flat surface of the hip bone, and in my opinion the flattening of the bullet was due its striking that bone side on. The bone is curved at that point, and a very slight amount of impact from the more pointed part of the bullet would bring its side against the bone if it had not force enough at that point to perforate the bone and go through it, which it did not. The cumulative evidence is overwhelming that the Colt automatic found on Sacco the night of his arrest was one of the 2 pistols used to kill Berardelli. Even if one accepts the possibility that someone other than Sacco fired the Colt, Sacco knew who that someone was. Vanzetti's innocence is, at least for me, confirmed by my talks with Brini and by Tresca's admission to Eastman, as well as by the contradictions to the court testimony brought out in the Pinkerton reports. Yet it would have been like Vanzetti to go to the chair rather than betray a friend. He had once remarked that it was an evil to be arrested, but a still greater evil to desert a comrade. When Moore was preparing his closing argument at Dedham, he felt that if he sacrificed Sacco, he had a fighting chance of persuading the jury to acquit Vanzetti. "So I put it up to Vanzetti," he later wrote. "What shall I do?" And he answered, "Save Nick, he has the woman and child." Both men died bravely, undoubtedly fortified by the thought, expressed by them many times, that they were dying for the working class of the world. Vanzetti, in the death chamber, calmly reasserted his innocence. Yet it is noteworthy that Sacco, who had refused to sign all pleas for clemency, chose rather in his last moment to proclaim his vindicating belief in anarchy. It is possible that Sacco, whatever his guilt, may have considered himself innocent in the sense that he was serving a higher cause. His dreams were of violence. He was, as he told Thompson, at war with the government. To defend anarchy in the persons of his comrades, Elia and Salcedo, may have seemed to him to justify Parmenter and Berardelli sprawled in the gravel. The paymaster and his guard would merely be soldiers on the other side of the barricades, and their deaths insignificant in comparison with the triumph of the cause. Vanzetti could express his anarchistic beliefs and then say, "Of course, I may be wrong." Sacco could not qualify himself. His was the iron belief, one that has caused so much slaughter in the world, that the cause is more important than the individual. So he turned with fanatic hatred against Moore. So he applied the imagery of the Passion to his dilemma. So he died. Over 40 years have passed since the convictions of Sacco and Vanzetti. Their case was the American case of the century, one that became all things to all men. So divisive was it that only now is it possible to see it in perspective. The accusations and counter-accusations fade, those who played their roles in it die, but the tragedy, however one may define it, remains. End of section 34. End of Tragedy in Dedham, the Sacco-Vanzetti case, by Francis Russell.